Poisoning the Pacific. The U.S. military's secret dumping of plutonium, chemical weapons, and Agent Orange. John Mitchell. Foreword by John W. Dower. Introduction. 1. Japanese weapons of mass destruction and the U.S. cover-up. 2. Nuclear warfare in Japan and the Marshall Islands. 3. Okinawa, the junk heap of the Pacific. 4. Military herbicides, Vietnam and Okinawa. 5. Polluting with impunity. 6. Okinawa, Paradise Lost. Timeline, environmental contamination and accidents on Okinawa. 7. Japan, contamination, nuclear deals, and the Fukushima meltdowns. 8. Toxic territories, Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and Johnston Atoll. 9. Toward environmental justice. Appendix, contaminants. Foreword. John W. Dower. During World War II, American songwriters produced a flood of patriotic tunes addressing the war in Asia, including one titled "To Be Specific It's Our Pacific." In the wake of Japan's defeat, a popular journalistic coinage carried this a step further by referring to the now pacified Pacific Ocean area as the American Lake. It was taken for granted that victory did not merely establish U.S. dominion over the Pacific and its land masses, including Japan and mid-ocean islands like Guam and Micronesia. Victory also placed the forward edge of U.S. military might within close range of China and the Soviet Far East, no small matter in a new age of strategic air power and nuclear weapons. In short time, the rhetoric of expansion and entitlement became framed in less colloquial terms: national security, for instance, and consolidation of an anti-communist free world governed by rule of law. Pax Americana became the popular label for an unprecedented global imperium of U.S. military bases, with scores of major facilities in the former enemy nations of Japan and Germany notable among them. Today, over 7 decades after the end of World War II, and 3 decades after the end of the Cold War, the United States maintains nearly 800 overseas bases, ranging in size from small garrisons to many cities. These are spread across more than 70 nations. The pronounced mission of this far-flung empire of bases is, of course, to preserve the peace. And in post-war Korea and Southeast Asia, the United States pursued peace with appalling violence. The total tonnage of bombs dropped on Korea by U.S. Air Forces in the Korean War was 4 times the tonnage dropped on over 60 Japanese cities during the American firebombing raids of 1945. In Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia between 1965 and 1973, U.S. forces dropped 40 times the tonnage inflicted on Japan and doubled up on this with massive use of toxic herbicides. In both Korea and Indochina, civilian fatalities numbered in the millions. U.S. bases elsewhere in Asia, especially Thailand and Okinawa, provided critical support for this carnage. Okinawa's status was particularly striking, in that it was excluded from the post-World War II peace treaty that restored sovereignty to Japan in 1952, and remained under U.S. military control until 1972. As the Harvard history professor and former U.S. ambassador to Tokyo Edwin Reischauer noted critically in 1969, Okinawa was a colony of 1 million Japanese. Along with the Soviet Union, the great perceived enemy looming behind the wars in Korea and Southeast Asia was the People's Republic of China, which was established in 1949 after 4 years of post-World War II civil war. And the catch-all strategic concept vis-a-vis both Cold War antagonists was containment, a keyword dating back to 1947. The hysteria with which official Washington viewed emergence of a communist China cannot be exaggerated. By the early 1960s, even before China tested its first nuclear weapon, U.S. strategic planners had identified an astounding 78 Chinese cities to be targeted for a hypothetical full-force nuclear bombing, with estimated fatalities of 107 million. In recent years, U.S. military publications still speak of maintaining the ability not merely to bomb China but also to penetrate the country with land forces. From where? From bases in the Pacific as well as warships with unchallenged freedom of operation in the American Lake. In American eyes, this is sound strategy. To Chinese planners, it is both provocative and humiliating. China's current aggressive activity to establish a formidable military presence in its offshore waters is a belated but predictable response to the containment policy. All this is backdrop to the new perspective on post-war U.S. military activity in the Pacific that John Mitchell presents in these pages. Poisoning the Pacific is a meticulous inventory of the grievous harm that nuclear tests and the deployment, storage, and disposal of hazardous materials have wreaked on land and ocean areas. But the analysis goes beyond this. The tests and bases have displaced local residents and caused illness and even deaths among them. Mitchell places this in the context of crimes against humanity and crimes against human rights, and notes that decades of callous and careless military activity have also harmed American servicemen involved in carrying out toxic activities, as well as their wives and children living on bases where contamination has taken place. We also encounter here telling snapshots of the obsequious role the Japanese government plays in its security alliance with the United States, a subservience buttressed by a boilerplate status of forces agreement that essentially grants extraterritorial rights to America's overseas bases and military personnel. In the empire of bases, rule of law reinforces hierarchy, non-transparency, and non-accountability. The most egregious instances of environmental poisoning took place during the Cold War. In the 1950s, the United States consigned testing of its most radioactive weapon, the hydrogen bomb, to the so-called Pacific Proving Grounds. In the 1960s, U.S. forces literally saturated Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia with defoliants, including the now notorious Agent Orange. We already know a fair amount about this nuclear fallout and these chemical events, some might say. But it took many years for the U.S. government to acknowledge the long-term damage caused by its devastating practices, and even here the focus since the 1980s has been on cleaning up contamination within the United States and redressing the physical harm inflicted on its own servicemen and citizens. It took John Mitchell's painstaking investigative journalism to expose how Agent Orange and a host of other poisonous materials were stored and mishandled on Okinawa and elsewhere. And as documented in these pages, the cleanup of U.S. bases in Asia has more often than not been haphazard. Pollution of many kinds continues, and the United States still refuses adequate aid and redress to the thousands of Asian individuals who have suffered most severely from these crimes and abuses. The overall record that emerges, from the excesses of the Cold War to the present day, is one of obsessive secrecy, institutionalized mendacity, habitual stonewalling, thinly disguised racism, and pervasive irresponsibility. In documenting this, Poisoning the Pacific draws on an impressive range of sources, written accounts in English and Japanese, extensive interviews, and many thousands of pages of formerly classified military documents accessed through the U.S. Freedom of Information Act. As noted in passing, Mitchell's investigative disclosures have been breaking news in Japan and have provoked consternation in Washington. Brought together in expanded form here, these disclosures provide not merely another incisive case study of global ecocide but also a unique window on the convoluted militarism of the so-called Pax Americana. Introduction. War is the ultimate environmental destroyer. UI June 1. Throughout the 20th century, conflicts devastated human life and the environment in ways once thought only to occur in the realm of natural disasters. Worldwide wars killed, injured, and displaced hundreds of millions. After ending, they left legacies of famine and disease. Environmentally, they contaminated vast areas of the planet with lead, landmines, and unexploded ordnance. In Northern Europe, more than 100 years after World War I, farmers continue to unearth chemical and conventional weapons, while in Laos, where fighting ceased 4 decades ago, 80 million American UXOs still lie buried, 10 explosives for every man, woman, and child in the nation. During the 1980s, the Iraqi military used hundreds of tons of mustard and nerve agents against Iranian soldiers and civilians. Then in 1991, in their retreat from Kuwait, Saddam Hussein's troops set alight oil fields, polluting land and air. Point 2. Not only did such wars themselves cause untold environmental degradation, but also the manufacture of munitions exacted a fatal toll on workers and nearby communities, particularly during the Cold War, when the superpowers expended vast resources on the development of new, deadlier weapons of mass destruction. In the former USSR, military facilities leaked plumes of radioactive materials, contaminating towns, rivers, and lakes. In 1957, a nuclear dump exploded, forcing large-scale evacuations, and, in 1979, anthrax escaped from a bioweapons laboratory, exposing civilians. During the Cold War, the USSR conducted more than 700 nuclear tests, displacing indigenous communities and contaminating Kazakhstan and the Arctic. Notably, in 1961, the detonation of the RDS-220 aka, the Tsar Bomba, which, at a strength of 50 megatons, remains the largest explosion ever produced by humankind. 3. Other nations' militaries conducted equally reckless experiments with nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons. These tests were often held in their colonies, causing indigenous people to suffer the consequences. In the 1930s and 1940s, Britain exposed hundreds of Indian soldiers to mustard agent and, in the 1950s, detonated nuclear weapons in Australia and the Pacific, where it set safe radiation limits higher for primitive people. France conducted almost 200 nuclear shots in its colonies of Algeria and French Polynesia. When the environmental group Greenpeace attempted to monitor these tests in 1985, the French government dispatched saboteurs to blow up their ship, the Rainbow Warrior. China, too, detonated dozens of nuclear weapons in Lop Nur, exposing hundreds of thousands of Muslim Uyghurs to radioactive fallout. 4. During the last 80 years, no nation's military has damaged the planet more than that of the United States. Since 1941, the United States has been at almost constant war, causing extreme environmental contamination. Its atomic bombings of Japan, while taking 200,000 lives in 1945, produced widespread radioactive fallout. In Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, its use of Agent Orange and other herbicides sickened millions of Southeast Asians, U.S. troops, and their allies. So severe was this environmental destruction that it gave birth to a new word, ecocide. More recently, US-led wars in the Middle East have contaminated communities with lead and depleted uranium, while military burn pits in Iraq and Afghanistan have released untold toxins, sickening local civilians and U.S. troops alike. Between 1945 and 1992, the United States exploded more than 1,100 nuclear bombs, mostly in the Pacific region and the deserts of the United States. These tests dispossessed local peoples, poisoned their health, and contaminated their lands, in some cases, so badly that they may never be able to return. In addition, hundreds of thousands of U.S. troops and civilians today known as downwinders were exposed to fallout. As well as detonating full-scale weapons, U.S. scientists tested the effects of radiation in smaller, more pernicious ways. During the Cold War, in the name of national security, they allowed reactors to melt down in outdoor stress tests, vented radioactive particles to judge their dispersal in the environment, and conducted experiments on prisoners, mentally disabled children, and expectant mothers. 5. Accompanying these radiation tests, the U.S. military also ran trials of chemical and biological weapons on unsuspecting populations. In the 1950s and 1960s, it spread bacteria over San Francisco and in the New York subway to simulate bioweapon attacks and, until the mid-1970s under the auspices of Project 112, exposed service members to toxins, including nerve and mustard agents, without their knowledge. 6. Just as in the Soviet Union, the factories that manufactured the Pentagon's Cold War weapons of mass destruction created severe pollution. In 1979, for example, a dam breached at Church Rock Uranium Mill in New Mexico, contaminating Navajo people's water supplies with radioactive materials. Likewise, the facilities that built the atom bombs dropped on Japan, including Hanford Site in Washington State and Los Alamos National Laboratory in New Mexico, were contaminated, as were the factories that produced Agent Orange for the Vietnam War. The very weapons designed to protect Americans and their allies have ended up poisoning them instead. For more than 7 decades, the Western Pacific region, Japan, Okinawa, and Micronesia has borne the brunt of U.S. military contamination. Hundreds of thousands of civilians, service members, and their families have been exposed to toxic substances, including radioactive fallout, nerve agents, and dioxin. Water, air, and soil have been polluted, and some areas have been rendered uninhabitable for the foreseeable future. During World War II, U.S. troops fought throughout the Pacific to liberate colonized people from brutal Japanese control, but following the war, instead of allowing their subjugated populations to enjoy their new freedom, the United States turned their islands and territories into military-administered colonies and used them as test grounds for weapons of mass destruction. In the Marshall Islands, the United States detonated dozens of nuclear devices, and on Okinawa, it conducted biological agent tests and packed the island with nuclear warheads and chemical munitions. Since the 1950s, the military has used its facilities in the region to wage conflicts around the world, leaving their indelible mark on both the war zones and its Pacific bases in the form of contamination from Agent Orange, depleted uranium, and an alphabet soup of such poisons as trichloroethylene, polychlorinated biphenyls, and per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances. Today, the peoples of the Pacific continue to live with the consequences of past and present military operations. In the Marshall Islands, radioactive fallout from U.S. nuclear tests prevents the return of inhabitants, while contaminated sites abound on Guam, Saipan, and Tinian. On Okinawa, pollution from military operations impedes the redevelopment of former base land, and, as later chapters show, the United States has laced the drinking water of 1/3 of the island's population with carcinogenic firefighting chemicals. For as long as the military has been contaminating the Pacific, it has also tried to hide its damage by covering up accidents and downplaying their impact. However, there are 2 ways to cut through the smoke screen: first, via the U.S. Freedom of Information Act, and, second, by interviewing former and current military personnel, base workers, and whistleblowers. As an investigative journalist, these are my 2 prime tools, and this book is the culmination of a decade of research, bringing together more than 10,000 pages of documents from the U.S. military, State Department, and Central Intelligence Agency. Dating from World War II to the present, these reports reveal the vast extent of contamination and the U.S. military's attempts to conceal it. Key documents have been uploaded to the publisher's homepage. Additionally, this book includes interviews with Americans, Japanese, Okinawans, and Micronesians who possess detailed knowledge of the workings of the U.S. military, people who are so concerned about safety conditions that they feel unable to stay silent. During World War II, many countries researched chemical and biological weapons, but only Japan used them in combat, a violation of international agreements. Chapter 1 explores the small island of Okinoshima, where Japan produced toxic agents and deployed them in China, killing thousands. Following surrender, the weapons were dumped at sea and buried throughout Japan and China, where they continue to injure people. Japan also had an industrial-scale biological weapons program in Manchuria led by Unit 731 scientists, who conducted tests on Chinese prisoners and unleashed typhoid, cholera, and plague on the civilian population. It planned attacks on the United States, too. Following surrender, U.S. officials granted immunity to suspected Japanese war criminals in exchange for their research data, which they then used to develop their own weapons of mass destruction. Chapter 2 explores the impact of U.S. nuclear weapons in the Pacific. After the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the United States concealed the spread of radiation and censored reports in the media. During the Cold War, the United States conducted 67 nuclear tests in the Marshall Islands, displacing islanders, particularly at Bikini Atoll, and polluting large areas with radioactive fallout, forcing local people to evacuate to avoid contamination, which still lingers today. In 1954, the Castle Bravo thermonuclear explosion, one of the world's worst environmental catastrophes, sickened Marshall Lace and Japanese fishermen, thousands of U.S. soldiers were again exposed to radiation during cleanup operations in the late 1970s. Chapter 3 starts with the Battle of Okinawa, which sowed the small island with UXO, while taking the lives of more than 1/4 of the civilian population. In the 27 years following the end of World War II, the United States turned Okinawa into a military colony that its troops nicknamed the Junk Heap of the Pacific. Bases possessed one of the largest arsenals of weapons of mass destruction on the planet, and accidents involving these munitions sickened service members and civilians, and pose an ongoing risk today. During the Vietnam War, the U.S. military sprayed millions of liters of experimental herbicides, principally the most infamous, Agent Orange, across Indochina. Chapter 4 examines how the United States has wrapped its herbicide program in lies, concealing the chemicals' usage, their toxicity, and the locations where they were used. Hundreds of veterans insist that they stored, sprayed, and dumped Agent Orange on Okinawa, the most important staging point for the Vietnam War, but the government denies that the chemicals were ever present there and refuses to help most of the sick service members. Chapter 5 examines how the U.S. military became the worst polluter on the planet. Throughout the 20th century, its wars contaminated foreign countries with dioxin, depleted uranium, and UXO. In the United States, 40,000 sites have seeped poisons into the ground and local water sources. In recent years, the federal government has forced its military to become more environmentally responsible in the United States, but in Japan, the U.S. military's 78 facilities are still allowed to contaminate with impunity according to the terms of the Japan-U.S. Status of Forces Agreement. As a result, time and time again, pollution has been discovered on returned base land, causing grave health and economic consequences. Chapter 6 lifts the lid on how bases have contaminated present-day Okinawa, host to 31 facilities and home to 50,000 Americans related to the military. FOIA released reports and interviews with whistleblowers reveal damage from depleted uranium, solvents, and PCBs. Unlike in the United States, the military has refused to take responsibility for the contamination, and the Japanese government can't or won't do anything to intervene. Chapter 7 explores how Japan, the only nation to suffer wartime atomic attack, came to embrace nuclear power. Due to a propaganda campaign run by U.S. intelligence officials and Japanese conservatives, more than 50 nuclear plants were built in Japan, ignoring the risks of earthquakes and tsunami. After the 2011 meltdowns at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant, U.S. service members were exposed to radiation while operating in the Tohoku region, and, unbeknownst to the Japanese public, the military dumped radioactive water into sewers beneath its bases. Today, the United States possesses 16 territories unprotected by the full extent of the Constitution. Chapter 8 explores how the military has contaminated Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and Johnston Atoll. Guam was exposed to fallout from the first U.S. full thermonuclear blast in 1952, but residents have received no compensation. Meanwhile, CIA operations on Saipan littered the island with abandoned hazardous materials. Johnston Atoll has suffered from the full spectrum of U.S. weapons of mass destruction, polluted with plutonium from failed nuclear launches, used as a dump site for Agent Orange, and finally transformed into a factory to decommission chemical weapons. The U.S. military is the most powerful organization in the world, and the Pacific communities it has poisoned are some of the poorest. Despite their seeming powerlessness, many people in the region refuse to let the military continue to contaminate their land. Chapter 9 profiles some of the activists and organizations demanding environmental justice and proposes fairer guidelines that prioritize human health and the environment to protect the region from further damage in the decades to come. Nukadu Takara. Life is precious. The Pacific. 1. Japanese weapons of mass destruction and the U.S. cover-up. Relations between the United States and Japan date to 1853, when U.S. gunboats sailed into Tokyo Bay and demanded the nation open to trade. For centuries, Japan had closed itself off from the world, threatening those who left or landed with execution, according to a policy known as Sakoku, which had insulated it from the colonization suffered by other Asian countries but, at the same time, left it lacking the industrial advances that had become commonplace in the West. The arrival of U.S. warships and the subsequent imposition of unequal trade treaties convinced Japanese leaders they needed to modernize and fast to avoid further exploitation. In the following decades, under the Meiji Reform, Japan introduced sweeping reforms, central to which was the creation of a vast national army. As well as adopting such Western innovations as steam power and industrial production, Japan also embraced its love of colonialism. For a half-millennium, European nations had been exploiting Asia for its natural resources, and now, by the end of the 19th century, Japan was hungry to build its own empire. In 1895, it annexed Taiwan, and 10 years later it defeated Russia, becoming the first modern Asian country to beat a European power. In 1910, Japan occupied Korea. With the outbreak of World War I, Japan saw an opportunity to expand its empire, and so, based on an alliance with Britain, it declared war on Germany and seized its colonies in China and Micronesia. At post-war Versailles, sitting down on the winner's side of the table, Japanese leaders proposed a clause guaranteeing racial equality in the hope they would receive the international recognition as an imperial power they had long been seeking, but it was rejected. The refusal cemented Japan's suspicions that the coming years would set it on a collision course with Western powers in Asia, and as a result it ratcheted up the modernization of its military and, what was de rigueur at the time, the creation of a state-of-the-art chemical weapons program. During World War I, approximately 135,000 tons of chemical agents had been used on the battlefields of Europe, killing 90,000 soldiers and injuring 1 million. Although Japan's troops had not participated in this combat, its military leaders were aware of the munitions' effectiveness and keen to harness their power. In 1919, Japan established the Army Institute of Scientific Research in Tokyo to study chemical weapons, and in the following years, Japanese scientists traveled to France, Germany, and the United States to learn production techniques. In 1923, Japanese research suffered a setback when a 7.9 magnitude earthquake struck Tokyo, destroying many of the military's laboratories and forcing it to seek a new site. 1. Okinoshima, Poison Gas Island. The army chose the small island of Okinoshima, Hiroshima Prefecture. Located 3 kilometers from the mainland in the Inland Sea, it was isolated enough to maintain secrecy and prevent widespread loss of life in case of accident. At the same time, Okinoshima was close to key ports and rail lines, so its products could easily be transported domestically and overseas. In 1927, the army evicted Okinoshima's 7 households and placed the island under the Military Secrets Act, making it off-limits to the public. In the following years, the government constructed a 150-building complex of chemical weapon production facilities, including factories, laboratories, test centers, and warehouses. Buildings were painted green and brown to camouflage them from the air, while trains traveling along the mainland coast were ordered to lower their blinds when passing the area. In 1932, the authorities removed the island from maps. 2. On Okinoshima, the army produced 5 chemical weapons: tear gas, vomiting agent, hydrogen cyanide, lewisite, and mustard agent. Vomiting agent was comprised of the arsenic compounds diphenylcyanursine and diphenylchloroarsine, packed into small flares, canisters, and barrel-sized tubs. When lit by a fuse, the smoke caused sneezing, vomiting, and temporary blindness. Inhaled at high concentrations, it was lethal. 3. Lewisite had first been manufactured by U.S. scientists in the final weeks of World War I, too late to deploy in combat. With a distinctive smell of geraniums, it caused blisters, blindness, and bloody noses. It could also trigger Lewisite shock, whereby damaged capillaries harm the kidneys and lead to fatally low blood pressure. The weapon for which Okinoshima was best known was mustard agent. Named after its pungent odor, the chemical's short-term effects included watery blisters and blindness. Long-term, mustard agent has been linked to lung and respiratory cancer, and damage to DNA. Unlike such gaseous chemical weapons as chlorine, mustard agent is viscous. After deployment, it can remain in the soil, staying dangerous for weeks. On Okinoshima, scientists mixed mustard agent with lewisite in a formula that stayed a liquid at low temperatures, enabling its use during the sub-zero winters of northern China, which Japan had occupied since 1932.4. The Japanese military assigned a color code to each of its chemical weapons. Red agent was the vomit-inducing Da and DN, yellow agent was a mix of mustard and lewisite. Quality control was assured at a test laboratory where rabbits were gassed in glass cases or shaved and exposed to blister agents. Manufacturing Okonoshima's chemical weapons was a workforce of 6,600 adults, often keeping the facility running 24 hours a day. For the most dangerous work, they wore full-body rubber suits hooked to ventilators, which workers nicknamed octopus suits due to their goggles and proliferation of tubes. But the suits sprang leaks, and yellow agent caused severe skin and respiratory problems. Although a clinic on the island provided rudimentary care for sick workers, its doctors were more concerned about sending records of patients' symptoms to military research centers, where the data was used to develop more potent weapons. 5. With the start of the war against the United States, more Japanese adults were conscripted to fight overseas, creating labor shortages at home. Elsewhere these were filled with forced workers from China and Korea. However, the secrecy of Okonoshima's mission restricted it to Japanese nationals. Starting in June 1943, more than 1,000 children between the ages of 13 and 15 were brought to work on the island, where they assembled smoke canisters and sewed 10-meter-wide paper balloons designed to drop biological weapons and explosives on the United States. Disposing of the waste materials and stacking barrels exposed these children to the same toxins as adult laborers. No area of Okinoshima was untouched by contamination. Red pine trees, once the pride of island residents, were defoliated by fumes so strong they also corroded windows. Toxic runoff killed marine life. 6. As well as Okinoshima, there were at least 34 other production and storage depots for chemical weapons in Japan. At Kokura City, Fukuoka Prefecture, 1,000 workers, again including children, produced blue agent, phosgene. 10 times more toxic than chlorine and with a smell of fresh hay. Upon inhalation it reacts with moisture in the lungs to form hydrochloric acid. It is often fatal. At Kokura, too, workers fell ill in large numbers. 7. Sagamai Naval Factory, Kanagawa Prefecture, was the site of the Japanese Navy's chemical weapons production facilities. Opened in 1943, it manufactured approximately 760 tons of poison agents during its short run. These munitions were designed to support guerrilla operations against the upcoming Allied invasion of the homeland. Bottles labeled beer were filled with mustard agent and lewisite, ready to lob at enemy troops, while, throughout the nation, women and children trained to fight with bamboo spears. 8. During World War II, the major powers produced chemical weapons, but Japan was the only country to use them in combat. Japanese chemical weapons in combat. Since the start of its occupation of Manchuria in 1932, Japanese rule had been characterized by brutality, corruption, and exploitation of the local population. Japanese officials saw Manchuria as a place where they could conduct activities impermissible elsewhere. In 1937, the Japanese military launched an invasion of the rest of China. Outnumbered by Chinese forces, Japan sought any way to gain an advantage. From the outset of the conflict, it deployed chemical and biological weapons. In Wuhan, Hubei province, for example, between August and November 1938, Japanese troops used approximately 32,000 grenades and 10,000 artillery shells of red agent. Army manuals described the results of such attacks: enemy troops writhed, choking on the floor, and Japanese soldiers, accidentally exposed by a change in wind direction, evacuated their bowels. For some Chinese troops, red agent was lethal. When the soldiers came in contact with special smoke, Some seriously affected persons bled through their noses and mouths and died from asphyxiation. 9. During raids, Japanese troops employed small quantities of red agent as a knockdown gas to incapacitate their victims. In one case in March 1944, in Zhejiang County, Hebei Province, 6 Chinese men captured in this manner were then taken to Japan and forced to work in Nagano and Gifu prefectures. 10. As the war in China escalated, Japanese troops deployed the full range of Japan's Okinoshima arsenal. In October 1941, for example, in Akane, the Japanese army fired more than 300 bombs containing mustard agent and the blood agent hydrogen cyanide, resulting in 600 fatalities. Then, in February 1942, Japanese soldiers spread approximately 300 tons of mustard agent in Taihan, Shaanxi Province, killing hundreds. 11. The Japanese military's use of chemical weapons violated international agreements. Japan was a member of the 1907 Hague Convention, and it had signed but not ratified the 1925 Geneva Agreement, explicitly outlawing the use of chemical and bacteriological weapons. To conceal their actions on the battlefield, Japanese military commanders ordered their troops to retrieve as many chemical barrels and canisters as possible. But Japan's use of toxic munitions was so widespread that it was impossible to hide, and word soon reached the international community. In May 1938, the League of Nations passed a resolution condemning Japanese chemical attacks in China, and the U.S. press carried reports that, by 1942, there had been at least 1,000 mustard and Lewisite attacks against Chinese troops. 12. In June 1942, President Franklin D. Roosevelt condemned Japanese use of chemical weapons as an inhuman form of warfare and warned that if such use persisted in China and elsewhere, retaliation in kind and in full measure will be meted out. The warning deterred the Japanese military from the organized use of chemical weapons against white troops. There were only a handful of uses in Guadalcanal, involving toxic smoke, and on Okinawa, although chemical weapons were discovered after the war, there were no recorded instances of their actual use in combat. 13. However, in China, Roosevelt's warning went unheeded, and by the end of the war, Japan had used chemical weapons an estimated 2,000 times, resulting in as many as 40,000 military and civilian deaths. 14. As with its deployment of biological weapons, after the war, no Japanese leaders were ever prosecuted by the Allies for their nation's use of chemical weapons. One exception occurred in Hong Kong in 1948, when the Australian military prosecuted 2 Japanese soldiers for exposing an Australian POW to hydrogen cyanide in Indonesia in 1944. Japanese troops had wanted to check whether their chemical weapons had exceeded their shelf life, so they threw them at a captured Australian Air Force captain and a Dutch East Indies Air Force sergeant. The weapons were still potent and, in post-war Hong Kong, the Japanese soldiers were sentenced to death. 15. During the war, the United States, too, had drawn up plans to use its own stockpiles of chemical and biological agents. Major Japanese cities would be drenched in phosgene and mustard agent, rice fields would be targeted with anti-crop chemicals. Meanwhile, an arms factory in Indiana was tasked with producing tens of thousands of anthrax bombs to spread disease throughout Japan. Ultimately, however, the United States decided to deploy another weapon of mass destruction instead. 16. The Allies arrive on Okinoshima. Between August 15, 1945, when Emperor Hirohito announced his nation's surrender, and the arrival of Allied troops in Japan 2 weeks later, the nation's skies turned black as officials burned documents that might be used as evidence against them in war crimes trials. On Okinoshima, too, the army incinerated reports, dismantled some production facilities, and dumped munitions at sea. Workers burned their employment papers, fearing American reprisal. Wartime intelligence had alerted the Allies to the existence of Japan's chemical weapons program, so American officers arriving in Tokyo conducted interrogations to discover its location. In October, Allied troops landed on Okinoshima, where they found the factories largely intact and vast stockpiles of chemical weapons. At the time, Australian troops administered the region, but with little experience in handling chemical weapons, they asked the United States for assistance. Experts from the Army's Chemical Warfare Service arrived on Okinoshima and drew up plans to remove the poisons. With memories of dangerous conditions fresh in their minds, the island's previous workers refused to return, so the Allies ordered the Teacoca Rayon Company to send a crew. In the following weeks, 300 of these workers gathered approximately 15,000 tons of weapons and 3,000 tons of base chemicals from Okinoshima and neighboring islands. 17. The U.S. military devised a two-stage plan: first destroy the weapons, then destroy the facilities. Starting in May 1946, workers loaded the poisons onto 2 American ships and ran a pipe from the island's yellow agent storage tanks to pump the poisons onto the vessels. 1 man died when he was exposed to blister agent on one of the ships, and another 90 were injured when the hose from shore to ship was severed in a storm. Following the accident, an American officer ordered workers at gunpoint to retrieve the broken pipe from the seabed. 1 man developed blisters from head to toe, hospitalizing him for 3 months. After the loading work had been completed, the 2 ships sailed south, where, overlooked by an Allied submarine, they were sunk in the Pacific. 18. Following Japanese surrender, Allied forces ordered civilians to gather barrels of chemical weapons and bombs on a beach on Okinoshima. This August 1946 photograph shows the ordnance before it was loaded onto ships, which were then sunk in the Pacific. Australian War Memorial. Back on Okinoshima, the Allies faced the problem of how to dispose of the remaining stocks of red agent, which due to its buoyancy could not be dumped at sea. Workers packed some of the weapons into air raid shelters and burned them. 1 worker lost his arm when the propellant exploded. Tens of thousands of vomit agent canisters were stacked in caves and doused with seawater and bleach, a mixture the Allies believed would render safe the arsenic-based munitions. The caves' entrances were then plugged with concrete blocks. Stage 2 of disposal operations began in May 1947. Allied officers ordered laborers to tear down Okonoshima's main buildings and raze the ruins with flamethrowers, work that enveloped the island in dense smoke. Today the walls of the remaining buildings are still blackened, and the island's interior is littered with pipes and chunks of the ceramic pots once used to manufacture blister agent. On Okinoshima in March 1947, Japanese workers, following Allied orders, used flamethrowers to incinerate the interior of chemical weapon factories. The smoke enveloped the island, and many workers fell sick. Australian War Memorial. The 1947 cleanup operation was so fatiguing that the deputy director of one of the Teacoca Rayon factories died from overwork. However, there was a payoff for the company. The United States allowed it to take large stocks of chemicals to manufacture insecticides. In the early 1950s, the U.S. military renovated some of Okonoshima's buildings into arsenals for its own weapons used in the Korean War. Local communities suspect U.S. chemical munitions were stored on Okinoshima in the same way they were brought to Okinawa at this time. 19. The cleanup of Okinoshima failed to remove the dangers posed by the island's chemical weapons. Fishing ships, for example, hauled up dumped ordnance. In May 1958, a 20-kilogram hydrogen cyanide bomb netted near Okinoshima was taken to a scrapyard, where it leaked, killing 1 and injuring 27. On the island itself, 2 workers were exposed to suspected yellow agent in July 1955, after finding contaminated clothing in a pond. 1 of the men died from his injuries. 20. In the 1960s, against the advice of former employees who knew the dangers of their previous worksite, Japanese authorities decided to transform Okinoshima into a national vacation village. Japanese self-defense forces were tasked with conducting surveys for remaining chemical weapons. In 1961, they discovered in an air raid shelter enough canisters of red agent to fill 5 or 6 trucks. Then, again in 1970, government officials discovered hundreds of canisters of smoke and vomiting gas in a cave, but instead of removing them, they merely sealed them in place. 21. In 1995, Government surveys at several locations on Okinoshima detected serious arsenic contamination from red agent in soil, and the groundwater, the source of the island's drinking water, was also polluted. Seeking a safe supply, authorities decided to run a pipeline from the mainland to Okinoshima, but they had to abandon the plan due to concerns the construction work might dislodge chemical weapons dumped on the seabed. Today, all water consumed on the island is delivered by weekly boat. 9 out of 10 workers involved in Okonoshima's wartime production and post-war cleanup suffered serious health damage, especially respiratory tract cancers and chronic bronchitis. Others committed suicide. Initially, the Japanese government avoided helping the survivors. In 1961, following demands from former full-time workers, it finally began to award them monthly financial aid. In 1965, it offered payments to the families of the deceased. Support for part-time workers, child laborers, and those involved in the cleanup operations took even longer to be approved, a situation complicated by some claimants having destroyed their own work papers due to fears of Allied prosecution. In 1975, the Japanese government started providing free medical treatment and a small monthly allowance, but only after victims met strict screening criteria. Point 22. The Japanese authorities' response left many workers feeling betrayed. They had been poisoned while supporting the nation's war effort, but the government then did all it could to evade responsibility. The Ministry of Education has kept from most textbooks the military's use of chemical weapons in China, so today few Japanese people are aware of this history. Now, Okinoshima is a popular tourist destination, nicknamed Rabbit Island, thanks to hundreds of the animals that, according to who you ask, either escaped from the island's World War II laboratories or, more likely, were brought there to attract visitors in recent years. The rabbits burrow alongside the air raid dump sites and hump among the piles of broken pots once containing blister agents. A poison gas museum was opened in 1988, but it is often bypassed by visitors more attracted to the Instagram charm of the bunnies. Local guide and chemical weapons expert Yamauchi Masayuki says the Japanese government would prefer that people forget what happened on Okinoshima. Thousands of chemical weapons remain buried here. The ground is still contaminated, and the water can't be drunk. There is the danger of contamination throughout the island, but tests have only been conducted for arsenic and none for other substances such as lead and mercury. 23. No one knows how contaminated the rabbits are. Japanese chemical weapon production also impacted the communities that produced raw materials for Okonoshima's factories. In Shimane Prefecture, a production area for the ingredients of Lewisite, rice fields were poisoned and people fell ill. Beginning in 1937, there was an outbreak of serious illnesses in another area producing raw materials for chemical weapons, this time in Fukuoka Prefecture, sickening 12,000 and killing more than 700. At the time, it was blamed on dysentery, a theory the chief of the local water board strongly rejected. 25 years later, researchers discovered that, prior to the outbreak, there had been an explosion at the factory, which, they believe, contaminated the water. The company denied the charge. 24. Manufacturers of the raw chemicals, which reaped large profits from military contracts, have paid no compensation to survivors. Reincarnated under new names, their businesses boomed during the post-war years, especially during the Korean War, when the United States pumped billions of dollars into Japanese companies to supply material for its troops. The poisoned homeland. In 1998, high levels of arsenic were detected in wells providing drinking water to Kamasu Town, Ibaraki Prefecture. As many as 500 residents fell ill, and authorities suspected contamination from red agent was to blame. The incident prompted the Japanese government to launch a nationwide investigation into post-war dumps of chemical ordnance. 25. Published in 2003, the survey gathered the testimonies of Japanese veterans and reports from the US and Australian militaries. The results stunned the Japanese public, most of whom either knew little of their nation's wartime chemical weapons or assumed they'd been stored in only a handful of arsenals. The survey revealed that poison munitions had been dispersed throughout Japan during the war for testing, stockpiled for an Allied invasion, and then, as air raids intensified, moved to areas deemed less of a target. Following surrender, Japanese and Allied troops had dumped these caches at more than 40 sites. The area worst affected was the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Chaoshi City, Chiba Prefecture, where U.S. forces had sunk at least 450 tons of chemical weapons in popular fishing grounds, a decision that would later haunt residents, as more than 600 incidents involving these munitions would occur in the coming decades. 26. The U.S. military had been irresponsible in its initial sea dumps, but the Japanese government's delay in reacting to the problem was equally negligent. In March 1970, it finally initiated cleanup operations in the Chaoshi area, but only 11 chemical weapons were retrieved, and 8 more people were injured. That same year, another cleanup lasting from mid-September to early October was more successful, clearing about 60 items, with no recorded injuries. 27. In recent years, the number of reported discoveries has dropped significantly, however, this may be due to fears of fuhiuhigai. Fishing crews may indeed have been netting ordnance but not informing the authorities to avoid negative media coverage, which might damage sales of locally caught seafood. Fishing crews have been injured in other parts of Japan, including Tokyo Bay and coastal areas of Kyushu. In July 1985, for example, in Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture, several children suffered injuries to their eyes and skin while playing next to a metal tube netted by fishermen and left on the wharf side. 28. There have also been high-profile incidents inland. In 1995, in Dejima, Hiroshima Prefecture, widespread arsenic contamination of the soil was discovered. At the end of World War II, a private company had bought surplus materials from the production of red agent and abandoned them. The prefecture buried them in 1973. The official response drew public anger, delays were made in the cleanup, and the national government left prefectural authorities to pick up the tab, despite the chemical's origins under military contract. 29. In 1996, in the northernmost prefecture of Hokkaido, Japanese authorities discovered 26 50-kilogram blister agent bombs at the bottom of Lake Kushiro, a source of local drinking water. Following their removal, they were buried in nearby woods and, 4 years later, destroyed by international experts. 30. Kanagawa Prefecture, home to Japanese naval production facilities, has also experienced numerous incidents. Between 2002 and 2003, more than a dozen construction workers were injured by such abandoned chemical weapons as mustard agent, lewisite, and hydrogen cyanide. Authorities subsequently unearthed more than 800 bottles of guerrilla warfare munitions and discovered widespread soil contamination. 31. China, abandoned weapons, abandoned people. China has suffered the most from abandoned Japanese chemical weapons. During World War II, Japan shipped approximately 7.5 million shells there, and following surrender, munitions that had not been used in combat were either left in place or dumped in lakes and rivers. Almost all documents related to their original deployment, use, and disposal were destroyed. Since the war, these abandoned chemical weapons have been discovered at more than 90 sites, and approximately 2,000 Chinese people have been injured. 32. For decades, the Japanese government refused to admit it had brought chemical weapons to China, let alone do anything to clear them away. Then, in 1992, the Chinese government presented data at a conference in Geneva, claiming the Japanese military had abandoned some 2 million chemical weapons in their country. Later it reduced its estimate to 400,000. The announcement came in the run-up to negotiations concerning the Chemical Weapons Convention, a treaty that sought to eliminate stockpiles of such weapons, including abandoned ones. Realizing it would have to clean up its dumped ordnance, Japan was initially reluctant to sign the agreement. However, the United States pressured Japan into joining to compel China to destroy its own stockpile of modern chemical weaponry. In 1993, Japan signed the convention. In 1999, it finally admitted that it had abandoned chemical weapons in China and agreed to clean them up. Since then, safety, logistical, and political problems have delayed any real progress. The rusty weapons are leaking toxins and, in many places, are mixed with conventional explosives, increasing the risks for cleanup teams. The locations of the dumps are often difficult to access and, in northern China, frozen ground limits the time when the work can be conducted. Final cleanup costs have been estimated at $9 billion to be paid by Japan, but, in 2007, remediation had to be halted due to a financial scandal involving the Japanese company contracted to perform the work. 33. Some of the largest hurdles have been political. In Japan, conservatives still deny its military deployed chemical weapons to China, and neo-nationalist sound trucks often picket exhibitions attempting to educate the public on the problem. Subsequently, there is little popular support, let alone awareness, of the cleanup attempts. On the Chinese side, too, the government has exploited the issue to score points in Sino-Japan relations, while, on the ground, Japanese contractors have been held to higher environmental standards than their local counterparts. At times, these factors have slowed the pace of remediation to a standstill. It was not until September 2010 that the first chemical weapons were destroyed, and as of March 2018, only 49,000 weapons, 12% of the estimated total, had been eliminated. 34. The legacy of Okunoshima's chemical weapons is not unique to Japan and China, it is a common one for militaries all around the world. Nations spend massive amounts of time, money, and scientific resources manufacturing the most technologically advanced weapons possible. However, they always omit one important point: how to dismantle the munitions if they end up abandoned or unused. The problem is especially urgent when it involves weapons of mass destruction. The United States has struggled for decades to demilitarize its own arsenals of chemical ordnance. In many cases, at the time of the production of such weapons, the technology does not even exist to dismantle them and must be developed from scratch. The hurdles are not only technological, but also economic. Swept up in their grand schemes, war planners neglect to factor in the costs of cleanup. There is always enough money to build new weapons but rarely enough to render them safe. Japanese biological weapons. Compared to the chemical weapons that previously had been produced by most major powers before, during, and after World War I, research into biological weapons was a slower process. Britain did not begin until 1940, and the United States held off until 1943, before setting up a research center at Camp Detrick, Maryland. With a starting date of 1932, Japan was ahead of the pack, motivated, as with chemical weapons, by a desire to exert control in Manchuria, where its troops were outnumbered, and defend the long, isolated border with the Soviet Union. Heading Japanese research on biological weapons was Ishii Shiro, a doctor educated at prestigious Kyoto University, who led the Army's Unit 731. Working alongside Ishii were hundreds of other scientists based at more than 20 sites in the Japanese Empire, two of which were Singapore and Burma. 35. In 1932, the Japanese military began to research biological weapons at Zhonma prison camp in Baiyanhe, Heilongjiang province. Scientists exposed human subjects, including anti-Japanese guerrillas, Russian prisoners of war, and criminals, to three main diseases: anthrax, glanders, and plague. 36. Following a prison break in 1934, the military closed Zhonma prison camp and relocated its headquarters for biological weapons research to a much larger site at Pingfan, measuring 6 square kilometers. After forcibly removing 6 villages, the military built a complex tailored to the mass production of biological weapons: greenhouses to test anti-crop diseases, barns to experiment on animals, a runway from which Unit 731's air wing could conduct bomb trials, and prisons for human subjects. Japanese officials told residents the complex was a lumber mill, and from this pretense sprung the code by which Japanese scientists called their human subjects Merida. At least 3,000 Merida were killed at Pingfan, and many others died at sites across the empire. 37. Conducting research at Pingfan were approximately 1,000 scientists, many of whom, like Ishii, were graduates of Japan's top universities. To keep them enjoying a lifestyle to which they were accustomed, the Pingfang complex was equipped with a swimming pool, bars, and a geisha house. Middle and high schools were also built for their children. Throughout the late 1930s and early 1940s, scientists shuttled back and forth between Pingfan and universities in Japan, publishing papers, giving lectures, and recruiting graduates for the biological weapons program. 38. Merida. At Pingfan, scientists expanded their research from the 3 diseases studied at Zhongma prison camp to other human pathogens with the potential for weaponization, including cholera, typhoid, and gas gangrene. Production of these diseases took place on a massive scale. Pathogens were grown on thousands of jelly-like culture plates. At its peak, these could produce hundreds of kilograms of bacteria a month. Fleas were bred in large metal containers holding rats and rice husks. Pingfan had an estimated 4,000 such containers monthly, producing millions of fleas. 39. From a military perspective, one of the largest challenges of biological weapons is delivering them to their target explosives, for example, incinerate the pathogens before they can infect their victims. To overcome this problem, Japanese scientists experimented with bombs made from glass and ceramics that would fragment into shards of infected shrapnel. In tests, these bombs were loaded with fleas and dropped onto targets surrounded with flypapers. Scientists then counted the number of fleas stuck at each distance from the bomb. Moreover, Japanese scientists fitted aircraft with equipment to spray biological weapons from low altitudes and infected hundreds of horses and sheep with anthrax spores. 40. Human experiments involved tying Merida to stakes at fixed distances from bombs to investigate how they could be infected by such diseases as anthrax and gas gangrene. Prisoners were also given milk, chocolate, and melons infected with typhus and bubonic plague. Following exposure, test subjects were dissected while still alive and without anesthetics, which doctors feared would muddy their data. 41. In Manchuria, Japanese researchers also conducted human experiments with the chemical weapons produced at Okinoshima. For example, in outdoor tests in 1940, hundreds of shells of mustard agent were fired into the midst of Chinese prisoners to ascertain the effectiveness of different kinds of shelters and protective gear. Other Merida were forced to drink yellow agent, and it was dripped into prisoners' eyes. Pingfan also possessed a chamber where human subjects, including at least one mother and child, were gassed with hydrogen cyanide. While the Japanese were conducting such experiments in China, on the other side of the world, the Nazis were using hydrogen cyanide in the form of Zyklon B to kill millions of Jews, gypsies, and political enemies. 42. Leaving no doubt that knowledge of Unit 731 tests permeated the highest levels of Japanese society, the emperor's younger brother, Prince Mikasa, recalled in his memoirs watching films of Chinese prisoners made to march on the plains of Manchuria for poison gas experiments on humans. 43. Outside China, Japanese scientists conducted research in Singapore, breeding rats and fleas carrying bubonic plague. In the Philippines, prisoners of war were used in experimental amputations and dissections. Meanwhile, at Kyushu Imperial University in May and June 1945, medical teams unaffiliated with Unit 731 subjected 8 American POWs to live experiments, including removal of their lungs, injections with seawater, and drilling into their brains. 44. Biological weapons in combat. The extent to which the Japanese military used biological weapons in combat is still widely debated. Following the war, for example, Ishii claimed there only had been 12 such instances, but today most experts believe that number is far higher. One of the earliest deployments of biological weapons occurred along the Soviet-Manchuria border in 1939. According to former Unit 731 members, Japanese troops poured typhoid and other bacteria into the Khalkhin-Gol River, hoping it would sicken the Russian troops camped downstream. The results were inconclusive, but ECE's unit received a commendation following the action, suggesting his superiors were satisfied with the results. 45 Throughout 1939 and 1940, the Japanese military continued to conduct field tests with typhoid, poisoning approximately 1,000 wells in the Harbin area. 46. The following October, there were two well-documented attacks on cities in Zhejiang province, where Japanese aircraft scattered a mixture of grain and fleas over Ningpo and Chuxin. According to the Chinese medical journal, wheat had likely been dropped to attract the local rat population, which would then become infected by the fleas. Bubonic plague later spread in the areas, resulting in a reported 120 deaths. The disease had not occurred in the region before. A similar attack took place in 1941, in Changde, where 36 kilograms of plague-carrying fleas were dropped, sparking an epidemic that killed 7,643 residents. 47. In April 1942, the U.S. military launched its first-ever air attack on Japan. Known as the Doolittle Raid, 18 U.S. bombers took off from ships in the Pacific Ocean, struck the Tokyo area, and then landed in China, where the crews were helped by civilians and troops. Both the raid and local assistance infuriated the Japanese military, which took revenge by massacring 250,000 Chinese. As well as conventional weapons, the Japanese army employed biological munitions, contaminating wells and reservoirs with cholera, typhoid, and plague. Some of these attacks backfired, infecting Japanese troops, 1,700 of whom died. 48. In 1942, cholera epidemics blamed on Japanese biological weapons spread in Yunnan and Shandong provinces, killing 400,000 people. Elsewhere, Japanese airplanes dropped feathers riddled with anthrax, and troops left pens and canes contaminated with plague, and doled out rolls spiked with typhoid. Many of these operations were carried out to provide a veneer of legitimacy for Japan's scorched earth policies. When an epidemic broke out, the military would burn down the village on the pretext of disease control. 49. Against this backdrop of warfare, mass displacement, and starvation, it is difficult to accurately pinpoint the number of biological weapons victims. U.S. historian Sheldon H. Harris estimates the total in the six-figure range, 50, and Chinese experts have put the number at 580,000. On the other hand, Japan's leading Unit 731 researcher and no defender of its actions, Tsuneishi Kiyaki, has argued there is no evidence of widespread epidemics sparked by Japanese biological weapons use. 51. Also controversial is whether victims of Japanese bioweapon tests included allies. Without a doubt, Russian prisoners were tested, and there was the incident where 8 POWs were dissected at Kyushu University, but other American POWs believe they were used in human trials in the Mukden POW camp. According to the U.S. government, no conclusive evidence has been found. On the other hand, the Japanese military did explore at least 3 ways to use biological weapons against American troops and civilians. In 1944, during the Battle of Saipan, Japanese military scientists traveled to the island with a cargo of plague-carrying fleas to distribute around its runway, but their ship was sunk by U.S. submarines before it reached its destination. The second plan involved arming the paper balloons produced by children on Okinoshima and elsewhere to carry biological weapons on the Pacific Gulf Stream to the United States. According to Japanese scientists, many tests were conducted, but they eventually decided balloons were unsatisfactory for this purpose. Instead, the Japanese military loaded the balloons with conventional explosives and sent 6,000 of them aloft. Approximately 200 reached the United States, killing at least 7 people. U.S. authorities censored news of the attacks to avoid creating panic. The final bioweapons plan, codenamed Cherry Blossoms at Night, involved Japanese airplanes dropping plague-infected fleas over San Diego. Scheduled to start in September 1945, the war ended before it could be put into action. 52. The U.S. cover-up. After Japan's surrender, its military in China attempted to erase all traces of its biological weapons program. At Pingfan, the remaining Merida were gassed with hydrogen cyanide, documents were incinerated, and the buildings were demolished. Local laborers were killed so they could not reveal what had happened there. Most perniciously, Japanese scientists released the test animals, including horses infected with glanders and rats carrying bubonic plague. In the following years, these animals were linked to epidemics in the region. 53. Ahead of the 1.5 million Soviet troops advancing through Manchuria, Japanese scientists fled to Japan. At home, they attempted to blend into anonymity and avoid detection by Allied authorities. Ishii was so scared of arrest that he requested a newspaper run an article stating that he had been killed and asked his friends to hold a mock funeral for him. Occupation authorities arriving in Japan were aware of the biological weapons program. From Chinese sources, the United States had received information about plague outbreaks, and its own interviews of captured Japanese troops had provided details of Unit 731's research. U.S. forces tracked down key members of Unit 731, one of whom was Ishii, and both sides began a drawn-out game of bluff and counter-bluff. The Americans wanted human test data and wanted to keep it out of Soviet hands. Japanese scientists were equally wary of the Soviets and wanted immunity from the upcoming war crimes prosecutions in Tokyo. Between 1945 and 1947, experts from Camp Detrick conducted interviews with Japanese scientists, and although the full extent of the information given to the United States may never be known, a report from June 1947 gives a sense of its scope. It summarizes how Japanese scientists wrote for the Americans a 60-page paper on BW activities directed at man and provided information, including maps and tactics, related to 12 field tests against Chinese civilians and soldiers. Another 19-page report detailed biological weapons tests on crops using fungi, bacteria, and nematodes. The Camp Detrick author concluded it contained much interesting and worthwhile information. The Americans also interviewed other Japanese scientists specializing in biological weapons for use against animals. 54. As the interviews progressed, Japanese scientists admitted to still possessing 8,000 slides detailing how biological weapons had affected some 200 human cases. These had been concealed in temples and buried in the mountains of southern Japan, the scientists told the Americans. 55. In July 1947, letters from the Assistant Chief of Staff of General Headquarters revealed the military's delight at obtaining the human test data, describing it as the only information available in world and the field tests as the only known tests in actual warfare. The military concluded, information procured will have the greatest value in future development of the USBW program. In return for the data, Japanese scientists had received food, miscellaneous gift items, and entertainment, plus direct payments totaling between 150,000 and 200,000 yen. According to the military, this was a mere pittance. 56. 5 months later, another report from Camp Detrick was equally as effusive, stating, "Such information could not be obtained in our own laboratories because of scruples attached to human experimentation." The author went on to recommend, "It is hoped that individuals who voluntarily contributed this information will be spared embarrassment because of it and that every effort will be taken to prevent this information from falling into other hands." 57. To spare from embarrassment the Japanese scientists who had committed countless crimes against humanity, the United States granted them full immunity from prosecution. In the Tokyo trials, 5,700 Japanese war criminals and collaborators were charged, but no Japanese were punished for the use of biological weapons. U.S. prosecutors also kept the issue of chemical weapons out of the court for fear it would lead to questions about biological weapons and boomerang into accusations its atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were a form of poison warfare. Decades later, when the immunity agreement became public, one of the original Tokyo trial judges, B.V.A. Rawling, was livid, stating, "It is a bitter experience for me to be informed now that centrally ordered Japanese war criminality of the most disgusting kind was kept secret from the court by the U.S. government." 58. In 1949, the Soviet Union held its own trial of Japanese scientists, sentencing 12 to prison. At the time, General Douglas MacArthur dismissed the prosecutions as communist propaganda. Meanwhile, the Soviets were also taking advantage of Japanese biological weapons research, with 30 Japanese scientists working at a factory near Moscow. 59 Both the United States and the USSR had rehabilitated German experts in a similar manner, putting them to work on their rocket and atomic programs. In the following years, rumors abounded about the post-war activities of former Unit 731 scientists. One of them was linked to the sensational 1948 robbery of the Teikoku Bank in Tokyo, where 12 people were poisoned by a man claiming to be a public health officer treating an outbreak of dysentery in the neighborhood. Others were linked to a secret U.S. laboratory at Yokosuka Naval Base, Kanagawa Prefecture. The most persistent accounts place Japanese former military scientists collaborating with the United States to launch biological weapons attacks during the Korean War. The alleged assaults involved U.S. airplanes dropping disease-infected fleas and anthrax-laden feathers. Captured U.S. airmen admitted to the raids but later withdrew the confessions, claiming they'd been made under duress. A report by an international scientific commission concluded the bioweapons assaults appeared to be developments of those applied by the Japanese Army during the Second World War. The CIA dismissed the report's authors, who came from the United Kingdom, Sweden, and the Soviet Union, as commie liners 60. Such rumors have never been categorically proven or debunked, and in some ways, they detract from the abhorrent and well-documented reality of what Unit 731 scientists did after receiving immunity from prosecution. Many of them enjoyed successful careers in Japan, often parlayed on their human tests. They joined the faculty of top universities, entered pharmaceutical companies, and worked for the National Medical Association. One of them became governor of Tokyo and another the head of the Olympics Committee. Many former Unit 731 scientists found work at the U.S. Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission, taking tissue samples from Hiroshima and Nagasaki survivors often under duress and sending the data to the United States to improve nuclear warfare. 3 of the former Unit 731 top scientists went on to establish Japan's largest medical company, Green Cross, which hit the headlines in the 1980s, when it infected more than 2,000 hemophiliacs in Japan, South Korea, and the United States with HIV from untreated blood. 61. As for Ishii himself, in addition to gifts and money from the United States, he received a large retirement pension from the Japanese government. He opened a clinic in Tokyo and died from throat cancer in 1959. As with Japanese chemical weapons, Chinese people suffered the most from germ warfare. Because most documents had been destroyed or locked away in the United States, for more than a half-century the Japanese government was able to deny its troops had waged biological warfare in China. No reparations were paid to Chinese victims, and it was not until the early 1980s that the Japanese government even acknowledged the existence of Unit 731. In 1997, 180 Chinese victims and relatives of those killed by Japanese biological weapons filed a lawsuit in Tokyo seeking compensation from the Japanese government. During the next 5 years, 28 hearings were conducted, in which Chinese witnesses and Unit 731 veterans testified about spreading biological weapons through the civilian population. The plaintiffs demanded compensation for 2,100 victims whose identities and deaths could be confirmed. In 2002, the Tokyo court finally reached its verdict and the ruling was unprecedented. Judge Iwata Koji concluded the Japanese military had violated both the Hague and Geneva Conventions. The evidence shows that the Japanese troops, including Unit 731, used bacteriological weapons under the order of the Imperial Japanese Army's headquarters and that many local residents died. 62. The ruling contradicted decades of official denials and ought to have paved the way for justice for Unit 731's victims. But instead, the court stated they were not entitled to any compensation because according to peace treaties made with Japan in the 1970s, China had relinquished all such rights. The immunity deal brokered between U.S. occupation forces and Japanese Army scientists was one of the most significant in the post-war period. The pact signaled to Japanese militarists that if they collaborated with the United States, their past misdeeds no matter how evil would be not only forgiven, but also rewarded. It set the stage for further collusion between the United States and suspected Japanese war criminals in the coming years as Washington built Japan into a bulwark against communism. The United States turned its back on the Chinese victims of Japanese biological and chemical weapons despite China having been a U.S. ally during World War II and the slaughter of the more than 250,000 people who rescued its Doolittle pilots. In the coming Cold War, the United States ruled these victims better left forgotten, an inconvenient truth in the New World Order. U.S. occupation authorities and Japanese politicians deterred public debate on the matter, blanketing it in a wall of secrecy that, in Japan, lasted until the 1980s. Even today it is rarely discussed and still denied by Japanese conservatives. Just as importantly for the United States, its deal with Unit 731 scientists and other suspected war criminals also ensured the silence of post-war Japanese leaders regarding its own use of weapons of mass destruction in World War II. The United States tacitly agreed to let Japan abandon its Chinese victims and, in return, prevented Japan from criticizing its atomic bombings and the hundreds of thousands suffering from radiation poisoning in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. In this way, from the very beginning, U.S.-Japan post-war relations were built on a foundation of violence and complicity that absolved their military's leaders of guilt and disregarded the rights of civilians. 2. Nuclear warfare in Japan and the Marshall Islands. During the first decades of the 20th century, scientists around the world were racing to split the atom in the hope it would unleash tremendous amounts of energy that could be harnessed for the production of nuclear power or the creation of a bomb thousands of times more destructive than conventional explosives. The 1930s saw a series of leaps in nuclear physics, culminating in 1939, when fission was first sparked in uranium. By the early 1940s, with the world at war, the major powers were trying to militarize the atom but experienced little success. Germany's efforts were hampered by poor coordination between different research groups and Allied raids on production facilities, whereas Japan was stymied by shortage of funds and a lack of dedication among scientists, who doubted the efficacy of a nuclear bomb. Instead, Japan focused on the manufacture of chemical and biological weapons. 1. The United States was the only nation with the financial resources and a large enough pool of scientists, many having fled Nazi persecution in Europe, to pursue production of an atomic bomb. Backed by $2 billion from the government and the mobilization of some of the richest corporations in the country, within 3 years the Manhattan Project became as large as the entire automobile industry of the United States at that date, using as much as 10% of the nation's entire electric supply and employing 125,000 workers. While the rest of the world lacked the resources to build even a single type of atomic bomb, the United States simultaneously pursued two, one loaded with enriched uranium and the other with plutonium, a potentially more destructive element first discovered in 1940. Producing the world's first nuclear bombs was hazardous work. At the University of Chicago in 1942, scientists built a prototype reactor beneath the stands of the American football pitch, putting the campus if not the entire city at risk in case of an accident. Later, at the plutonium processing plant at Hanford, Washington, the military decided to speed up production of plutonium by cutting its cooling time, a shortcut that endangered workers' safety. Today, both Hanford and Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where uranium was enriched, are still contaminated from Manhattan Project work and post-war bomb production. Meanwhile, at the main research facility at Los Alamos, New Mexico, scientists brought together half-spheres of plutonium to estimate their criticality in a process they called tickling the dragon's tail. Following the war, the experiment killed 2 researchers who mishandled the grapefruit-sized core. 3. Scientists lacked knowledge about the health damages of radiation. Although they understood X-rays were dangerous in 1934, for example, radiation researcher Marie Curie had died from leukemia, they knew nothing of the impact of the full-body exposure that would occur following a nuclear explosion. Manhattan Project scientists were even less aware of the spread of fallout following a blast. Some team members raised concerns about such effects, but no serious studies were undertaken, even as they edged closer to completing a working device. On July 16, 1945, the U.S. military was ready to test the world's first nuclear bomb gadget at the Trinity test site in New Mexico. Uncertain of its success, some scientists gave it only a slim chance of working, but, on the other hand, in case they had underestimated the explosion, they warned the New Mexico governor to be ready to declare a state of emergency. At 5:29 a.m., gadget exploded with an estimated strength of 21,000 tons of explosives, 4 times larger than expected. Its flash burned through photographic film and temporarily blinded witnesses 14 kilometers away. The fireball's heat fused the surface of the desert to glass, and the blast wave felled one witness at 9 kilometers. Fallout burned the hides of cattle 64 kilometers to the north, and several farming families, according to the U.S. Department of Energy, received significant exposures for. The director of the test, Kenneth Bainbridge, called the explosion a foul and awesome display. Robert Oppenheimer, director of the Los Alamos Laboratory, recalled a line from the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." 5. The explosion rattled nearby communities, forcing the military to put out a press release explaining there had been an accident at an ammunition depot, the first of many cover UPS in this new nuclear age. Urban test sites, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Within a month of the Trinity shot, the military conducted its second and third tests on urban targets. In the summer of 1945, Hiroshima was home to 350,000 residents and, like most Japanese cities at the time, embedded with military facilities, notably a port that shipped Okunoshima's chemical weapons to China and a new army headquarters built in anticipation of the Allied invasion. While military infrastructure took up a fraction of Hiroshima, the rest of the city was civilian. Thus far, the United States had deliberately spared Hiroshima from conventional air raids to better assess the impact of the new bomb. In the words of Colonel Paul Tibbets, who piloted Hiroshima's destruction, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were good virgin targets perfect for bomb damage studies, and President Harry S. Truman himself referred to the bombing of Hiroshima as an experiment. 6. On August 6, the U.S. military tested its second nuclear device. Loaded with approximately 60 kilograms of enriched uranium, Little Boy exploded 600 meters above downtown Hiroshima, destroying or severely damaging everything in a 5-kilometer radius and shattering windows almost 20 kilometers away. 3 days later, AB-29 carried the third nuclear bomb built by the United States to Japan. The primary target was Kokura City, where Allied intelligence suspected the presence of the Japanese Army's phosgene factory, but clouds and smoke obscured the city, making the crews divert to Plan B. With a population of 263,000, Nagasaki, too, held military infrastructure, particularly the munitions plant that had built the torpedoes fired at Pearl Harbor, but it was primarily civilian. Like Hiroshima, it, too, had been excluded from prior attacks to make it easier to survey the bomb's impact. The plutonium-packed Fat Man detonated 3 kilometers off target, about 500 meters above Urakama District, the largest Catholic community in the country. The U.S. Army's official follow-up report stated the explosion had even greater blast effects than in Hiroshima. Total destruction spread over an area of about 3 square miles. Over a third of the 50,000 buildings in the target area of Nagasaki were destroyed or seriously damaged. 7. Splitting the atom over the skies of Japan instantaneously released energy equivalent to thousands of tons of high explosives, approximately 15,000 tons at Hiroshima and 21,000 tons at Nagasaki. Japanese Hibakusha described the fission as a pika, the flash followed by a dan, the blast. Near the hypocenters, the pika vaporized thousands, transforming humans to shadows, stains on concrete, and charcoal mannequins. Farther from the hypocenter, the flash ignited hair, charred skin, and seared holes through clothes. Dark colors absorbed rays more easily, leaving patterns burned into their wearer's skin. Scientists at Trinity and the B-29 bomb crews were equipped with welder's glass or sunshades to protect their eyes. Those in Hiroshima and Nagasaki lost their sight to the flash. A piece of Japanese paper exposed nearly 1.5 miles from X had the characters which were written in black ink neatly burned out, laconically noted the Army's follow-up report. 8 In Hiroshima, the flash seared people as far as 2.3 kilometers from the hypocenter, and at Nagasaki, people were burned 4.2 kilometers away. Temperatures on the ground reached 4,000 degrees Celsius. Moments after the peak of flash came the blast wave of the dawn. Traveling at speeds of 3 kilometers a second, it stripped off clothes and hair. Survivors were left raw as their skin, already charred by the flash, was blown from their bodies. The blast demolished wooden buildings, shattered concrete, and bent steel. Windows broke at such velocity that their shards scarred stone. Trapped beneath the wreckage, survivors burned alive. Seconds after the blasts, air rushed in to fill the vacuum, sucking ash, soot, and dust into a column that, in the case of Nagasaki, reached 20 kilometers high. Only an estimated 10% of the bomb's uranium and plutonium cores reached fission, so the remainder, approximately 60 kilograms of highly radioactive material, dispersed in the mushroom-shaped clouds. 9. In both cities, radioactive plumes drifted far and mixed with cooler air to create rain. In Hiroshima, this rain, blackened by ash, fell heavily over an area of 200 square kilometers, while lighter rain fell over the rest of the city. Clothes doused on that day still contain traces of radioactive cesium-137. Following the explosions, rescue teams and relatives flocked into the devastated cities to help survivors and search for loved ones. They ate contaminated food, drank contaminated water, and breathed contaminated dust. 10. Soon people in the bombed cities began to fall sick from radiation poisoning. In the first few days, they suffered nausea, diarrhea, and bloody vomit. In the following weeks, they lost hair, bled from their gums, and developed purple spots on their skin. Radiation damage made survivors bleed and weakened their production of red and white cells. Thousands, including those who'd escaped visible injury from the initial blasts, died from reduced bone marrow function, intestinal bleeding, and infectious diseases their bodies were unable to resist. Babies exposed in the womb were born dead or with microcephaly and extreme mental disabilities. 11. On August 10, 1945, the day after the detonation of the world's third atomic bomb, an elderly woman crawls through debris 1,200 meters from the hypocenter in Nagasaki. Photographed by Yamahata Yasuke. Courtesy of Yamahata Shogo. A young girl stands next to a charred corpse 300 meters from Fat Man's hypocenter in Nagasaki on August 10, 1945. Photographed by Yamahata Yasuke. Courtesy of Yamahata Shogo. Because the explosions destroyed public records, calculating a precise death toll from the blasts is difficult. Estimates for the number of fatalities by late 1945 are 140,000 at Hiroshima and 80,000 at Nagasaki. Among the dead were thousands of non-Japanese, Southeast Asian students, Koreans, and Chinese, some of whom were forced laborers. At Hiroshima, military casualties were approximately 42.3% of the total dead and 250 at Nagasaki, 0.3% of the total. American military personnel died as well, 23 POWs in Hiroshima, some lynched by Japanese in retaliation for the bombing, and 8 POWs in the Nagasaki blast. 12. In World War II, the indiscriminate bombing of civilians was nothing new. Dresden had been destroyed by Allied bombers and Chinese cities targeted by Japanese conventional, chemical, and biological weapons. By the time the United States struck Hiroshima and Nagasaki, most Japanese cities had also been leveled by U.S. bombers dropping napalm, phosphorus, and magnesium munitions. However, what made the atomic bombs different was the ongoing suffering that lasted long after they had been detonated. In the following years, Hibakusha developed cataracts, and those with flash burns that had initially seemed to heal developed thick keloid scars that left them in agony. 5 to 10 years after the explosions, Hibakusha began to develop cancers of the colon, lungs, and stomach. Children started to fall ill with leukemia 7 to 8 years following the blasts. The younger the age at which they were exposed, the earlier it developed. Child leukemia rates reached 18 times the national average, and the overall cancer risk of Hibakusha was 40 to 50% higher than normal. In Nagasaki, even the city's vegetation was impacted, with mutated flora observed for several years after the bomb had been dropped. 13. As early as August 10, Japanese scientists determined that their country had come under atomic attack, but the government ordered them to hide their findings, and most Japanese people did not realize what had happened until the emperor's surrender announcement of August 15. Soon after the blasts, Japanese journalists and filmmakers documented the damage. Then, less than a month after the bombings, the first foreign reporters arrived. Australian Wilfred Burchett described Hiroshima as looking as if it had been flattened by a monster steamroller. American George Weller described Nagasaki as frizzled like a baked apple. 14. Both journalists witnessed Hibakusha dying in droves from radiation exposure, which Weller referred to as Disease X. Realizing the illnesses were unprecedented, the two journalists filed reports about the atomic bomb's health effects. On September 5, Burchett's article was published in the British Daily Express under the headline, "The Atomic Plague, I write this as a warning to the world." The US military's reaction was swift. 2 days later, it convened a press conference in Tokyo, where General Thomas Farrell, the Manhattan Project's head officer in the Pacific, explained there had been no possibility of residual radioactivity and Burchett had fallen victim to Japanese propaganda. 15. Meanwhile, from Nagasaki, Weller sent reams of articles to Tokyo to be relayed to his editor at Chicago Daily News, but almost none of them saw the light of day for 60 years. The military censor, he later recalled, disposed of them in the upper drawer of the file and forget. 20,000 skulls pulverized in an hour beside Nagasaki's Dua Creek. Who would believe them censorable today? 16. Sadly, such censorship set the standard for the US military to follow for the next 75 years. Censorship and suppression. America's disinformation campaign about its atomic assault on Japan started within hours of its bombing of Hiroshima. On August 6, when Truman announced the attack, he called the city an important Japanese army base. 4 days later, he doubled down on the falsehood by claiming Hiroshima had been selected to avoid civilian casualties. 17. U.S. authorities were particularly sensitive about accusations that the atomic bomb was a form of poison warfare. In the weeks immediately following the bombings, they dismissed or downplayed the impact of radiation, claiming the number of radiation deaths was very small. In late 1945, the director of the Manhattan Project, General Leslie Groves, went as far as to proclaim that radiation poisoning was a very pleasant way to die. 18. The Manhattan Project's follow-up report denied any damage from fallout, radiation from scattered fission products and induced radioactivity from objects near the center of explosion were definitely proved not to have caused any casualties. 19. Such false assurances ought not be blamed on only military malfeasance, but also the timing of U.S. radiation checks. Nuclear detonations create thousands of radionuclides, some of which would have decomposed by the time U.S. scientists arrived on the scene. Moreover, both cities experienced storms in the weeks after the bombings that washed away radioactive particles from the barren terrain into rivers and the sea. Regardless of the reasons, early U.S. assertions were wrong. Modern estimates place the number of radiation-related deaths as high as 20% of the total, and both the U.S. and Japanese governments recognize that residual radiation caused serious health damage. Today, Japan categorizes as Hibakusha those who entered the cities within 2 weeks of the bombings, and the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs awards assistance to POWs and members of the occupation forces present in either city from August 6, 1945 to July 1, 1946.20. During the U.S. occupation of Japan, the military introduced censorship that silenced arguments against its official disinformation campaign regarding the attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Starting with a broad warning from President Truman on September 14, to the U.S. media not to report details of the bombings, several days later, occupation authorities in Japan introduced the press code, requiring Japanese media to be screened before publication. 21. More than 8,500 members of the occupation's civil censorship detachment set about removing references to issues deemed critical of the occupation, including preparations for war crime trials, food shortages, and the existence of censorship itself. When it came to the atomic attacks, the United States censored mention of fatalities, survivors' testimonies, and photographs from newspapers, textbooks, and private letters on the grounds of disturbing public tranquility, causing resentment to Allied powers, and incitement to unrest. 22. In September 1945, occupation authorities suspended 2 Japanese newspapers for criticizing the dropping of the bombs, and they commandeered from Japanese and American camera crews footage of the aftermath to ship to the United States, where it was kept secret for decades. Also sent to the United States were the medical reports made by Japanese doctors who'd been treating hibakusha. In 1946, the United States created the Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission to monitor survivors in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The commission offered no medical treatment. Instead, its staff only took photographs, as well as blood and tissue samples, which were sent to the United States for use in nuclear war planning, including, many suspect, the design of more powerful weapons. Working alongside the American doctors at the ABCC were former Unit 731 scientists dispatched by the Japanese government at the request of occupation authorities. For these men, the work of the ABCC was a seamless extension of their human experiments in China. Alongside American doctors, they harassed hibakusha, threatening with prosecution those who refused to cooperate in their research and pressuring bereaved families to allow loved ones' bodies to be autopsied and sent to the United States. Commenting on Japanese doctors' work at the ABCC, former Unit 731 vivisectionist Kojima Saburo called it a golden opportunity to research radiation victims. 23. The hibakusha's belief that they had been abandoned by their own government was cemented by the 1952 Treaty of San Francisco, which absolved the United States of all reparations, thus preventing hibakusha from seeking compensation in the years to come. The Japanese government had sacrificed its own citizens to cozy up to the United States, a pattern that would play out time and time again in the following decades. It was not until 1957 that the Japanese government eventually began offering limited medical support to hibakusha, and it took until 1978, for foreign victims, including the estimated 30,000 Korean hibakusha, to become eligible for help. But even then they faced such problems as the requirement to produce a Japanese witness when applying for support. 24. By the time U.S. censorship ended in 1949, it had significantly added to the suffering of hibakusha. Japanese doctors had been unable to share information with colleagues about how to treat victims. No medical symposia addressed radiation exposure until 1951, and censorship hampered hibakusha struggles to receive welfare support. Censorship caused ignorance about radiation sicknesses, encouraging discrimination against hibakusha due to fears their illnesses might be contagious. Hibakusha themselves were unable to understand what was happening inside their own bodies. The silencing of hibakusha voices and suppression of photographs of their injuries reduced public awareness of nuclear warfare to images of mushroom clouds and desolate landscapes, awful but devoid of any human suffering. U.S. authorities filled the void left by their censorship with one of the most successful propaganda campaigns in history, the argument that the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki had ended World War II. In February 1947, Harper's Magazine published U.S. Secretary of War Henry Stimson's article "The Decision to Use the Atomic Bomb," which argued that the dropping of the bombs ended World War II, preventing 1 million U.S. casualties. 25. There are many arguments against the assertion. Truman's own papers suggest the president thought the bombs were worse than chemical biological weapons and had not actually been needed to end the war. The opinion was supported by top U.S. military commanders, who, later in public or private, stated the war was already over by the time the bombs had been dropped. That the bombings targeted the Soviets as much as Japan is almost certain. In the words of Secretary of State James F. Burns, the United States dropped the bombs to stop the Soviets get so much in on the kill and prevent their occupation of Japan, and the post-war carve-up of former occupied territories. 26. On the other hand, support for the argument that the bombs ended the war came from an unexpected quarter, Emperor Hirohito. In his surrender address, he stated, "The enemy has begun to employ a new and most cruel bomb, the power of which to do damage is, indeed, incalculable, taking the toll of many innocent lives. Should we continue to fight, not only would it result in an ultimate collapse and obliteration of the Japanese nation, but also it would lead to the total extinction of human civilization." 27. Already on the verge of surrender, the bombings provided the Japanese government with a moral pretense to end the war. It was acting to save the whole of humanity. Under this guise, Japan's defeat was not due to any failings of its politicians, military, or industrialists, or the emperor himself. Instead, the bombs gave them a convenient deus ex machina to end the war without losing face, and allowed for many to return to powerful positions in the coming years without any punishment or serious reflection on their brutal, imperialist policies. Today, Henry Stimson's argument remains prevalent in the United States, and to question it still invites accusations of anti-Americanism and historic revisionism. In 1994, when the Smithsonian Museum decided to hold an exhibition exploring the decision to drop the bombs from a variety of perspectives, the backlash from conservative groups forced it to abandon the plan. The U.S. cover-up of its nuclear bombings of Japan not only muted public criticism, but also allowed the United States to pursue post-war nuclear research with minimal oversight. At home, U.S. scientists conducted nuclear experiments on U.S. citizens, releasing radiation from the Hanford site in the notorious Green Run test in 1949, irradiating prisoners' testicles, and feeding radioactive substances to pregnant women. Its rocket program was abetted by Nazi scientists whose work raining V-2 rockets on Britain was forgiven, as they were granted amnesty under Operation Paperclip, similar to Japanese Unit 731 scientists. In the United States, nuclear weapons tests exposed more than 200,000 troops to fallout, but secrecy agreements made them maintain silence for decades. Civilians downwind from the detonations were contaminated, too. Among those worst affected were Native American communities living in the deserts near the test sites. In the Pacific Ocean, U.S. nuclear tests were even more reckless. 28. The Marshall Islands. Following the surrender of Japan, many Manhattan Project scientists wanted a halt to the nuclear weapons program. However, the U.S. government decided to expand it instead. Nonetheless, the larger-than-expected blast at Trinity and the apocalyptic damage in Japan made them nervous about testing such devices in the United States, so they sought a site overseas. The Marshall Islands are located 4,000 kilometers from Hawaii, and, in 1945, their inhabitants were no strangers to colonial oppression. First occupied by Germany between 1885 and 1914, their islands were then seized by Japan, which built up military infrastructure there, in violation of a mandate by the League of Nations. Japanese troops forced residents to work on these projects and seized civilian food. Even on tiny Bikini Atoll, Japan installed a military outpost, accompanied by a ban on Christian services, and forced labor on islanders. In January 1944, the United States launched its attack on the Marshall Islands at Kwajalein. The battle lasted a week, killing approximately 370 U.S. and 8,000 Japanese troops, plus an estimated 200 Marshall lace. When the fighting stopped, said one U.S. soldier, the island looked as if it had been picked up to 20,000 feet and then dropped 29. Following the war, the Marshall Islands became part of the Trust Territory of the Pacific Islands, controlled by the United Nations. Soon, however, the UN granted the United States strategic trusteeship of the territory, with the understanding that Washington would promote economic and social advances. The UN's ultimate goal was for the United States to encourage the islands to become self-governing and independent. But the military regarded the region as war booty. The blood it had shed to win the islands had earned it the right to treat them as they wanted, even if it meant destroying them. For the U.S. government, seeking overseas sites for their atomic tests, the Marshall Islands ticked all the right boxes. Their isolation allowed secrecy, and scientists hoped the Pacific Ocean would absorb radiation with minimal harm. Moreover, their population was relatively small. As Henry Kissinger said in later years, there are only 90,000 people out there. Who gives a damn? 30 With their minds made up, the only question was how to break the news to the residents of Bikini Atoll. On Sunday, February 10, 1946, the U.S. military governor of the Marshall Islands met the islanders as they were leaving church and told them their home had been chosen for a special mission. Likening them to the children of Israel whom the Lord had saved from their enemy and led into the promised land, he explained that U.S. scientists had devised a weapon and were planning to learn how to use it for the good of mankind and to end all world wars. 31. Prior to the governor's arrival, the islanders generally had a favorable view of the United States. It had liberated them from the Japanese and developed some infrastructure. Hearing the governor's explanation, the islanders expected the relocation to be temporary, and at least some of them feared the repercussions if they tried to refuse. 1 month later, the military transported Bikini's residents to the atoll of Rong Erik. Here, the land was smaller and less fertile, and the fish in the lagoon were poisonous. They soon began to starve. In the following years, the Bikinians were shuffled from island to island as the military expanded nuclear tests throughout the region. Residents of Onotok Atoll were treated in a similar way relocated by Americans, who understood nothing about their dietary or cultural needs, to islands where self-sufficiency was impossible. The Guinea Pig Fleet. In the summer of 1946, the United States assembled what it called a guinea pig fleet in Bikini's lagoon. The 95 military ships, 2 of which had been captured from Japan and 1 from Germany, were anchored into rings and spokes, resembling a massive target. At its bullseye floated the USS Nevada, painted bright orange to make it easy to spot from the air. The ship's decks were loaded with more than 5,500 rats, pigs, and goats. U.S. Army biological weapons experts also brought cases of live bacteria to the test to judge how radiation might affect them. 32. Operation Crossroads Able took place on July 1, 1946. A B-29 bomber dropped the world's 4th atomic bomb, a plutonium device identical to the one used on Nagasaki. Exploding with a similar 21 kiloton yield, it sunk 5 ships and severely damaged 6 others. All the vessels were contaminated by radiation. About 20% of the animals died in the blast, with half dying later from burns and radiation poisoning. 33. From start to finish, the Able test was plagued by mistakes. The bomb missed its gaudy target by approximately 800 meters, destroying monitoring equipment. The number of staff trained to check for fallout was insufficient, and their Geiger counters were unable to detect plutonium and malfunctioned in the humid air. In July 1946, the United States detonated the world's 5th atomic device, this time underwater in a test called Operation Crossroads Baker. The 21 kiloton bomb, identical to the one dropped on Nagasaki, created a radioactive tsunami that contaminated dozens of test ships, and the U.S. service members ordered to clean them. Library of Congress. Such problems bode poorly for the next test, Operation Crossroads Baker, an underwater detonation. Undeterred by experts who warned the experiment would trigger a large tsunami, the military repositioned 84 of the ships that had survived the first test and submerged a plutonium bomb in their midst. The official government film of the explosion explained what happened next. The blast displaced millions of tons of ocean and sent out a 30-meter tall boiling foaming wall of water in every direction. Accompanying the wave was a highly lethal spray that was intensely radioactive, its potency magnified because neutrons bombarded sodium in seawater, creating radioactivity equal to hundreds of tons of radium-34 beneath the surface. The blast scooped out a crater 10 meters deep and shifted 1.5 million cubic meters of sand and rocks. 35. Almost immediately, scientists, many not wearing protective equipment, sailed toward the hypocenter to retrieve the test data. In the coming days, tens of thousands of men were dispatched to the smoldering ships in vain attempts to decontaminate them. Such work had never before been attempted, and sailors were ordered to try washing them down with soap or sulfuric acid, blasting them with sand, coconut shells, and coffee grinds, and using flour and charcoal to trap the contaminants. Few were supplied with safety gear or radiation monitoring badges, and even when areas were believed to be safe, the malfunctioning Geiger counters again provided false readings and failed to detect plutonium-36. The lagoon was severely contaminated, forcing support ships anchored far from the hypocenter to relocate as radiation drifted toward them. It accumulated in the algae and barnacles, settling on the support ships' hulls, while onboard filtration units converted seawater to drinking water, removing the salt but none of the radiation. Appalled by what was happening, 10 days after the test, the commander of the operation, Admiral William Blandy, stated, "This is a form of poison warfare." 37. The U.S. Navy towed the ships to Kwajalein, Guam, Pearl Harbor, and the U.S. West Coast, where it continued attempts to decontaminate them, exposing thousands more men to high levels of radiation. Eventually, the military realized most of the vessels would never be safe enough to sail again and scuttled them. 38. In the spring of 1948, 3 more tests were conducted at Oneonta, totaling 104 kilotons and adding more contamination to the Pacific. The U.S. government did not try to keep the tests secret. The Able shot was broadcast live on radio throughout the world, and even Soviet officials were invited to witness it. The tests were reported internationally, except in one country, Japan. Just as U.S. authorities were silencing references to the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the Pacific tests were censored so as not to unnecessarily alarm public. 39. In 1954, however, Japanese civilians once again became victims of both U.S. radiation and a government cover-up. From kilotons to megatons. Led by Manhattan Project scientist Edward Teller, the United States had been considering the creation of a thermonuclear bomb, aka a hydrogen bomb, since 1942. Based on the principle of a two-stage explosion, whereby fission in an atom bomb triggered fusion in a secondary device, the concept raised the potential power of blasts from the thousands of tons of explosives kiloton range to the megaton range, equivalent to millions of tons. In January 1951, the U.S. government had begun testing atomic weapons at its Nevada test site, but the potential size of thermonuclear experiments so worried scientists that they decided to conduct them in the Pacific. In May 1951, the government carried out its first trial to test the concept, Greenhouse George at Oneonta. The blast measured 225 kilotons, 3 times higher than the biggest test of the United States to date and 10 times more powerful than Nagasaki's Little Boy. The following year, on November 1, 1952, the United States conducted its first full thermonuclear test, Ivy Mike. Essentially a building-sized bomb, the detonation measured 10.4 megatons, scooped 80 million tons of soil into the air, spread fallout as far as Guam, and wiped off the map the test island Ilujlap. By this time, the Cold War arms race was well underway. The USSR had tested its first atomic bomb in 1949, contaminating villagers near the site in Kazakhstan. Then, overtaking the United States, in 1953, the USSR detonated the world's first thermonuclear bomb, which was small enough to be delivered by aircraft. It exploded with the strength of 400 kilotons. In 1954, the United States constructed its own deliverable thermonuclear device and was ready to test it on Bikini Island. On March 1, despite weather reports warning winds could blow radiation toward inhabited islands, U.S. scientists decided to proceed with the detonation without evacuating those in the potential fallout path. The bomb exploded at a yield far greater than its creators had expected, 15 megatons, approximately 1,000 times the strength of the Hiroshima bomb. A freight train carrying the bomb's equivalent in TNT would span the United States from Maine to California, stated Jonathan M. Weisgall. The Castle Bravo test was the largest U.S. explosion in history, creating a crater almost 2 kilometers wide and more than 70 meters deep. 40. As predicted, the winds carried the fallout far, blanketing 18,000 square kilometers with contamination. According to the Defense Nuclear Agency's own admission, it was the worst single incident of fallout in U.S. tests. At the firing bunker, almost 40 kilometers from the hypocenter, service members were trapped by radiation and had to be rescued by helicopter. The crews of approximately 10 U.S. ships also were forced to seek safety below decks as their vessels were enveloped by fallout. On neighboring islands, residents lacked the protection of concrete, lead, and steel hulls. On the island of Rongelap, 4 centimeters of radioactive coral powder fell. Thinking it was snow, children played with it. The dust burned islanders' feet and made them vomit, their fingernails and hair fell out, as they experienced exposure of approximately 175 rads, compared to a recommended annual level of 0.5 rads. It took 2 days for the military to arrive on Rongelap and relocate residents. The Manhattan Project's successor, the Atomic Energy Commission, quickly issued a statement playing down the islanders' exposure and denying they had suffered any burns. 41. For decades, the United States only admitted that 4 areas had been affected by fallout from its megaton range tests: Rongelap, Bikini, Oneonta, and Utrecht. But then a 1978 study by the Department of Energy revealed that another 11 atolls or islands had also been contaminated, including Ujland, where the Oneonta people had been moved, and Rongerik, where Bikinians had been shunted. 42. Not only were Marshall Lace exposed to fallout from the Bravo test, but also approximately 20,000 crewmen aboard about 850 Japanese fishing boats. The best known of these was the Daigo Fukuryumaru. 43. On the morning of the test, its 23 crew members were fishing outside the exclusion zone when the bomb went off. Seeing the flash, one member recalled, "The sun rose in the west, and then they heard the roar of the explosion." Soon the men experienced similar fallout to the Rongelap Islanders. Ash fell like sleet onto their decks. It wasn't hot, it had no odor. "I took a lick, it was gritty but had no taste," one remembered. Arriving back at their home port of Yaizu, Shizuoka Prefecture, 2 weeks later, the crew was sick with advanced radiation poisoning, including nausea, diarrhea, and hair loss. 44. The exposure of the Lucky Dragon made headlines around the world, triggering a U.S. campaign of disinformation and smears. Its ambassador to Tokyo called the crew's symptoms mild and blamed fuzzy-minded leftists, neutralists, pacifists, feminists, and professional anti-Americans for playing up the incident. Even though the U.S. occupation had been over for 2 years, the United States asked the Japanese government to censor announcements on the incident. Meanwhile, the chair of the Joint Committee on Atomic Energy speculated the ship had been on a spy mission, and the Japanese foreign minister said he'd heard ash had been sent to the USSR, both of which were lies. U.S. authorities refused to cooperate with Japanese medical teams in helping them to treat the victims. Instead, the United States ordered the dispatch of the ABCC, still embedded with X-Unit 731 scientists, the head of which declared the crew members would recover within a month. 45. On April 10, the Japanese government, instead of lodging a protest with the United States concerning the exposure of its citizens, declared its support for the ongoing U.S. multimegaton tests in the Pacific. 6 months after the Bravo explosion, the Lucky Dragon's radio operator, Kuboyama Ikiki, died. Before his death, he said he wanted to be the last victim of atomic and hydrogen bombs. The reaction of H-bomb creator Edward Teller? "It's unreasonable to make such a big deal over the death of a fisherman." 46. Later, the unborn child of one of the other crew members died so deformed the doctor told him he was better off not seeing it. In the following years, 10 more crew members were killed by illnesses linked to their exposure. 47. The Lucky Dragon incident sent shockwaves through Japanese society. A total of 683 boats landed contaminated fish, and more than 400 tons of tuna were dumped due to fears of contamination. Radiation was also detected in the rain over Japan, in both vegetables and the seas. Under U.S. occupation, censorship had kept Japanese people in the dark about the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but now the tests of even more destructive devices gave the public the belated opportunity to vent their anger. The Lucky Dragon incident triggered a mass social movement against nuclear weapons. Tokyo housewives began a petition calling for the tests to be halted, garnering 32 million signatures, one-third of Japan's population. 48. Faced with such public backlash, the US and Japanese governments realized they needed to do something to placate it. In November, the United States agreed to pay $2 million to the Lucky Dragon crew members, hospitals, and fishing association, much lower than the damage, which had been estimated at $7.2 million. The payment came with two conditions. First, it was condolence money, with no admission of legal responsibility, and, second, it was final and no further payments would be made. Behind the scenes, however, the United States and Japan hashed out another agreement, the expedited introduction of nuclear energy to Japan, a plan lauded by the Washington Post as the best way to dispel the impression in Asia that the United States regards Orientals merely as nuclear cannon fodder. 49. In the coming years, the CIA worked closely with Japanese conservatives, including suspected war criminals, to sell the benefits of nuclear power to the Japanese public. The folly of this became only too apparent in 2011 following the meltdowns at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant. For the United States, there was one final lesson to be learned from the Lucky Dragon incident: the open storage of US nuclear weapons in Japan was impossible. As a result, it decided to stockpile them on Okinawa, then under military control, and aboard US Navy ships at mainland Japanese ports, a secret from the public but enjoying the approval of Japanese officials. More like US than the mice. Although the 1954 Bravo detonation became the focus of public attention, between 1946 and 1958, the United States conducted 67 nuclear tests in the Marshall Islands, with a combined yield of 108 megatons. These amounted to an average of more than 1.6 Hiroshima bombs per day for the 12-year nuclear test program. In comparison, the atmospheric tests conducted at the Nevada test site added up to 1.05 megatons. The Marshall Islands bore the overwhelming burden of Cold War U.S. nuclear tests. 50. The explosions permanently disfigured the region, destroying 3 of the 25 islets in Bikini Atoll, and at Onutak, tests rendered 57% of its original area uninhabitable due to obliteration or contamination. Radiation permeated the biosphere, contaminating the soil, the sea, fish, animals, and plants. 51. Starting in 1972, Bikini residents returned to their home island after being assured it was now safe to inhabit. However, in the following years, serious contamination was discovered in wells, vegetation, and coconut crabs. Health checks revealed their bodies contained elevated levels of plutonium, cesium-137, and strontium-90. In 1978, residents had to leave their island again. The people of Rongelap suffered a similar fate. In July 1957, following U.S. promises that their island posed no health risks, residents returned home. In 1978, a survey revealed the island was contaminated. Thus, after more than 2 decades of eating and breathing high radiation, in 1982, they decided to leave. Despite appeals for assistance from the United States, no help was forthcoming, so the islanders asked the charity Greenpeace to help. In May 1985, the Rainbow Warrior evacuated the 300 inhabitants to the island of Megiddo. 2 months later, as the boat was preparing to monitor French nuclear tests in the Pacific Ocean, French government operatives sank it with a bomb in Auckland Harbor, killing 1 crew member. Residents of the Marshall Islands have experienced elevated rates of illnesses that many experts believe are linked to their exposure to radioactive contamination. Following the Bravo test, 17 of 19 Rongelap children developed thyroid abnormalities, and 1 died from leukemia. In 1999, the American Cancer Society's journal described the island's cancer rates as extreme. lung, liver, and cervical cancers were between 3 and 40 times higher than in the United States, and researchers believed the actual rates might be even more serious because some cases were not reported. Exposure to radiation was not the only cause. Adding to the health crisis were such lifestyle factors as malnutrition and alcohol consumption. Marshall Islanders have also suffered the birth of jellyfish babies, which one resident described as follows: one was like the bark of a coconut tree. One was like a watery mass that was not human-like. Another was again like a watery mass of grapes or something like that. 52 Between 1954 and 1958, an estimated one-third of the babies born by women contaminated with fallout died in the womb. Between 1969 and 1973, the number was still 1 in 5.53. U.S. government scientists dispatched to the region repeatedly downplayed both the risks of radiation and their impact on the local population. But they did not investigate birth defects, blamed thyroid abnormalities on causes other than radiation, and, when calculating exposure pathways, failed to include local diets, which consisted of food gathered from neighboring islands, where radiation levels remained high. Just like the Hibakusha of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, many Marshall Islanders felt as though the U.S. government was treating them like guinea pigs, monitoring their health without affording them any actual treatment, with the sole purpose of improving nuclear warfare. U.S. authorities encouraged them to return to contaminated environments so the effects of radiation could be researched. Classified AEC documents reveal comments wherein scientists welcomed the opportunity to study the Rongelap residents. Now, data of this type has never been available. While it is true that these people do not live, I would say, the way Westerners do, civilized people, it is nevertheless also true that they are more like us than the mice. 54. With the secret Project 4.1, more than 500 Marshall Lace were given experimental injections of radioactive isotopes and operations without their consent. Such disdain for human health extended to members of the U.S. military. 55. Runit and the 200,000-year dome. In the early 1970s, the islanders of Oneotak threatened to take the United States to court if their atoll was not cleaned up, so Washington was forced to act. At first, it wanted to dump the contaminated soil and detritus into the sea, but increased public awareness of the risks of such methods prevented it from doing so. The United States decided to load the waste into a 106-meter crater that had been formed in 1958, by the Operation Hardtack Cactus nuclear test on one of the atoll's islands, Runit. From the start, the work was slipshod. To save money and reduce the risk of lawsuits, service members were used instead of trained civilian cleanup crews. With budgetary concerns in mind, little safety equipment was supplied. Plans to line the crater with concrete were also shelved, and the waste was dumped straight onto the porous coral ground. 56. Between 1977 and 1980, 4,000 soldiers packed radioactive waste into a nuclear crater on Runit Island. The U.S. government promised its concrete dome would last 200,000 years, but it is already leaking and many veterans believe they were poisoned by their work. Department of Defense. Between 1977 and 1980, approximately 4,000 soldiers worked on Oneotak. Robert Celestial was one of them. In 1977, he was an Army sergeant ordered to Oneotak to help clean up what he had been told was post-war debris. His job was to pump water from the crater and gather topsoil from surrounding islands and dump it into the hole. The only safety equipment provided was a pair of rubber boots and, occasionally, a cloth mask to cover his mouth. "We were young, and we were ignorant," he told me when we met in Guam in 2019.57. In 1978, members of U.S. Congress expressed worries about safety conditions at Oneotak, but the Secretary of Defense assured them that troops were equipped with hazmat suits and respirators. To keep up the pretense, when journalists visited the cleanup site, soldiers were given full-body safety equipment and posed for the cameras, the only time most of the men saw such gear during their time on the island. Celestial ate fish, lobster, and coconut crabs. He also recalls being asked to urinate into bottles and submit them to the army clinic. When a colleague tried tracking down the results in later years, he was told they had been lost. "We were guinea pigs," Celestial concluded. By 1980, soldiers had dumped some 110,000 tons of contaminated soil into the crater and capped it with 358 concrete slabs. The Department of Defense assured the government of the Marshall Islands that it would last for 200,000 years, but in 2013, Department of Energy researchers found it was already leaking. Regardless, from day one, the operation had been a PR stunt designed to placate the Marshall Lace. The overwhelming majority of contaminated materials still lay nearby beneath the sea, and even when, as scientists predict, the dome ruptures and splits, the addition of its contents to the already toxic lagoon will make relatively little difference. 58. Also abandoned are the approximately 4,000 veterans who took part in the cleanup. The military denies their work exposed them to radiation, and unlike those exposed during the actual tests of the 1940s and 1950s, they are not eligible for automatic VA coverage. One unofficial survey of troops who worked on the most contaminated islands suggested a cancer rate of 20%, meanwhile, Celestial estimates only 600 of the original 4,000 soldiers are alive today. 59. The independence of the Marshall Islands. For more than 3 decades, the Marshall Islands were part of the trust territory of the Pacific Islands, at the whim of the United States. In 1979, they achieved independence and, in 1986, entered into a compact of free association with the United States, according to which the United States agreed it was responsible to address past, present, and future consequences of the nuclear testing claims. In 1988, the Nuclear Claims Tribunal was set up to determine compensation for the islanders. Initially, the United States put $150 million into the tribunal's fund, but since then the money has run out, and the United States owes approximately $2 billion in unpaid claims, including $244 million for the contamination at Runit. 60. Today, the homepage of the U.S. Embassy for the Marshall Islands perpetuates its 7 decades of denials, deception, and spin. Misconceptions about the history of nuclear testing in the Pacific and the present situation in the Marshall Islands hinder the full understanding of the importance of the testing, it states. Then it explains how the United States has paid out approximately $604 million in compensation and continues to finance ongoing medical checks. 61. On paper, the amount, exceeding $600 million, might seem praiseworthy, but it pales when set against the U.S. military's $494 billion nuclear weapons budget for 2019 to 2028. At an expenditure of $136 million per day, the payment for the Marshall Islands would be surpassed by Friday. The lives of the Marshall Lace continue to be disrupted by U.S. nuclear weapons, with Kwajalein Atoll playing host to the Ronald Reagan Ballistic Missile Defense Test Site, a target for rockets fired from California. The Marshall Lace are not permitted to stay on Kwajalein, instead, they live on the adjacent island of Ebi, one of the most cramped slums in the world. 62. Throughout the Marshall Islands, overcrowding has become a dire issue, and the problem is worsened by Rongelap and Bikini remaining uninhabited due to concerns about contamination. In 2016, a Columbia University study found Bikini still contaminated, with levels higher than those considered safe by the United States and the Marshall Lace. As for the islands of Nam and Runit, the same study concluded that it is unlikely either will ever be fit for habitation due to Bravo test debris on the former and the dome dump site on the latter. The team, which confined its checks to the shoreline, speculated that the interiors of these islands might be more highly contaminated. 63. Despite these latest findings, the U.S. Embassy homepage, as of May 2019, claimed the following: today, the greatest source of radiation being absorbed by all persons living in the world, including the RMI, is from natural sources. 64. In 1946, The U.S. military chose the Marshall Islands to conduct its Cold War tests because they were relatively isolated and scientists hoped the radiation would be safely absorbed by the vast Pacific, but they failed to grasp how far radiation would spread through the ocean, air, and biota. Between 1945 and 1992, the United States carried out 1,054 detonations, but it was one of only 8 countries that conducted nuclear tests. The Soviet Union exploded an estimated 715 devices, France 210, and China 45. These tests dispersed radioactive isotopes throughout the world. A 1991 report estimated that these shots would cause 430,000 global cancer deaths by 2000. In 1999, a study by the International Council for Science estimated that the total number of cancer deaths triggered by these tests might reach 2 million.65. Main U.S. military bases on Okinawa. 3. Okinawa, the junk heap of the Pacific. The 55 islands of the Ryukyus stretch from the southern tip of Japan to the coast of Taiwan. Throughout the Middle Ages, they were famous in the region as a trading kingdom, with Ryukyu ships plying the ports of Southeast Asia to collect ivory, spices, and woods in exchange for ceramics from China and lacquerware from Japan. Beginning in the 1300s, the Ryukyus had a tributary relationship with China, according to which the two nations shared their expertise, goods, scholars, and skills, including what would later become karate. It was a profitable relationship for both China and the Ryukyu Kingdom, and the island's politics and culture were heavily influenced by the mainland. However, such prosperity brought it the unwanted attention of Japanese pirates and samurai. In 1609, the Satsuma clan invaded the Ryukyu Islands and demanded a slice of the monies brought in from the tributary trade with China. For the next 2 centuries, the Ryukyu Kingdom was compelled to pay off both China and Japan, causing a heavy economic burden on the island. With Japan closed off from the world, samurai spied on the Chinese envoys to the Ryukyus and concealed themselves among Ryukyuan visits to China, but to avoid disrupting the lucrative relations, Japan deferred from formally annexing the islands. 1. This all changed in 1853, when U.S. gunships anchored off Okinawa on the way to Tokyo to force the closed nation to open to trade. The arrival rattled Japanese rulers, who realized they were on the brink of colonization, like the rest of Asia, so they embarked on a rapid program of reforms accompanied by the consolidation of Japan's borders. In 1869, Japan annexed Hokkaido to its north and, 10 years later, abolished the Ryukyu Kingdom, turning it into a prefecture, Okinawa. Mainland leaders saw themselves as superior members of the Yamato bloodline and harbored doubts as to whether Okinawans could be molded into civilized subjects. Japanese officials began to impose mainland culture, banning local languages and such customs as female tattooing and shamanism. Japan also imposed extortionate taxes, contributing to a famine that devastated the islands in the 1920s. Poverty forced some Okinawans to emigrate to the mainland, where, along with Koreans, whose nation had been occupied since 1910, they experienced discrimination from landlords and employers. Others headed to toil on sugarcane plantations on the Micronesia islands of Saipan and Tinian, which Japan had seized from Germany following World War I. By 1944, Japanese leaders realized they were losing World War II. The only questions left were what shape their surrender would take and how they could preserve the emperor as the nation's head. If they could delay an Allied invasion of Tokyo by stalling U.S. troops on Okinawa, it would buy time to reinforce mainland defenses and, if the fighting on Okinawa were bloody enough, maybe even turn U.S. public opinion against the war. In the vocabulary of the game of Go, the Japanese military saw Okinawa as a tsutaishi, a stone to be sacrificed for the greater good. On Okinawa, the Japanese military forced civilians to construct runways and defenses, and then, with U.S. forces drawing nearer, conscripted women and children into nursing and combat platoons. The Storm of Steel. On March 26, 1945, the United States attacked Okinawa's outer Kirama Islands, followed by its main invasion on April 1. By the end of fighting in late June, more than 70,000 Japanese and 14,000 American troops had been killed, 25,000 GIs were incapacitated by shell shock, a testament to the ferocity of the combat. More than a quarter of Okinawa's population, 140,000 people, were killed. Included among the dead were at least 1,000 civilians executed by Japanese troops as spies for attempting to surrender or speaking the banned Okinawan languages, and many families were forced by Japanese troops to commit suicide to avoid the shame of capture. Point 2. For Okinawans, the battle was both genocide and ecocide. Combat churned farms to wastelands, leveled forests, and clogged streams and springs, the few sources of fresh water. During the battle, the U.S. military expended 200,000 tons of heavy munitions, approximately 5% of which failed to detonate. Since 1945, 710 people have been killed and 1,281 injured by this unexploded ordnance. An estimated 2,000 tons of UXO remain beneath Okinawa's ground, and experts estimate it will take 70 more years to clear. Point 3. Often overshadowed by the explosive dangers of UXO is its chemical contamination. World War II munitions contain trinitrotoluene and cyclonide, both of which are toxins. TNT damages the liver, blood, and immune system, and causes reproductive problems. Cyclonide harms the neurological system and causes seizures. For decades, this ordnance has corroded, seeping its contents into Okinawa's environment. The toxic effects of ordnance were apparent even as combat was waged. U.S. troops reported a greenish smoke emanating from Japanese shells when they exploded, causing nausea and vomiting. The smoke was attributed to picric acid, one of the toxic ingredients of explosives. Point 4. During the Battle of Okinawa, both the United States and Japan employed a variety of unconventional ordnance. On the American side, this included napalm and chemical smoke grenades. A mixture of gasoline and jelly, napalm sticks to skin and burns even when submerged in water. People caught near a napalm explosion can die from suffocation due to its combustion of available oxygen. During the Battle of Okinawa, U.S. aircraft dropped hundreds of thousands of liters of napalm from the air, while tanks sprayed it from their barrels. To force enemy soldiers and civilians from their underground hiding places, the U.S. military also used toxic smoke grenades. Primarily designed for use outdoors to hide troop maneuvers, the use of such grenades in confined spaces can be fatal. Accounts from Okinawan civilians trapped in caves recalled their horror as canister after canister of smoke tumbled into their hiding places, suffocating many to death. Point 5. The Japanese military also deployed at least 2 types of chemical weapons on Okinawa, but probably due to President Franklin D. Roosevelt's threats of retaliation in kind, there is no evidence of their use against Allied troops. Brown agent, hydrogen cyanide, kills by attacking the ability of the brain, heart, and lungs to use oxygen. For military use, workers at Okinoshima injected it into small glass grenades and added copper powder as a stabilizer. In July 1998, one of the grenades was discovered in the ruins of an army shelter in Okinawa's Itaman City. The glass ball was 10 centimeters in diameter and still contained copper powder. Sealed in glass, hydrogen cyanide can remain deadly for decades and poison anyone unlucky enough to crack open its fragile casing. Point 6. The other chemical weapon was red agent. An after-action report noted the discovery of a small quantity of vomiting gas canisters, but there were no accounts of their use against U.S. troops. Point 7. In Japan, the Battle of Okinawa is often referred to as a storm of steel, but a more accurate description might be a chemical storm of TNT, toxic smoke, and hydrogen cyanide. Sadly, for the civilian survivors of the war, the poisoning of their island had only just begun. The junk heap of the Pacific. Whereas the Japanese military envisaged Okinawa as a Tsutoshi, the United States saw the island as a stepping stone toward the invasion of mainland Japan, which was projected to involve millions of Allied troops. In preparation for this assault, the United States herded Okinawan civilians into internment camps so it could turn their land and former Japanese bases into new U.S. military installations. On August 9, for example, the B-29 Boxcar made an emergency landing at an airfield on Yamato after running out of fuel following its atomic bombing of Nagasaki. After Japan's surrender, the military's attention shifted to Tokyo and its mainland occupation, neglecting Okinawa and the civilian population there. In the internment camps, at least 6,400 people died from malnutrition and malaria. Survivors, having lost everything, depended on U.S. trash and surplus to make their clothes and cooking utensils, as well as the shelters in which they lived. Beginning in 1946, the United States began to permit civilians to leave the camps, but upon arrival at their home communities, many Okinawans found the military had built a base on their land. Meanwhile, U.S. troops ran amok. During a 6-month period in 1949, they committed 29 murders, 18 rapes, 16 robberies, and 33 assaults against the island's 600,000 residents. 8. A U.S. Army documentary from the 1950s Okinawa, Keystone of the Pacific provides a rare environmental snapshot of the island at this time. Okinawa after the war was a forlorn place. Equipment shot up during the war and equipment piled up for the invasion of Japan lay around to rot and rust away. The rock was forgotten, now it was called the junk heap of the Pacific. 9. From this period comes the first account of victims of U.S. military contamination on Okinawa. During and after the war, U.S. troops had rounded up the residents of Iha Island and relocated them to an internment camp. With the civilian population out of the way, the military had built an ammunition storage area. Following the closure of the internment camps, the residents returned to their island. One of them was 17-year-old Nishiyuki and her family of 8.10. Arriving at their village, they found their home destroyed, so they moved to nearby land and began drawing water from its well. In about 1947, Nishi's family fell ill. First, their eyes started to sting, and their skin turned dark brown, mottled with spots. They developed numbness in their hands and feet. As the symptoms spread, they became bedridden, and their stomachs swelled with fluid. First to die was Nishi's father. Next was her older sister. Within a year, all 8 members of her family had died from the same symptoms. Worried the illness was infectious, villagers shunned their funerals. Nishi expended the family savings on hospital visits to mainland Okinawa, but doctors were unable to diagnose the cause of her illness. Away from home, she'd slowly recover her health, but upon returning to Iha she'd fall sick again. During one of her prolonged visits to a hospital, another family had rented the property, and they too fell ill. Suspecting the root of the illnesses might be environmental, the authorities drew water from the well near her home. Tests revealed it was tainted with high levels of arsenic, but it was not until 1971 that the cause of the contamination was discovered, when 2 empty metal canisters dated to the U.S. military's occupation of the village were excavated near the well. Bayonets and bulldozers. In 1941, the United States had signed the Atlantic Charter, in which it pledged not to seek any territorial gains from World War II. After Japan's surrender, however, the U.S. military saw its Pacific conquests in Okinawa and Micronesia as war booty won at the cost of millions of dollars and tens of thousands of American lives. Washington conceived a militarized Okinawa as a means to counter the spread of communism in Asia and within Japan itself. In 1947, Emperor Hirohito gave his seal of approval to U.S. plans for Okinawa, telling the Americans they could keep the island for 99 years. 11. In 1952, the Treaty of San Francisco ended the U.S. occupation of mainland Japan, but it cemented U.S. jurisdiction of Okinawa, granting the military control of the territory and inhabitants of these islands, including their territorial waters. Even now, Okinawans remember April 28, 1952, as a day of shame. Japan had sacrificed their island in 1945, to protect the imperial system, and now, 7 years later, they had been betrayed again. Between 1952 and 1972, Okinawa existed in a geopolitical gray zone, a U.S. military colony protected by neither the Constitution of the United States nor that of Japan. In the following few years, a period known by Okinawans as the time of bayonets and bulldozers, the U.S. military forcibly seized more land to expand its current bases and create new ones. As if to remind civilians of their defeat, the military named many of these facilities after American Battle of Okinawa heroes, for example, Camp Foster, Camp Hansen, and Camp Schwab. According to U.S. government records, by 1955, military land seizures had displaced 250,000 residents out of a total population on the main island of 675,000.12. To construct Naha Air Base, for example, the military drove residents off their property using tear gas, the first of many Okinawan victims of the substance in the years to come. On Ijima Island, the military seized land to construct an aircraft bombing range. With their farms destroyed and no way to support themselves, villagers resorted to gathering waste metal from the base. Between 1959 and 1961, at least 11 islanders were killed or wounded while collecting or dismantling American ordnance. One died when a dummy hydrogen bomb exploded during military training operations. 13. Elsewhere, Okinawans picked through the detritus of war, scavenging chunks of broken Japanese and U.S. military equipment to earn a living in what became known as the scrap boom. In 1956, the sale of this metal outstripped sugar as Okinawa's largest export. Much of this scrap was exported to Japanese factories as the mainland's economy, unlike Okinawa's, began to recover, spurred by the Korean War, during which U.S. military contracts pumped billions of dollars into Japanese firms. Poverty forced many Okinawans to make a stark choice: emigrate to Japan or overseas, or work on the bases. Thousands fled to South America, where the arable land they'd been promised turned out to be jungle. Work on the bases was little better. Okinawans were assigned the most dangerous jobs while suffering according to a discriminatory wage scale that pegged their salaries below those of Japanese and Filipino laborers. 14. Okinawans were powerless to protest these injustices. Unlike on mainland Japan, where U.S. occupiers had introduced a new constitution encouraging a veneer of democracy, Okinawa was a dictatorship under the control of a U.S. military high commissioner. In the early years of U.S. occupation, Okinawans had no say in the governance of their island, the press was tightly controlled, and unions were banned. Starting in 1957, the CIA, well established on Okinawa by this time, channeled money into the Liberal Democratic Party, the start of decades of sabotage it conducted to stifle the free growth of democracy on the island. The CIA was headquartered at Camp Chinon and flew Air America missions from Hamby Airstrip. Among its Okinawa operations was an attempt to train anti-communist Chinese guerrillas to overthrow Mao's government. The rebels tricked the agency out of $50 million, and the uprising failed to materialize. 15. By the late 1950s, the U.S. government had built approximately 140 military installations on Okinawa, occupying almost 30% of its land. Many of these bases were for the United States Marine Corps, which had been relocated from mainland Japan due to local opposition to its presence there. The Pentagon prioritized its own infrastructure at the expense of such civilian projects as schools and hospitals. Fuel pipelines crisscrossed the island, cutting through communities. This use so blurred the distinction between military and civilian areas that, in 1959, one U.S. report surmised, the southern half of Okinawa does not really contain a series of bases but should be classified as a single military base complex. 16. In addition to smothering residential districts, agricultural land, and cemeteries, the bases also occupied areas vital to Okinawa's ecosystem, particularly sources of fresh water. In 1957, the military set up the Northern Training Area in the Yanburu jungles, a region described as Okinawa's water jug because it provides the island with a reliable source of drinking water. Farther south, Kadena Air Base, the largest United States Air Force base in Asia, sat upon dozens of freshwater springs and wells. Other installations, including Maki Minato Service Area, Camp Courtney, and Camp Schwab, occupied beaches that had long been used as a source of fish, shellfish, and seaweed by Okinawans. The Vietnam War on Okinawa. Throughout the early 1960s, the United States had been deploying thousands of military advisors to bolster its puppet regimes in South Vietnam. On March 8, 1965, it sent its first combat troops. Members of the 3rd Marine Division came from Okinawa. Less than 48 hours later, Okinawans suffered the first chemical impact of the new war. On March 10, as pupils of Ginoza Middle School sat down to lunch, they felt a sharp pain in their throats, followed by coughing and difficulty breathing. Teachers ordered the evacuation of the school, and once outside, they discovered a group of Marines on nearby military land. The teachers demanded to know what was happening to their students, but the Americans dismissed their concerns and told them their pupils must have accidentally inhaled gun smoke. It took 3 days of pressure from the school, local authorities, and the media to find out what had really occurred. Soldiers, training on the USMC base, had allowed CS gas to drift into the school. 17. In the following months, as the United States became increasingly involved in the war in Vietnam and then Cambodia and Laos, Okinawa experienced a surge of troops and supplies not seen since the planned invasion of mainland Japan 2 decades prior. For Washington, Okinawa was in the perfect position to wage war in Southeast Asia, far enough from the front lines to be protected from enemy attack but close enough to serve as a staging post for troops and supplies. Most importantly, the island was under military control, where the Pentagon could operate freely without civilian encroachment. According to military estimates, 75% of the supplies its troops used in Vietnam passed through the island, mostly via White Beach and Naha Port, where the U.S. Army's 2nd Logistical Command and Okinawan stevedores worked 24 hours a day, offloading ships from the United States. Other material arrived at Kadena Air Base, which, between 1965 and 1973, handled 1 million flights, approximately one every 3 minutes. At the peak, there were 50,000 Okinawans employed on military bases, including in the NTA, where they were paid $1 a day to dress up as Southeast Asian peasants and add a touch of realism to simulated Vietnamese villages. 18 So great was Okinawa's importance to the U.S. military posture that, in December 1965, Admiral Ulysses S. Grant Sharp, commander of U.S. Pacific Forces, stated, "Without Okinawa, we couldn't continue fighting the Vietnam War." 19. Between 1965 and 1975, 17 Okinawans were murdered by Americans, and others were raped or robbed. Service members mowed down civilians in hit-and-runs. Perpetrators were shipped back to the United States for trial and, in some cases, released without charge. Okinawans also bore the brunt of aircraft crashes. 20. The island's environment was severely damaged by the influx of troops and intense use of the bases. Waste oil, detergents, and sewage spilled into rivers and shorelines, ruining the fishing industry, and fuel leaked from the pipelines routed through civilian communities. 21 By June 1968, Kadena Air Base had so polluted local wells that water drawn from them could be lit with a match, and one source near Marine Corps Air Station Futenma earned the moniker Gasoline Spring due to its smell. 22 The military cared little about the impact on civilians. When one Okinawan leader complained about fuel spills in 1974, the U.S. consulate in Naha sent a classified cable to the State Department explaining that the pipeline has now been added to leftist catalog of evils of U.S. base system. 23. Interviews with veterans reveal the consequences of running industrial-scale operations under lax safety standards with no care for efficiency or the need to reduce waste. The U.S. military's fleet of thousands of jeeps, buses, and trucks dumped tons of radiator coolant, used oil, and battery acid at maintenance sites, including the U.S. Army's Maki Minato service area. Also, at Maki Minato, the 7th Psychological Operations Group poured down drains photograph developing fluid and the inks from the presses it used to print Vietnamese propaganda leaflets. The military's main mortuary at Kadena Air Base, infamous for routing heroin from Thailand to the United States, flushed excess formaldehyde down sewers. Meanwhile, on-base laundries went through tens of thousands of liters of dry cleaning chemicals and detergents. Added to this toxic cocktail were the substances Americans demanded to live the semblance of a comfortable first-world existence while on subtropical, poverty-stricken Okinawa. The dichlorodiphenyl trichloroethane sprayed weekly from trucks to kill mosquitoes, the malathion to keep military and civilian dogs free from fleas, and the pesticides and herbicides used to maintain on-base lawns and golf fairways. On Okinawa, the military disposed of its waste at sea, or by burning, burial, or sale to unsuspecting locals. Photographs from October 1964 record gas-masked U.S. troops disposing of unspecified chemical material from the back of an army truck aboard a boat into Okinawa's sea. Reports from the 2nd Logistical Command also catalog the dumping of tons of damaged ammunition at sea and the burning of hundreds of kilograms of ordnance, a dangerous practice for communities located downwind. 24. Burial was another common disposal method, with such waste as pesticides, herbicides, and tetraethyl lead, an additive in fuel that wrecks the human central nervous system and can cause reproductive and developmental disorders. In the early 1970s, Okinawan base worker Tamura Susumu witnessed the burial of a surplus stock of what his American boss described as coal tar. 30 years later, after the land had been returned to civilian use, the 187 barrels were unearthed by a construction crew. The barrels' contents, a sticky black liquid, had leaked from their containers, and the discovery sparked a public outcry. Local authorities conducted only perfunctory tests before declaring them non-toxic and sending them away for disposal. At first, the U.S. military denied the barrels were theirs, but photographs from October 1964 show men in gas masks dumping unspecified chemical material into Okinawa Sea from the back of a U.S. Army truck aboard a U.S. Army boat. U.S. National Archives. Thanks in part to Tamura's testimony, they finally admitted responsibility. Nevertheless, due to the long-standing U.S.-Japan agreements explained in Chapter 5, the cleanup bill of 20 million yen was footed by Japanese taxpayers. 25. During the Vietnam War, the final way in which the U.S. military disposed of surplus chemicals was via auctions and sales. According to one resident, the military sold surplus stocks of Vietnam War herbicides to a local municipality, which then sprayed them around the community to clear vegetation. Veterans also recalled the sale of such chemicals to local farmers who valued their powerful weed-killing properties. In 1971, a private company bought a large stock of herbicides from the military and subsequently dumped them on land in the Hebrew and Gushikami districts. The chemicals, which contained poisonous pentachlorophenol, leaked into a nearby river, resulting in contamination of local tap water. Local school children fell sick with stomach pains, and the water supplies of 30,000 people were disrupted. 26. Okinawa officials visit a dump site of surplus U.S. herbicides in southern Okinawa in 1971, the substances leaked into a nearby river and sickened children. Okinawa Prefectural Archives. Chemical leaks on the bases injured many Okinawans. In August 1975, a large spill of industrial detergents exposed base workers to lead, cadmium, and hexavalent chromium, a substance that can cause lung cancer, at levels 8,000 times the safe limit. The U.S. consulate in Naha wrote a secret cable to the State Department dismissing the accident as a flap and writing, "The newspapers and the leftists will certainly make good use of this issue against us." 27. Another secret cable from September 1975 stated that the issue of base pollution was readily exploitable by the leftists against American interests on Okinawa, and the U.S. government ought to prepare the best possible political posture in the event of future pollution accidents. 28. This comment highlights the disdain U.S. authorities had for those poisoned, an approach consistent with the one taken in the aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and honed throughout the Bikini nuclear tests. The military did all it could to hide the truth about contamination, and whenever news escaped, it attempted to downplay the dangers or discredit those who revealed it. However, unbeknownst to Okinawans and most U.S. service members, there was an even larger risk present on the island. U.S. weapons of mass destruction on Okinawa. During the 27-year U.S. occupation, Okinawa possessed one of the most concentrated stockpiles of weapons of mass destruction on the planet, approximately 1,000 nuclear warheads and 13,000 tons of chemical weapons. In the 1960s, the military conducted operations on the island under its Human Test Program, Project 112, as well as experiments with biological weapons on at least 3 sites. At the time, incidents involving these weapons sickened Americans and local civilians. Today, Cold War burials and sea dumps of these munitions continue to threaten health on the island. 29. U.S. nuclear weapons on Okinawa. On mainland Japan, the public backlash against nuclear tests following the 1954 contamination of the Lucky Dragon convinced the United States that stationing such nuclear weapons in Japan was politically unfeasible, but the situation on Okinawa was different. Here there are no restrictions imposed by a foreign government on our rights to store or to employ atomic weapons, stated the Melvin Price report, penned by a special subcommittee of the House of Representatives Armed Services Committee in 1955. Despite this and other tacit admissions, the U.S. government maintained a policy of neither confirm nor deny, which kept the deployment of nuclear weapons to Okinawa secret for decades. Only in recent years has the declassification of top-secret documents, combined with testimonies from U.S. veterans, made it possible to grasp the scale of nuclear weapons storage on Okinawa and some of the accidents involving them. 30. According to documents released by the Pentagon to U.S. researchers via the Freedom of Information Act in the late 1990s, the first nuclear weapons were brought to Okinawa in 1954. In the following years, approximately 1,200 warheads were kept at various sites, including Naha Air Base, Kadena Air Base, and Army ammunition depots at Chibana and Henoko. There were at least 18 types of nuclear weapons on Okinawa, such as megaton range bombs, rockets, and smaller tactical shells designed for use on the battlefield. 31. In 1955, the U.S. Army brought 6 atomic cannons to Okinawa that could fire small 280 mm nuclear munitions, each packing about the same power as the Hiroshima bomb, 30 kilometers. During its first test firing of a non-nuclear shell in Jinoza village in October 1955, the blast shattered 50 windows in a school 150 meters away, injuring 4 students by flying glass. At the same time, the United States also deployed Honest John rockets, capable of delivering nuclear warheads or 356 cluster bombs, each filled with a half kilogram of nerve agent. 32. In the 1950s, the U.S. Air Force deployed F-100 fighter bombers to Kadena Air Base with 1.1 megaton thermonuclear bombs. One of those to visit Kadena was Daniel Ellsberg, at the time an advisor for the RAND Corporation, analyzing the military's nuclear weapon deployments. In his 2017 book The Doomsday Machine, he described the slipshod operations he saw on Okinawa. The 1.1 megaton bombs were too large to fit inside the F-100 aircraft, so they had to be slung beneath their bellies. The bombs themselves lacked the full safety features of other devices, meaning if they were accidentally dropped or involved in an accident, there was the risk of a partial or full detonation. Okinawans detested the F-100 for another reason. In June 1959, one of the jets had crashed into Miyamori Elementary School in Ishikawa City, killing 12 pupils and 6 other civilians. The pilot parachuted to safety and subsequently enjoyed a long and distinguished career in the U.S. Air Force. 33. Additionally, the military built 4 silo complexes on Okinawa holding a total of 32 MACE missiles, which, armed with 1.1 megaton warheads, had a range of 2,000 kilometers, enabling them to strike China and the Soviet Far East. During U.S. occupation, Okinawan bases possessed an arsenal of more than 1,000 nuclear weapons. Here U.S. Army technicians conduct maintenance on a MACE missile capable of carrying a 1 megaton warhead in 1962. U.S. National Archives. In 2011, I conducted the first interviews with U.S. Air Force technicians in charge of these missiles, and they described the secrecy surrounding their deployment to Okinawa. The Secretary of Defense had banned them from using the word missile on their uniform patches, and the weapons themselves were always transported at night, hidden beneath tarpaulins. In 1962, just after the Cuban Missile Crisis, a potentially catastrophic incident occurred in the bunker in Ana, when one of the missiles developed an electrical malfunction. With warning alarms blaring throughout the underground complex, one technician climbed into the firing tube to rewire the missile. It took 6 hours before he finally managed to resolve the problem. Had it detonated, the explosion would have set off the 7 other missiles alongside. The blast itself would have been catastrophic, and the fallout would have left the island uninhabitable for decades. All the technicians I interviewed agreed that the presence of nuclear weapons on Okinawa made it a key target in a preemptive or a retaliatory strike. One of the veterans described Okinawans as human shields 34. Even though Okinawa and the rest of the world was spared annihilation during this period, there were at least 2 incidents: broken arrows that dumped nuclear weapons into the seas near Okinawa. In the 1950s, the U.S. Army deployed its first Nike missile systems to 8 sites on the island. The 13-meter-long weapons were equipped with warheads designed to knock incoming enemy aircraft out of the skies. In June 1959, U.S. veterans recalled, an accident took place at Naha Air Base. With a warhead attached and the missile in a horizontal position, technicians were conducting electrical tests on the system. A short circuit occurred, igniting the engines and firing the missile into the sea. One soldier was cut in half by exhaust blast, and another later died from his burns. According to one of the surviving soldiers, the weapon was later recovered in secret by the military. The United States still declines to comment on the incident. 35. The second broken arrow sunk into Okinawa's waters in December 1965. The aircraft carrier USS Ticonderoga was sailing from Southeast Asia to Yokosuka Naval Base when one of its aircraft rolled overboard, carrying its pilot and a B-43 1-megaton bomb to the bottom of the sea. The Pentagon kept the incident secret for the next 16 years. In 1981, upon finally revealing what had happened, the U.S. government claimed the incident had occurred more than 800 kilometers from land. Navy documents later revealed the accident had actually taken place about 130 kilometers east of the Ryukyu Islands. Despite the incident providing incontestable proof the U.S. Navy was bringing nuclear weapons to Japan, Tokyo did not lodge any form of protest. The bomb remains on the seabed, slowly corroding, potentially leaking radiation, and susceptible to disturbances by unsuspecting trawlers and tectonic shifts. 36. As well as the dangers of the actual weapons, during the U.S. occupation there were also other incidents involving radioactive contamination on Okinawa. In the Vietnam War, U.S. nuclear-powered submarines frequently visited Naha Port, White Beach, and U.S. Navy bases on mainland Japan. In August 1968, one of these vessels leaked radioactive cobalt-60 into the waters of Naha Port, and 3 divers claimed to have been sickened by their exposure to the substance, which had accumulated in mud at the bottom of the harbor. In May 1972, cobalt-60 was again detected at Naha Port, and this time in shellfish at White Beach. 2.37. Records from the 2nd Logistical Command, the group tasked with handling supplies for the military on Okinawa, also described the disposal of radioactive waste. The material, stated one 1970 report, was generated in or evacuated to Okinawa and related to ammunition operations. In the United States at this time, it was standard operating procedure for the military to bury such waste on its bases. 38. A CIA memo from July 1969, dismisses residents' fears of radiation as irrational. With their well-known nuclear allergy as a basis, the Japanese are easily aroused by scare reports of radioactive pollution of their waters, and of other evils associated with U.S. bases in Japan and Okinawa. These fears and irritants are always present among the Japanese, and are readily susceptible to exploitation by anti-US elements on the slightest pretext. 39. Throughout the 1960s, Okinawans demonstrated for the reversion of their island to Japan, where they hoped the Constitution would guarantee them democratic rights and a reduction of the military presence, particularly the removal of the nuclear weapons they suspected were housed there. mainland Japanese, the majority of whom opposed the war in Vietnam, supported these demands for reversion. In 1969, former U.S. Ambassador to Japan Edwin Reischauer broke a long-standing taboo and referred to Okinawa as a colony of 1 million Japanese. By the late 1960s, the reversion movement had become so vociferous that the United States feared its military bases on Okinawa might be at risk, so it agreed to return Okinawa to guarantee the security of its bases, a deal that left the U.S. presence intact and allowed continued use of the bases without constraints. For Tokyo, the agreement provided Japan with the ongoing security of the U.S. military without having to increase the U.S. presence on the mainland. Once again, the Japanese government displayed its obsequiousness when it agreed to pay the United States approximately $685 million, including at least $70 million for the removal of nuclear weapons, in a deal Tokyo hid from the public for decades. In addition to this one-off payment, the United States received long-term financial benefits because following reversion, the Japanese government would pay for the upkeep of the bases, including the salaries of base workers and the facility's electric and water costs. 40. Outwardly, the Japanese government pledged to Okinawans that reversion would take place according to the principles they had long demanded, Keiku Nuki Hondo Nami, but both promises were broken. In the following years, the burden of bases on the island would increase compared to the mainland. In 1972, 42% of the land used by the U.S. military was on the mainland vis-a-vis 58% on Okinawa, but today the island hosts roughly 70% of the U.S. military bases in Japan. Moreover, when Okinawa reverted to Japanese control on May 15, 1972, there were still 8 different types of nuclear weapons on Okinawa. Department of Defense records show these were finally removed the following month. The United States has never commented on their removal. 41. The U.S. military's use of Okinawa as a nuclear weapons storage site did not end in 1972. During reversion negotiations, the Japanese government agreed to allow the U.S. military to return nuclear weapons to Okinawa in an emergency. 42. The deal, which remained hidden for decades, blatantly violated Japan's non-nuclear principles. It again shows the Japanese government's willingness following reversion to treat the island as territory where actions could be taken that would not be allowed elsewhere in the nation. Since the 1972 reversion, Okinawa has suffered from the double subjugation of both Washington and Tokyo. Biological weapons tests and Project 112. During the same period that the Pentagon was packing Okinawa with nuclear warheads, it was also conducting biological and chemical weapons tests there. According to reports from Fort Detrick, between May 1961 and September 1962, military scientists conducted 11 biological weapons experiments in Shuri, Ishikawa, and Nago City. The experiments involved rice blast, a fungus that can rot entire fields of rice and, if it reaches epidemic proportions, the harvests of whole regions. On Okinawa, scientists used a midget duster to release spores alongside fields. 3 varieties of rice were infected. 43. The experiments were part of U.S. research into the disruption of food supplies in East Asian countries and designed for potential deployment in future wars there. Biological weapons expert Sheldon H. Harris asserts the research on Okinawa was so successful it encouraged the U.S. military to embark on tests with 1,000 more substances. 44. According to one U.S. Army report, in 1962, the United States also began to conduct operations on Okinawa under the auspices of Project 112. Described by the Department of Defense as biological and chemical warfare vulnerability tests around the world, Project 112 exposed thousands of unwitting American service members to such substances as sarin and VX agents. The program ran from 1962 to 1974, and for decades after, the Pentagon denied its existence. However, in response to illnesses among its human test subjects, it was forced to admit to the program in 2000. 2 years later, Congress ordered the Pentagon to create a register of service members exposed during Project 112, and it released a list of the project's locations, but Okinawa does not appear on it. 45. U.S. Army reports show Okinawa was a site for Project 112 as early as December 1962. The site, known as Red Hat, was managed by the U.S. Army 267th Chemical Company, stationed at Chibana Army Ammunition Depot. Before coming to Okinawa, the report stated, the 36-member platoon had received training at Rocky Mountain Arsenal, Denver, the Pentagon's chemical and biological weapons facility. Another report released by the National Archives and Records Administration via FOIA request also confirms the existence of the operation on Okinawa, calling it Project 11246. The primary task of the Army Company was the management of a chemical weapons stockpile, but there is evidence it also conducted tests on Okinawa. Included in the Department of Defense's list of those exposed during Project 112 tests is Don Heathcote, a former Marine stationed at Camp Hansen in 1962. Heathcote's Project 112 file states, sprayed from numbered containers. Heathcote clearly recalls the circumstances of the tests. Assigned for approximately 1 month to the NTA, he was ordered to conduct trials with chemicals from color-coded drums. Without safety equipment and closely monitored by a senior officer, he repeatedly sprayed foliage with different substances. The chemicals killed the jungle, says Heathcote, and also damaged his health. Soon after I returned home, I underwent an operation to extract polyps from my nose. The doctors removed enough to fill a cup. Plus, they diagnosed me with bronchitis and sinusitis connected to chemical exposure. Other Marines recall similar spray tests on Okinawa during this period that left them with such chronic breathing problems as scarring of the lungs and neurological illnesses, including Parkinson's disease. One of them, Gerald Moeller, fell seriously ill soon after being ordered to camp in a defoliated forest in 1961. Were we Marines used as guinea pigs on Okinawa? I think so, said Moeller in an interview in April 2012. He passed away the following year, but the U.S. government still has not admitted its responsibility in exposing him and his colleagues to chemical experiments on the island, nor does the U.S. government include Okinawa on its official list of places where Project 112 operations were held, frustrating veterans' claims for VA support. 47. Chemical weapons on Okinawa. The deployment of chemical weapons to the Red Hat site was conducted under the same intense secrecy as the storage of nuclear weapons. However, thanks to a combination of declassified documents and veterans' testimonies, it is possible to reconstruct the details of the U.S. chemical weapons program on Okinawa. The U.S. Army first brought chemical weapons to the island in 1953, when it deployed a small stockpile of mustard agent. The following year, it brought sarin agent. First invented in 1938, sarin was one of the new generation of nerve agents, far deadlier than the blister and choking chemicals used in World War I. Initial exposure to sarin causes pupils to pinpoint, leading to visual problems, followed by drooling and sweating, and the victim then suffers from convulsions and death. In the 1950s, British scientists developed an even more dangerous nerve agent VX, which was subsequently weaponized by the United States. It kills in a similar way to sarin, but whereas sarin quickly evaporates, VX is more jelly-like and so can contaminate the environment for longer periods of time. The United States packed the chemical into landmines to render large areas inaccessible to the enemy. In 1961, the Joint Chiefs of Staff authorized the head of the Pacific Command to store 16,000 tons of chemical weapons on Okinawa. In 1963, 11,000 tons of toxins were brought to Okinawa in 2 shipments and stored at Chibana Army Ammunition Depot. Another shipment arrived in 1965, bringing the total volume of chemical weapons to Okinawa to more than 13,000 tons. According to declassified U.S. Army reports, these 3 shipments consisted of distilled mustard, sarin, and VX agents. They were bulk sealed in 1-ton drums and contained in ready-made weapons, including 13,000 VX landmines and almost 60,000 shells of sarin agent. 48 The stockpile held an apocalyptic volume. Experts estimate that 1 liter of VX agent is theoretically enough to kill thousands of people, meaning there was enough nerve agent on Okinawa to eliminate everyone in the region many times over. U.S. veterans and Okinawan base workers have described the conditions in which the chemical weapons were stored at the Red Hat site. The munitions were housed in bunkers dug into the hillsides, and the area was monitored by an animal early warning system of free-roaming goats and caged white rabbits, whose deaths, the military hoped, would signal any leaks. Soldiers patrolling the area were issued automatic syringes containing the nerve agent antidote atropine and ordered to inject themselves if they suspected they had been exposed. Small test kits containing samples of chemical weapons were also used in training sessions to help troops identify the substances. U.S. soldiers inspect chemical weapons storage bunkers at Chiba Army Ammunition Depot in January 1971. Okinawa Prefectural Archives. According to the U.S. Air Force, the Chiba Depot's chemical weapons were flown off the island for testing in the United States. For example, in March 1969, 25 bombs, each containing 100 kilograms of sarin, were driven from Chiba to Kadena Air Base by tractor-trailers. Apparently, the route was not evacuated of civilians, nor were local authorities alerted to the dangers. Following the arrival of the munitions at Kadena, they were flown via Hawaii for outdoor trials at Dugway Proving Grounds in Utah. 49. The U.S. Army kept white rabbits at Chiba Army Ammunition Depot to monitor leaks of chemical weapons, January 1971. Okinawa Prefectural Archives. Operation Red Hat. At the Red Hat site, the toxic stockpile required constant maintenance. Inside the weapons, the sarin was eating through the containers because the military had cut corners in its production, making the sarin acidic and laden with impurities. At the same time, Okinawa's humid, salty air was corroding the weapons' exteriors. According to the military, approximately 32,000 munitions were defective. 50. On July 8, 1969, Americans at the Chiba Depot were sandblasting a 227 kilogram sarin bomb to prepare for repainting when it sprung a leak. 23 service members and 1 U.S. civilian were hospitalized, some of them for as long as a week. As soon as the accident occurred, the officer in charge of the chemical weapons telephoned the High Commissioner of Okinawa and asked for permission to dump the leaky munition at sea. The commissioner told him he'd need permission from the Pentagon. The military did not make the accident public, but reporters from the Wall Street Journal soon discovered what had happened and their story hit headlines worldwide. 51. Okinawans reacted to the news that chemical weapons were being stored in their midst with understandable fury, but again CIA officers were primarily concerned with the risks of negative publicity. Japanese leftists are hurting for a good rallying cause. They may well be tempted to try to give this present incident a good propaganda ride, stated one report. 52. Coming as it did in the middle of reversion negotiations, Washington policymakers took the accident more seriously. President Richard Nixon was forced to announce the end of U.S. chemical weapons production and pledge that the United States would only ever use existing stockpiles in retaliation. To Okinawans, the U.S. government promised to remove its entire chemical weapon arsenal from the island. First, the military tried to ship them to Umatilla Chemical Depot in Oregon, but the plan was blocked by the governor. Then the military decided to send them to Kodiak Island Naval Station in Alaska, but senators there thwarted the project. The military finally settled on the U.S. territory of Johnston Atoll, an island under U.S. control but outside of its laws. The island had been heavily contaminated with radiation from failed nuclear launches in the early 1960s. Meanwhile, on Okinawa, the presence of the stockpile terrified nearby communities, and they held large demonstrations concerning the delays in removing it. On December 20, 1970, these contributed to the island's most violent anti-US riot in Koza City, where residents beat Americans, set alight their cars, and stormed Kadena Air Base. 80 vehicles were destroyed and 60 Americans hospitalized. The following month, removal work finally commenced, 18 months after the initial leak. 53. Operation Red Hat, claimed the military, had been named by a little old lady in tennis shoes working at the Pentagon, and it was accompanied by a cheery propaganda campaign replete with cute pin badges and a documentary called Operation Red Hat, Men and a Mission. According to the official version of events, it was a grand success. In January 1971, Phase 1 of the operation involved soldiers driving 9 trailer loads of chemical weapons from Chibana to Tengan Pier, where they were loaded onto ships. In August 1971, Phase 2 of Operation Red Hat started. During a 38-day period, 1,213 trailer loads of munitions were loaded aboard. According to the Pentagon, the only mishap occurred when a pallet of sarin rockets was dropped into a ship's hold. Despite being badly mangled, no leaks occurred. In May 1970, Okinawans staged a demonstration calling for the removal of chemical weapons from their island and an end to U.S. attacks on Cambodia. Okinawa Prefectural Archives. As the final trucks passed by, Okinawan officials tossed handfuls of salt in a ritual to purify the area. Finally, soldiers draped a large sheet over the ship's rail, painted with the Looney Tunes catchphrase, "That's all folks." But it wasn't. Veterans' accounts and scientific data suggest the U.S. military has not been entirely truthful about what actually happened during Operation Red Hat. 54 The first mistruth, according to veterans, is how the military responded to the sarin leak at Chibana. They say the military followed the initial recommendation of the officer in charge and, as was standard operating procedure at the time, dumped the damaged munitions and others at sea. Former service members recall large volumes of chemical munitions driven by truck from Chibana to Tengan Pier in the autumn of 1969. It was an all-hands effort, with cooks, supply clerks, and road duty MPs manning intersections and escort duty. "We all got the atropine training and were issued gas masks," recalled one MP. Meanwhile, a U.S. Army stevedore recalled the same convoy and said the chemical weapons had been packed into large steel containment tubes. Equipped with a gas mask and syringe of emergency antidote, he accompanied the weapons when they were transported from Tengan Pier to an unknown spot several hours sailing from Okinawa's coast. "We used a winch to lift the containers out of the hold and then a large forklift to push them overboard," the soldier further remembered. "I am not sure how many we dumped, it was a lot. After the first 15 or 20, I stopped counting. The entire operation took 48 hours. 55. At the time, Okinawan newspaper journalists had heard the same accounts from on-base sources, but when reporters pushed for details, their informants suddenly clammed up for fear of losing their jobs. Today, experts on chemical weapons disposal from the Monterey Institute in the United States estimate the metal containers for chemical weapons would have corroded to the point of rupture following approximately 50 years of submersion in sea water. In short, the munitions dumped off Okinawa are now approaching their safety limits. According to the Institute, sarin and VX nerve agents are believed to persist for long periods in ocean waters. Moreover, mustard agent, when exposed to sea water, develops a hardened outer shell that keeps its contents as toxic as when it was first manufactured. Back on US-occupied Okinawa, 2 further leaks of chemical weapons reportedly occurred before the military finished removing its stockpiles. In December 1970, several Okinawan workers at Tsukiyama Dam, near the Chibana depot, suffered injuries to their eyes and throats following a suspected leak within the installation. Another accident sickened 3 U.S. service members in June 1971. One of them was Lindsey Peterson, an operations platoon leader for Operation Red Hat. While preparing a 1-ton container of VX agent for shipment, a small amount leaked from around its rim. One of the monitor rabbits died, and I began developing muscle twitches. They rushed 3 of us to the medical dispensary at Chibana and kept us there overnight for treatment, explained Peterson. 56. Peterson also revealed how the U.S. military disposed of chemical weapon test kits without informing the Japanese government. Each kit contained 48 small vials holding choking and blister agents. Peterson suspects the military either buried them on the island or sunk them at sea, but it seems they were dumped in a pond near the Chibana facilities, The Japanese government's 2003 chemical weapons survey noted the discovery of hundreds of gas-filled containers that the military refused to explain. 57. The U.S. military displayed similar negligence with its inventory of chemical weapons on Okinawa. In 1997, when scientists on Johnston Island belatedly conducted tests on the containers packed during Operation Red Hat, they discovered that a quarter of them had been mislabeled, and there were traces of one weapon Lewisite not mentioned anywhere in the military's official accounts. 58. According to U.S. veterans, there was one more chemical the U.S. military surreptitiously transported from Okinawa during Operation Red Hat, Agent Orange. One former U.S. Army Special Forces Green Beret recalled seeing hundreds of barrels of defoliants loaded into the holds of one of the ships, and a former U.S. soldier who helped offload chemical weapons on Johnston Island described similar barrels. There were herbicides involved in Operation Red Hat. The barrels I sat on were 55-gallon drums. 59. Many of the Operation Red Hat veterans believe they were sickened from exposure to the chemicals involved in the mission, particularly Agent Orange, which the U.S. government insists was never present on Okinawa. 4. Military herbicides, Vietnam and Okinawa. During the 1920s and 1930s, scientists in Europe and the United States investigating ways to improve harvests found that the growth of plants was controlled by substances similar to hormones. When artificially synthesized and applied, these chemicals yielded better crops, but when used in excess volumes, they caused growth to spiral out of control, killing the plant. This destructive aspect caught the attention of the military, which realized these substances might enable it to destroy its enemies' crops and starve countries into surrender. In 1943, the U.S. Army Chemical Corps created its Crops Division at Camp Detrick, Maryland, and during World War II, scientists researched thousands of different crop-killing substances. Two that seemed to offer the most potential for military use were the herbicides, 2,4-dichlorophenoxyacetic acid and 2,4,5-trichlorophenoxyacetic acid. 1. By 1945, the U.S. military was making plans to attack Japan with phosgene and mustard agent. It was also preparing to unleash its anti-crop substances, dousing small Pacific islands with herbicides to force enemy troops into surrender and attacking rice crops on the homeland. The atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki rendered these tactics moot, and following the war, Camp Detrick scientists received a boon from Unit 731 scientists' anti-crop reports, which they said contained much interesting and worthwhile information too. During the Cold War, anti-crop research, along with other biochemical weapons work, escalated at Camp Detrick. Eager to test its herbicides in actual combat, in 1952, the military shipped 5,000 barrels of Agent Purple to Guam for use in Korea, but once again, the end of fighting thwarted the Pentagon's plans to use it. In the 1950s, the British military used 2,4,5T in Malaya, and this encouraged the United States to continue its herbicide research under Project Agile, whose remit also included other unconventional warfare techniques, for example, booby traps and psychological propaganda. Tests on different formulae and spray systems were conducted in the mainland United States and overseas. 3. In 1961, scientists from recently renamed Fort Detrick brought biological weapon tests to Okinawa, where they experimented with rice blast at 3 different sites. According to a high-ranking U.S. officer interviewed by the Okinawa Times, herbicide tests were also conducted between 1960 and 1962, in the northern Yanbara jungles. Within 24 hours of the spraying, the leaves had turned brown. By week 4, all the leaves had fallen off. It was confirmed that weekly spraying stopped new buds from developing, the official said. The Department of Defense had chosen Okinawa, he explained, because its jungles resembled those in Southeast Asia where the United States was considering deployment of the chemicals, and also because the military's jurisdiction over Okinawa enabled it to bypass more stringent safety standards that might limit such research elsewhere. 4. Vietnam, nation as laboratory. Explaining the Pentagon's approach to Vietnam in the early days of the conflict, General Maxwell Taylor said, On the military side, we have recognized the importance of the area as a laboratory. Many of the chemicals it began to employ in the region were new, for instance, deadlier versions of napalm that could keep burning flesh even underwater, and more potent CS gas, of which it used millions of kilograms. 5. The U.S. military first dubbed its defoliation campaign Operation Hades, but public relations advisors quickly changed the title to Operation Ranch Hand, a name that, instead of conjuring up desolate visions of Greek hell, tapped into imagery of cowboys taming unruly nature. The logo chosen for their badges was Murasaki, the Japanese kanji character for purple reflecting Agent Purple, the first formulae produced in bulk. The United States has always contended that its use of herbicides did not breach international conventions against chemical weapons because the substances targeted plants, not humans. However, the Pentagon was initially so wary of international criticism that it launched Operation Ranch Hand in secrecy. Disguising its herbicides as civilian supplies, it flew them into Vietnam to bypass compulsory customs inspections of cargo ships. Moreover, the U.S. ambassador to Vietnam recommended that United States Air Force flight crews not wear military uniforms, and upon their arrival at Tan Son Nha Hut, near Saigon, the C-123 spray planes were stationed out of sight in an isolated corner of the base. 6. In January 1962, the first official Operation Ranch Hand C-123 flight took off and sprayed herbicides along a road near Saigon to clear vegetation in the hope it would prevent guerrilla ambushes. This flight became the first of 19,905 defoliation sorties conducted in the next 10 years. During this time, the United States sprayed approximately 76 million liters of experimental herbicides over South Vietnam and neighboring Cambodia and Laos. 7 Many of these missions targeted food crops rice, maize, sweet potatoes, and bananas to starve enemy troops and force South Vietnamese peasants off their land into zones where they might be better controlled by US-backed authorities. As well as being spread by aircraft, herbicides were also dispersed from helicopters, trucks, and boats. Additionally, service members sprayed them by hand along perimeter fences to deter infiltration. Veterans have also recalled using the same herbicides in Guam, Okinawa, and Thailand to clear vegetation from the edge of runways and such important infrastructure as fuel pipelines and antenna farms. Such heavy use left behind thousands of empty barrels, which U.S. soldiers and Vietnamese civilians converted into makeshift showers, cut in half for barbecues, or used to store gasoline. The latter produced an unforeseen consequence. On average, the barrels contain 2 liters of herbicide residue, and the exhaust fumes of vehicles refueled from these drums stripped trees bare, including those of Saigon's famous boulevards. 8. During the war, the U.S. military worked with 37 manufacturers, notably Dow Chemical Company and Monsanto Company, continually tweaking the formulae of its herbicides. To distinguish between different mixtures, they painted the barrels with a colored stripe or lid. These rainbow herbicides included Agent Blue, which was used to kill grasses, Agent White, which worked against woody vegetation, and Agent Orange, the most commonly used formula, effective against broadleaf jungle. In total, the military employed 12 types of herbicides during the Vietnam War, as well as chemicals to sterilize the soil and ensure vegetation would be not able to grow back. Agents Blue, White, and Orange were also available to order via military supply catalogs by individual U.S. base commanders at a cost of $385 for a 208-liter barrel. 9. The military's record-keeping of the procurement and use of its rainbow herbicides was lax. Following the war, 14% of the Agent Orange sent to Vietnam remained unaccounted, 400,000 liters of Agent Pink had been lost, and data on ranch hand spray missions were incomplete. Likewise, some of the records of herbicide shipments made prior to 1965 are missing. 10 The lack of documentation is even worse for herbicide missions in Cambodia and Laos, which were covertly run by the CIA. Throughout Operation Ranch Hand, the United States and its puppet South Vietnamese governments staged a propaganda campaign extolling the safety of its herbicides via the media, which, at the time, was being tightly controlled. In 1962, for example, the press ran an announcement that the herbicides would not harm wildlife, domestic animals, human beings, or the soil. Leaflets were also dropped from aircraft into areas targeted for defoliation, promising farmers the chemicals were harmless. U.S. military personnel were given similar assurances. Orange is relatively non-toxic to man or animals. No injuries have been reported to personnel exposed to aircraft spray. 11. The human toll of U.S. herbicides. Vietnamese soldiers, civilians, and American troops who experienced defoliation operations firsthand recall what struck them most following the wake of the C-123S was the silence. Jungles fell quiet as the chemicals killed first the insects, then small birds and frogs, sometimes monkeys fell stunned from the trees. In village farms, flocks of chickens and ducks died, and fish floated dead to the surface of ponds. U.S. defoliation missions sprayed an estimated 43% of South Vietnam's farmland and 44% of its forest at least once. The mangrove swamps of the Mekong Delta were devastated. 12 By 1965, almost half of C-123 flights targeted crops, destroying food supplies for 1 million people, which led to mass starvation among civilians but had little impact on enemy troops. 13. As many as 4.8 million Vietnamese people were exposed to military herbicides and an estimated 3 million fell ill. 14 The health impact depended on the chemicals sprayed, the degree of exposure, and individual tolerance. For some, initial reactions included irritated skin, vomiting and diarrhea, headaches, and numbness of the fingers and toes. In the coming months and years, these symptoms deteriorated into diabetes, misfiring immune systems, and cancers. Doctors in the United States and Vietnam looked on helplessly as men and women in their 20s and 30s developed illnesses more common in people double their age. Then there were the babies. One study found that 2/3 of Vietnamese exposed to U.S. herbicides had children suffering from serious health problems. 15 They died in the womb or, in the words of one Vietnamese writer, were born as flapping, gasping fish that died almost immediately. Risking the wrath of the authorities, Saigon newspapers published photographs of these babies, one with a face like that of a duck, another with a head that resembles that of a poodle or a sheep, and another with 2 heads, 3 arms, and 20 fingers. 16 other children born apparently healthy passed away after a week, a month, or a year. In South Vietnam, the US-backed authorities blamed the deaths of these babies not on military herbicides, but on a fictional venereal disease they dubbed Okinawa bacteria. 17. Despite the U.S. military's repeated assurances that its herbicides were safe, they were toxic. Agent Blue, the herbicide sprayed over rice fields, contained an arsenic compound, cacodylic acid, which damages the fetus and causes cancer. During the war, more than 4.7 million liters of Agent Blue was used in Vietnam. Agent White contained 2 substances, HCB and nitrocamines, both of which are known carcinogens. 2,4,5T, the ingredient in Agents Pink, Purple, and Orange, was contaminated with 2,3,7,8 tetrachlorodibenzoparadioxin, described by the World Health Organization as highly toxic and can cause reproductive and developmental problems, damage the immune system, interfere with hormones, and also cause cancer. 18 of the herbicides used during Operation Ranch Hand, 65% contained TCDD, and during the Vietnam War, the total weight of dioxin sprayed by the U.S. military was 366 kilograms. TCDD's toxicity is measured in the trillionths of a gram. 19. The presence of dioxin in the herbicides was a result of the manufacturers' greed and the hunger of the military for more chemicals. When herbicides are produced at low temperatures during a long period of time, the amount of dioxin is relatively small. However, during the Vietnam War, the military's demand was so high that the makers decided to cut corners to meet orders, so they operated their factories around the clock. 20. Perhaps one comment by General William Westmoreland, the man in charge of the war, best encapsulates the Pentagon's disdain: the Oriental doesn't put the same high price on life as does the Westerner. Life is plentiful, life is cheap in the Orient. As the philosophy of the Orient expresses it, life is not important. 21. Halt to Operation Ranch Hand, only the start of problems. On April 15, 1970, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, David Packard, declared an immediate suspension on the use of herbicides containing 2,4,5T, particularly Agent Orange, in Vietnam. While Agent Blue could still be used and some herbicides were still sprayed by hand, truck, and helicopter, C-123 missions slowed to a halt. The Pentagon had been forced to act. The U.S. media had obtained a scientific report citing incontestable proof of the dangers of these herbicides. In 1966, Bionetics Research Laboratories had been working under contract to the U.S. government to investigate the effects of 2,4,5T on laboratory animals. It had discovered that, even in low doses, the substance caused birth defects. The laboratory had relayed its findings to the manufacturers and the U.S. government, but for 4 more years, the military continued to spray its herbicides, and the producers continued to reap huge profits, aware of the risk to both U.S. troops and the people of Vietnam. They probably would have kept spraying for many more years if not for a graduate student majoring in biology at Harvard who obtained a copy of the Bionetics report in late 1969, and leaked it to the press. 22. However, the revelations about 2,4,5T's toxicity failed to pave the way for help for those suffering from exposure to military herbicides. In 1978, the VA sent a secret memo to its branch clinics, ordering them not to award benefits to Vietnam War veterans suffering from exposure to herbicides. Veterans' claims were stalled or their paperwork was lost, or sick service members were sent on wild goose chases to find records that never existed. Some troops' herbicide-related health problems were blamed on alcoholism, drug addiction, or venereal disease. 23. In 1979, U.S. veterans launched a class action suit against the companies that had produced herbicides for the military. By 1984, it had become clear to the makers that they would almost definitely lose the case, so they offered to settle out of court. Without any input from the service members themselves, the veterans' lawyers agreed to a settlement of $180 million. Those who had been totally disabled by their exposure received $12,000 paid during a span of 10 years, while the lawyers pocketed $13 million. 24. For the manufacturers, the lawsuit was an overwhelming victory. They made it clear that the one-off payment was in no way connected to an admission of guilt, and it protected them from future litigation. This hobbled other groups seeking compensation for their illnesses. In 2004, Vietnamese victims launched a similar lawsuit against the manufacturers, but it was rejected outright. Dow maintains that, the very substantial body of human evidence on Agent Orange does not establish that veterans' illnesses are caused by Agent Orange, and Monsanto insists that, a causal connection linking Agent Orange to chronic disease in humans has not been established. 25. Throughout the 1980s, the U.S. government launched several showcase research projects into the health effects of military herbicides. It did everything it could to tamper with the data to disprove links between exposure and illnesses. It skewed statistics, faked numbers, and buried crucial findings. For example, a 1984 report that showed increased health problems among ranch hand veterans was altered to hide the truth, as was a 1987 investigation that revealed highly elevated cancer risks for other exposed veterans. In 1990, Admiral E.R. Zumwalt Jr. summarized government studies as characterized by deception, fraud, and political interference. 26. One of the experts most active in U.S. government campaigns to downplay the connection between military herbicides and health damage has been Dr. Alvin Young, a former U.S. Air Force scientist. Since the 1970s, Young has published a series of reports denying that Agent Orange and other rainbow defoliants harmed those exposed. Working as a consultant for the Department of Defense and the VA, his studies have been used by the government to avoid or delay paying compensation to veterans. His work has also been funded by the makers of the herbicides, Monsanto and Dow. 27. Young has argued that only a small number of service members came into contact with herbicides and such exposure was not harmful. He once called veterans claiming sicknesses freeloaders. His fellow scientists have criticized the reliability of his work and close relationship with the government and herbicide manufacturers. Young has defended his research and contends there is no evidence that categorically proves military herbicides have caused any illnesses. 28. U.S. government refusals to recognize these illnesses have infuriated exposed veterans. After a long campaign for recognition, the Agent Orange Act of 1991 finally granted help to Vietnam War veterans suffering from diseases caused by exposure to military herbicides. Any veteran who served in Vietnam and suffers from a list of 14 illnesses, some of which are prostate cancer, Hodgkin's disease, and type 2 diabetes, is automatically able to receive help. In addition, the VA also helps the children of veterans who suffer from a limited list of health problems, for example, spina bifida. By 2018, more than 750,000 veterans who had served in Vietnam had received benefits from the VA for exposure to herbicides. 29. Agent Orange has become a catch-all phrase for the herbicides used during the Vietnam War. Recognizing this scope, the VA uses the phrase herbicide agent, which includes the following components: 2,4-D, 2,4,5-T and its contaminant, 2,3,7,8-TCDD, cacodyllic acid, and picloram. 30. But the U.S. government refuses to compensate the Vietnamese, Laotian, or Cambodian people exposed to its herbicides. In Vietnam alone, there are approximately 3 million people suffering from the effects of dioxin. These include those directly exposed, their children and grandchildren, and those exposed from the environment. This failure to help places an appalling burden on survivors, their families, communities, and the nation as a whole. 31. Today, almost every community in southern Vietnam has a care facility dedicated to those poisoned by U.S. herbicides. Some victims sit without arms or legs, while the flesh of others has grown over where their eyes should be or their skin sheds at the slightest touch. Children lie in beds, their heads so swollen by hydrocephalus that they would topple if they tried to stand. Others roll, groan, and bang their faces against the bars of their cots. At Tu Du Hospital, Ho Chi Minh City, one of the first places where the link between herbicides and birth defects was identified, more than 100 deformed babies are preserved in formaldehyde jars bearing dates, their mothers' names, and the defects that killed them. In southern Vietnam, millions of people are suffering from the effects of U.S. herbicide use, one of whom is this young patient at Tu Du Hospital, Ho Chi Minh City. Photo by John Mitchell. Many people in Vietnam think the United States ought to have been taken to the International War Crimes Court and punished for its chemical warfare. Since the 1960s, when the U.S. government began to deny herbicides were a form of chemical weapon, it has repeatedly downplayed their impact in Vietnam. Unsurprisingly, Japan supported U.S. assertions, arguing in 1970, that herbicides ought not to be added to the Geneva Protocol prohibiting chemical weapons. As recently as 2003, the U.S. Embassy in Vietnam accused the Hanoi government of waging a 2-decade-long propaganda campaign on military herbicides. Then the following year, the ambassador said Vietnamese complaints were based on fake science. 32. Dioxin is a persistent contaminant that, beneath the ground, has a half-life of as long as a century. Today in Vietnam, there are approximately 30 dioxin hotspots where the United States stored herbicides during the war. In the early 2000s, North American scientists identified several dioxin hotspots in and around Da Nang Airport, one of the key Operation Ranch Hand bases. Dioxin-laden soil had accumulated at the bottom of ponds where residents kept fish and ducks, and grew lotus root. Mothers had spread dioxin to their babies through breast milk. According to post-war surveys, some Da Nang residents had dioxin in their bodies more than 100 times over safe levels. 33. In the 21st century, the United States and Vietnam wanted to improve their diplomatic and trade relations, so the United States began to make token efforts to atone for Operation Ranch Hand. In 2012, Washington launched a cleanup of dioxin contamination at Da Nang Airport, insisting the project was solely environmental, with no acknowledgement of any health impact from dioxin. Remediation was completed in 2018. Then, in 2019, the United States and Vietnam announced they would commence cleanup at the former Bien Hoa Air Base, the country's largest dioxin-contaminated site. 34. Although the United States has finally started to help Vietnam, it has extended no such support to Laos and Cambodia, where the U.S. military and CIA drenched the nations during their secret wars. Likewise, for decades the United States refused to acknowledge its use of herbicides elsewhere in Asia. In 2010, the VA finally recognized they had been sprayed along the perimeters of bases in Thailand between 1961 and 1975, then, in 2011, it acknowledged their use along the Korean demilitarized zone between 1968 and 1971. As of 2019, the Department of Defense has listed some 50 locations in the United States and 21 sites overseas where it admits to spraying or storing herbicides. The list has helped veterans receive support if they served in the locations and have been sick from exposure. However, veterans believe the Department of Defense has omitted many locations. In 2018, the Government Accountability Office criticized the list as inaccurate and incomplete, and complained that neither DOD nor VA has taken steps to validate or correct the list. These failures have prevented veterans from receiving the help they deserve. As of June 2018, only approximately 11,000 veterans had been granted VA service connection for herbicide exposure outside Vietnam, while 58,000 had been denied and 23,000 were still awaiting decisions. 35 One of the sites where the Department of Defense still denies the presence of herbicides is the island without which it could not have fought the Vietnam War, Okinawa. Military herbicides on Okinawa, U.S. veterans speak out. Denials of herbicides on Okinawa by the United States date back to July 2004, when General Richard Myers, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, stated that government records contain no information linking use or storage of Agent Orange or other herbicides in Okinawa. In April 2011, the Japan Times published my article Evidence for Agent Orange on Okinawa, which featured the first accounts of service members who believed they had been exposed on the island. One recalled unloading hundreds of leaking barrels of Agent Orange at Naha Port, another remembered spraying the same substance around antennas and perimeter fences, and a third recalled an accident in which a soldier was drenched in the chemicals. All three men fell ill, and some of their children were sick. 2.36. During the next 6 years, I wrote dozens more articles based on interviews of more than 100 U.S. veterans who claimed they had unloaded, stored, or sprayed military herbicides on Okinawa during the 1960s and 1970s. Scott Parton, a Marine based at Camp Schwab, recalled seeing dozens of barrels of Agent Orange at the installation between 1970 and 1971. Many of them were leaking, and he remembered their contents being sprayed on the base. Parton had a photo of one of the striped barrels being used to burn trash on the shoreline, a dangerous practice given the 2-liter residues they often contained. 37. Another Marine alleged she had been exposed at Camp Foster between 1975 and 1976. Kaeth Getz, pregnant at the time, said she often saw teams spraying herbicides along the perimeter, and once they blew onto her face. The daughter she was carrying developed spinal disorders, and she herself developed multiple myeloma, a rare form of cancer, at the age of 49. 38. Larry Carlson was a soldier assigned to the 44th Transportation Company at Naha Port between 1965 and 1967. He recalled helping offload barrels of herbicides, including Agent Orange, and dispatching them to bases on the island, one of which was Kadena Air Base. Carlson had contracted lung cancer and Parkinson's disease. 2 of his daughters had given birth to stillborn babies. 39. Some of the veterans explained that the military preferred using herbicides to mechanical means because spraying did not set off World War II unexploded ordnance or expose maintenance crews to Habu snakes. Other veterans recalled selling defoliants destined for Vietnam to Okinawan farmers, who valued the chemical's jungle-killing strength. Former U.S. soldier Larry Carlson believes he was exposed to military herbicides while unloading them at Naha Port. Here at his Florida home he shows the scar from his lung cancer operation. Photo by John Mitchell. Several service members recalled the burial of empty and damaged barrels of defoliants on Okinawan bases. For instance, one former soldier stationed on the island between 1968 and 1970 claimed he had taken part in the burial of dozens of barrels of Agent Orange that had been damaged in a shipping accident. The burial, he claims, took place at Hamby Yard, a facility adjacent to an airstrip run by the CIA's Air America. Such disposal techniques were standard operating procedure for the military, one Army training manual stated. Used containers and surplus quantities of orange should be buried in deep pits at locations where there will be the least possibility of agent leaching into water supplies or cultivated crop areas. 40. Piecing together the testimonies from these veterans suggested that military herbicides, including Agents Orange and Pink, had been stored, sprayed, or buried within at least 15 facilities on Okinawa. Some of the veterans had photographs of barrels of Agent Orange to support their allegations, while others had signed buddy statements from fellow service members corroborating their claims. They also had documentary proof. In 1971, responding to the U.S. ban, officials from Fort Detrick compiled an inventory of sites where defoliants had been stored in a report titled Historical, Logistical, Political, and Technical Aspects of the Herbicide/Defoliant Program. In it, they cited a herbicide stockpile at Kadena Air Base, as well as in Thailand, which is notable given the Department of Defense's later inclusion of the country on its list of storage sites. Another report, an ecological assessment of Johnston Atoll, funded by the U.S. Army Chemical Materials Activity, stated, in 1972, the U.S. Air Force brought about 25,000 55-gallon drums of the chemical herbicide Orange to Johnston Island that originated from Vietnam and was stored on Okinawa. 41. The impact on Okinawan civilians. The concentration of military facilities on Okinawa also concentrated the contamination. U.S. herbicides harmed civilians. According to a report from Okinawa Prefectural Archives, in December 1961, farmers in the Yanbru witnessed a Nisei employee of the American Chemical Company spray herbicides from a truck to clear weeds along roads leading to radio antennas. 2 cows ate the weeds that had been sprayed and, the following day, developed symptoms that included bloody diarrhea, increased salivation, and dehydration. One of the cows died, while the other was euthanized to end its suffering. 42 According to the report, the ingredients of the herbicides included 124 kilograms of arsenic. Throughout the mid to late 1960s, Okinawan newspapers carried reports about suspected damage from military herbicides, for instance, explaining how farmers' green peppers, papaya, and goya were found with deformities in the Chibana area. In response to such coverage, military authorities either denied links to its operations or refused to comment. In July 1968, young Okinawans apparently fell victim to military herbicides. One day, a group of students from a school in Naha were swimming in the sea in Gushikawa. Soon after entering the water, they started complaining that their skin felt as if it were burning. Rushed to hospital with swollen lips, sore eyes, and rashes, some of them were burned so badly they had to stay as inpatients. More than 230 children were injured. The local media suspected the incident had been caused by defoliants, but the U.S. military refused to confirm it. More than 40 years later, Okinawan TV director Shimabukuro Natsuko and I tracked down the apparent proof. We interviewed one of the American service members who'd been spraying the stretch of shoreline with defoliants when the children were burned. His account was corroborated by an Okinawan base worker who had seen the orange-striped barrels along the shoreline. During the same period, newspapers had also reported the discovery of dozens of deformed frogs in nearby rice fields. 43. A CIA memo from 1969 reveals a familiar attitude, more concerned with public image than human health, the Gushikawa incident blew over without serious repercussions, largely due to the relative mildness of the affliction and the inability to pinpoint the cause. 44. Ijima Island. In 1955, as part of the Pentagon's goal to further militarize Okinawa, it decided to build an air-to-surface bombing range on Ijima Island. First, the military attempted to trick farmers off their property by asking them to sign voluntary eviction notices written in English, a language they couldn't understand. When some villagers refused to relocate, the military moved in with bayonets and bulldozers. They dragged sick children and old people from beds, and flattened their houses. At night, U.S. soldiers got drunk on looted Awamirai liquor and shot the farmers' goats. 45. In response, Ahagon Choko, an Ijima resident, led the dispossessed islanders on a 7-month march on mainland Okinawa to inform people of what had happened. The march proved to be the start of the Okinawan peace movement, and throughout the 1950s and 1960s, under the guidance of the Sgandhi of Okinawa, Ijima farmers defied U.S. orders not to grow crops on the outskirts of the bombing range. This persistence infuriated the military, which waged a battle of attrition against them, using gasoline to raise their fields. Tensions escalated in 1966, when Ijima's farmers successfully blocked the deployment of Hawk missiles to the island. Against this acrimonious backdrop, in October 1973, U.S. forces resorted to a new tactic. According to the Okinawa Times, the military sprayed defoliants in an area measuring 2,000 square meters. Villagers lost their pasture land and worried about pollution of the nearby shore and the effects on their health. They filed a complaint with the U.S. military, but whether the military bothered to respond is not known. 46. The U.S. military's use of defoliants on Ijima, the birthplace of the Okinawan civil rights movement, reveals a sickening degree of brutality. In 1971, the White House had banned these substances in Vietnam, but on Ijima, 2 years later, it was apparently employing them against peaceful demonstrators. The incident must surely warrant a full inquiry by Tokyo and Washington. Contamination at MCAS Futenma, the world's most dangerous base. U.S. veterans claim Marine Corps Air Station Futenma possessed a stockpile of rainbow herbicides both during and after the Vietnam War. Carlos Garay, a Marine with the headquarters and maintenance squadron at Futenma in 1975, claims he saw 12 barrels of Agent Orange at the installation. Additionally, other squadrons were directing their leftover stocks to us for disposal, so I sent messages to the Department of Defense and headquarters of the Marine Corps, but they never replied. The barrels were still there when I left in 1976, he said. 5 years later, a larger cache was unearthed on the base. In 1981, Lieutenant Colonel Chris Roberts was head of maintenance at MCAS Futenma. One day, his superior officers informed him they had a problem. The waste rainwater flowing into civilian areas was displaying dangerously high chemical readings. Roberts was ordered to remedy the situation. Digging in the problem area, Roberts and his crew of American and Okinawan laborers discovered a buried cache of approximately 100 barrels, some with orange stripes around the middle. Roberts's superior officers declared the area off limits to other personnel and ordered Okinawan workers to load the barrels onto trucks and transport them to an unknown location off the base. Roberts was suspicious about the response, so he snapped some Polaroid photographs of the scene, one of which shows young Marines lifting the drums from a deep hole without wearing safety equipment or even shirts. Following the removal, a storm hit the site. It threatened to flood the runway, so my crew and I climbed into the water to open the release gates, Roberts remembered. The water had a chemical film on it from the leaking barrels. Eventually, we managed to drain the contaminated water off the base. As a result, Roberts, a former gold medal marathon runner, developed serious illnesses, including heart disease and prostate cancer. Roberts regrets how Okinawan workers were used. Those men were easily replaced. So if we told an Okinawan worker to do something, they did it. It wasn't fair. 47. U.S. Marines unearth barrels of chemicals including suspected herbicides from MCAS Futenma in the summer of 1981. Photo by Chris E. Roberts. Further concerns about the impact of herbicides on Okinawans followed a lecture I gave in November 2011, near Camp Schwab. Residents explained how they believed the runoff from herbicide usage had contributed to the destruction of the local Mizuko seaweed industry and worried defoliants had sickened people who'd eaten shellfish collected in the area, particularly residents who had died soon thereafter. Okinawan TV ran a special report about the lecture, and several years later, I discovered via a Freedom of Information Act request that the CIA had created a full translation of its Japanese contents, replete with screenshots and a 6-minute video file. My work, it seems, was reaching the eyes and ears of those who mattered. 48. The official reaction. The research I conducted from 2011 onward made frequent headlines in Japan and formed the basis of several award-winning TV documentaries. Public concern pushed Okinawan mayors to demand that the Japanese government investigate the matter, and even Okinawa's conservative governor, Nakima Hirokazu, requested that U.S. Ambassador John Victor Roos look into the veterans' allegations. The U.S. military issued blanket denials. In response to the Embassy of Japan request on August 10, DOD has once again searched and once again been unable to locate any record of herbicide orange or its component ingredients being used in Okinawa, said one U.S. Forces Japan spokesman. 49. Another U.S. official told Tokyo, there are some elements in the veterans' accounts which are questionable. With regards to the CMA-funded report citing 25,000 barrels on Okinawa, the military told the Japanese government, the description that was stored in Okinawa is inaccurate and contradicts with the facts that the U.S. government acknowledges. 50. Then, in February 2013, Department of Defense officials, members of the State Department, the VA, and representatives of the Japanese embassy met in Washington to hear from the man the United States hoped would, once and for all, disprove that military defoliants had ever been on Okinawa, Dr. Alvin Young. Under Department of Defense contract, Young had penned a 29-page report entitled Investigations into the Allegations of Herbicide Orange on Okinawa, which boiled down my articles and veterans' testimonies into 7 bite-sized chunks and dismissed them one by one. Concerning the claim of herbicides arriving on Okinawa by ship, for example, Dr. Young wrote, there were no records found. Countering Chris Roberts's account of the burial of Agent Orange on MCAS Futenma, Dr. Young rejected it, writing, there were no records or other evidence. The report concluded. After an extensive search of all known and available records, there were no documents found that validated the allegations that herbicide orange was involved in any of these events, nor were there records to validate that herbicide orange was shipped to or through, unloaded, used, or buried on Okinawa. 51. The report infuriated veterans and Okinawan residents, none of whom had been interviewed for it, nor had any environmental tests been conducted on Okinawa where service members claimed the herbicides had been stored. The Pentagon's report brought full circle its 50-year history of Agent Orange denials. But sometimes the truth can reveal itself in the most unlikely places. The Okinawa City Soccer Ground. In June 2013, 4 months after Dr. Alvin Young delivered his Okinawa report, laborers were working to install a sprinkler system beneath a children's soccer field in Okinawa City. Located just outside Kadena Air Base, the land was once part of the installation itself but had been returned to civilian control in 1987. While digging beneath the pitch, workers discovered rusty barrels, some stenciled with the Dow logo. In the following months, they unearthed 108 drums. Tests revealed the barrels contained the 3 main ingredients of military defoliants, 2,4,5T, 2,4D, and TCDD. Nearby water was contaminated with dioxin at levels 21,000 times the safe standard. The barrels also contained polychlorinated biphenyls, pentachlorophenol, and arsenic. The hazardous solvent dichloromethane was discovered at 455,000 times the safe level. 52. The U.S. military's reaction to the discovery of the barrels was predictable. At first it tried to deny the barrels had been theirs. Dr. Young was quick to dismiss the results, suggesting that the barrels might have contained waste from military hospitals and dining facilities. In a meeting, the head of Kadena Air Base likened the barrels to empty cans of tomato sauce, and the base produced a fact sheet assuring service members that dioxin caused the skin disease chloracne, but no other human health effects have been proven. This contradicts the findings of the Environmental Protection Agency, which has stated that dioxin can cause cancer, reproductive and developmental problems, damage to the immune system, and can interfere with hormones. 53. A construction crew unearths a chemical barrel on an Okinawa City soccer pitch in January 2014. Photo by Kawinaya. Finally, the Okinawa Defense Bureau argued that because the barrels did not contain the herbicides in equal measure, it couldn't possibly be Agent Orange. It was a semantic sleight of hand, they said nothing of the other herbicides. And the smoke screen flew in the face of the VA's official definition of herbicide agent as a chemical that includes 2,4-D, 2,4,5-T, and TCDD, all of which were found in the barrels. 54. Experts agreed the barrels were the smoking gun. Wayne Dwernichuk, a Canadian scientist who had spent 15 years leading investigations into dioxin hotspots in Vietnam, stated, "The inescapable fact is that the U.S. military, on land and part of Kadena Air Base on Okinawa, disposed of unknown materials in drums containing 2,4,5-T, a wartime herbicide/defoliant, and the most toxic component of the dioxin family, TCDD, known to be associated with the manufacture of such herbicides." 55. Furthermore, in August 2013, Honda Katsuhisa, an Ehime University professor specializing in defoliants, stated the pattern of contamination closely resembled the fields he'd previously researched in Vietnam. 56. But the Japanese government did not dispute the U.S. military's conclusions, and the Department of Defense has not added Okinawa to its list of places where herbicides have been stored. The Department of Defense cover-up and the Japanese government's collusion affected more than U.S. veterans. Countless Okinawan children had played on the soccer pitch, and the contamination had threatened the health of American children as well. Located adjacent to the dump site on Kadena Air Base were the Bob Hope Primary School and the Amelia Earhart Intermediate School, but the military had not notified parents of the discovery. Parents only found out 6 months later by chance, after a newspaper article was printed on the subject. 57. Speaking on condition of anonymity because they feared for their military careers, parents described severe illnesses among their children, including cancers and autoimmune, respiratory, and neurological problems. All of them had attended the two schools or played on their fields between 1999 and 2013. One of the parents brave enough to speak on record was Telisha Simmons. Simmons and her family were stationed at Kadena Air Base between 2011 and 2012. Before arriving on Okinawa, none of them had experienced any serious medical problems. But during their time on the island, one of her sons developed a brain cyst and her daughter bone tumors. Simmons herself was diagnosed with a pituitary tumor and other serious illnesses, resulting in a hysterectomy at the age of 35. Simmons's children had attended one of the schools located near the dioxin dump site and regularly played on its fields. But the military has never investigated the family's health problems or the illnesses of the other children. Kadena officials have known about this contamination the entire time, but they will do whatever they can to keep it all hush-hush, Simmons says. 58. Hard work pays off. According to the U.S. military, prior to 2012, only 2 veterans had received help from the VA for their exposure to herbicides on Okinawa. One of them was a United States Marine Corps driver who reported that he had been exposed to Agent Orange while in the process of transport, as well as when it was used in northern Okinawa for war games training. The veteran also stated that military defoliants were used particularly near base camp perimeters. Spraying from both truck and backpack were utilized along roadways too. The Marine had developed prostate cancer, which, in 1998, the VA ruled was a result of his exposure on Okinawa. The other was a Marine stationed on Okinawa between 1972 and 1973, who had handled retrograde supplies from Vietnam contaminated with herbicides. In 2008, the Board of Veterans' Appeals ruled the veterans' Hodgkin's disease and type 2 diabetes mellitus was a result of this exposure. 59. However, the newspaper articles I'd written and the discovery of the 108 barrels paved the way for more sick veterans to receive the support they deserve. Since October 2013, at least 9 more service members have been granted help from the VA for exposure to herbicides on Okinawa. One Marine who had been exposed to Agent Orange on the island between 1967 and 1968 was awarded help for prostate cancer. According to the 2013 VA documents, he had come into contact with Agent Orange while transporting it between the island's ports and a warehouse located on Kadena Air Base. Another soldier stationed on Okinawa between 1972 and 1973 developed lung cancer, which, the BVA judged in 2017, had been triggered by his exposure to herbicides on Okinawa. The ruling was too late to help the veteran who passed away in 2011.60. In 2015, the U.S. government finally awarded Chris Roberts compensation for his exposure at MCAS Futenma, although the decision did not cite such rainbow herbicides as Agent Orange, only chemical exposure. Okinawa Agent Orange wins. How many service members were sickened by herbicides on Okinawa? In response to a FOIA request, the Veterans Benefits Administration says it does not track claims for Agent Orange exposure based on Okinawa service. However, a search of the BVA's publicly accessible database of rulings shows that, as of 2019, at least 250 service members had filed claims for compensation for exposure to Agent Orange on Okinawa. The actual number is far higher because the database only lists cases initially denied by the VA, appealed by the veteran, and given a final ruling. What is not known is how many veterans have applied for help, how many were awarded benefits, and how many decided not to appeal their denials or died before they could do so. Veterans' hopes for justice were given another boost in 2018, by the GAO, which, during its research on herbicides on Guam, discovered records of at least 2 ships carrying Agent Orange that had docked in Japan. Table 4.1. Board of Veterans' Appeals wins for herbicide exposure on Okinawa. Citation NR/decision date. Location. Date exposed. Illnesses. 1810450/May 23, 2018. Kadena Air Base and Gwangju, South Korea. 1966 to 1970. Ischemic heart disease. 1804418/January 22, 2018. Okinawa. 1968 to 1969. Liposarcoma. 1802686/January 11, 2018. Okinawa. 1969 to 1972. Diabetes mellitus, type 2. 1731591/August 7, 2017. Okinawa. 1972 to 1973. Lung cancer. 1721360/June 13, 2017. Kadena Air Base. 1965 to 1966. Coronary artery disease and diabetes mellitus, type 2. 1635277/September 8, 2016. Naha Port. 1968 to 1970. Diabetes mellitus, type 2. 1543352/October 8, 2015. Naha Air Base and Larson Air Force Base, Washington. 1954 to 1958. Prostate cancer. 1516681/April 17, 2015. Okinawa and Fort A.P. Hill, Virginia. 1975 to 1979. Multiple myeloma. 1332861/October 21, 2013. White Beach, Naha Port, and Kadena Air Base. 1967 to 1968. Prostate cancer. 0831082/September 12, 2008. Okinawa. 1972 to 1973. Hodgkin's disease and diabetes mellitus, type 2. 9800877/January 13, 1998. Northern Okinawa. 1961 to 1962. Prostate cancer. Contradicting Alvin Young's report stating there were no records to show it had been shipped to or through Okinawa. 61 Although U.S. veterans are slowly receiving justice, there has been no such help for Okinawans, and the Japanese government has done nothing to help them. During the Vietnam War, 50,000 Okinawans worked on the bases, but they have not been surveyed for health problems, nor have the farmers of Ijima or the residents living near Camp Schwab, MCAS Futenma, or the soccer field dump site. Cleaning up the soccer pitch took months and showed appalling disregard for public safety, with no warning signs posted and many workers operating without protective clothing. After the 108 barrels and contaminated soil were removed, the area was covered with concrete and turned into a car park, at a cost of 979 million yen. The U.S. government paid nothing. The entire bill was footed by Japanese taxpayers. 62. The soccer pitch in Okinawa City where the barrels of herbicides were discovered in June 2013, laborers work without safety gear after the site was inundated by a typhoon. Photo by Ken Nakamura Huber. 5. Polluting with impunity. The U.S. military is the largest polluter on the planet. Globally, it consumes the most petroleum, making it the worst producer of greenhouse gases. Between 2001 and 2017, it pumped out 1.2 billion metric tons of CO2, more than some entire countries. Each year it creates more than 1 ton per minute of hazardous waste, exceeding that of the top 3 U.S. chemical manufacturers combined. Between 2010 and 2014, it pumped almost 30,000 tons of pollution into domestic waterways, a record beaten only by a steel conglomerate and a meat consortium. In oceans already polluted with civilian waste plastic, U.S. Navy drills drop trillions of pieces of microfibers fired as radar-evading chaff. 1. At the root of the problem is the sheer scale of the present U.S. military. In the United States there are about 4,100 bases, and overseas there are approximately 800 facilities in more than 70 countries. Each of these facilities leaves its mark on the environment. Stateside, the military and its contractors have contaminated approximately 40,000 sites, ranging from large airfields and training zones to mid-size missile bases and small warehouses. They total 162,000 square kilometers, an area almost double the size of South Carolina. In 2017, 900 of these areas were so toxic they were categorized as Superfund sites, the Environmental Protection Agency's most serious level, reserved for zones requiring urgent attention. 2. In 1993, a senior Department of Defense official concluded that military bases are laced with almost every imaginable contaminant, toxic and hazardous wastes, fuels, solvents, and unexploded ordnance. Another stated that the cleanup of this contamination was the military's largest challenge. Pollution escapes perimeter fences, leaking into the sea and local rivers. It also seeps into wells and groundwater. In the United States, contaminated sites can be found in every state, making military contamination a problem that touches the lives of all Americans. 3. A tour of contaminated bases. A whirlwind tour of the United States reveals some of the ways in which the military has polluted the nation. Starting on the East Coast, the United States Marine Corps' Camp Lejeune lies in North Carolina. Established in 1941, the base contains shooting ranges, forest training areas, and residential districts. Camp Lejeune used to be the pride of the USMC, but it has become synonymous with contamination. Between the 1950s and 1980s, fuel and solvents leaked into on-base wells, polluting the drinking water at levels thousands of times higher than safe standards. Underground storage tanks seeped cancer-causing benzene, and nearby laundries spilled dry cleaning chemicals. The USMC was aware of the contamination but allowed service members and their families to continue drinking the water. When the government began to investigate, base officials lied to them. As a result of the contamination, thousands of service members and their families have fallen sick with such illnesses as leukemia, breast and bladder cancers, and miscarriages. An estimated 900,000 people were exposed in one of the largest cases of drinking water contamination in U.S. history. 4. Traveling south, we come to Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. During the 1960s, the military sprayed dioxin-tainted herbicides there in tests designed to improve their use in Vietnam. Barrels of defoliants were also buried and still poison the land today. Elsewhere at the base, pollution from insecticides, depleted uranium and arsenic has seeped into the ponds and rivers where residents go fishing. 5. Heading west from Florida, we pass by the hundreds of polluted sites in the deep south until we reach Colorado, home of the U.S. Army's Rocky Mountain Arsenal. Chosen because of its inland location, far from both coasts, which put it out of range of enemy bombers in World War II, the installation manufactured chemical weapons, as well as napalm and white phosphorus. At the base, waste from decades of production was dumped into large outdoor basins, which then bled into the local drinking water supplies. In the 1980s, the area was dubbed the most toxic mile on the planet. 6. Moving west from Colorado, let's make a brief stop to understand how the military has poisoned California. At Edwards Air Force Base, there are about 470 suspected toxic hotspots. Much of this contamination, like that at other bases, has arisen due to daily operations. The solvents and degreasing agents, many of which are carcinogenic, used for cleaning aircraft engines run into the ground. Firefighting exercises contaminate water sources with toxic foam, and storage tanks leak diesel and fuel. 7. The pollution has seeped into the groundwater, creating widespread plumes of chemical contamination. Also in California lies George Air Force Base, where, until its closure in 1992, women were warned not to become pregnant due to illnesses linked to contamination. 8. Crossing the Pacific Ocean, we arrive at Hawaii, home to approximately 142 military properties and multiple polluted sites. At its Pearl Harbor Naval Complex, contamination has emanated from underground fuel tanks, dry cleaners, and spills from electrical transformers containing cancer-causing polychlorinated biphenyls. In 2014, 100,000 liters of jet fuel spilled from the Navy's storage tanks at Red Hill, Honolulu. On Kaneohe Marine Corps Base, more than 1,000 homes were built on land polluted with high levels of pesticides. Residents had not been warned of the dangers. In the military, families are housed in moldy, lead-painted, radon-emitting properties that if used for civilian tenants, landlords would be punished for multiple health code violations. 9. Decades of malpractice. The disposal of hazardous waste and surplus stocks of chemicals is one of the main factors contributing to the contamination at bases in the United States. For decades, the military got rid of them through burning, dumping, and selling them to the public. Throughout the Cold War, facilities maintained burn pits and incinerators where waste was set alight without any care for the service members involved in the operations or local communities. The military continues to burn munitions and explosive byproducts at approximately 50 sites, contaminating nearby areas with such toxins as carcinogenic heavy metals and perchlorate, which can disrupt thyroid functions. Another technique favored by the military was to pour toxic chemicals into outdoor ponds, where it was hoped the substances would naturally break down over time. Today, the folly of this approach is clear, as such practices often make the toxins more concentrated or mix them into deadlier combinations. 10. A similar misguided faith in nature's ability to deal with waste was behind the military's dumping of munitions, radioactive materials, and chemical weapons into the sea. Between 1944 and 1970, the U.S. Army disposed of 29 million kilograms of mustard and nerve agents, and 454 tons of radioactive waste into the ocean. In one of the codenames beloved by the Pentagon, Operation Chase involved packing ships with conventional and chemical weapons, sailing them out to sea, and scuttling them in deep waters. Experts assumed such methods would render chemical weapons inert, but as Japanese fishing crews near Chaoshi City can testify, they were mistaken. These munitions have contaminated marine life and injured fishing crews whose nets have accidentally hooked them. 11. Perhaps the most disconcerting way of disposing of hazardous substances was via public auction. In a program known as the Defense Reutilization and Marketing Service, the military sold unwanted chemicals to civilian companies and individuals, often without ensuring they were licensed to handle them. In the 1980s, there were instances of buyers purchasing military acids, pesticides, and solvents, and then dumping them. The military even added barrels of toxic waste to mixed auction lots so buyers were unaware of what they were receiving. 12. While it is true that some of the military's lax disposal techniques resembled those of the 20th century civilian industrial sector, two key differences must be remembered. First, some of the substances dumped by the military included chemicals designed for the sole purpose of killing. 1 gram of VX agent, for example, has the potential to kill 1,000 people, and the depleted uranium used in armor-piercing shells has a half-life of many million years. Second, as a government organization, the military has no profit margins to worry about or shareholders to hold it accountable. Consequently, the military was not motivated to reduce waste, and it dumped surplus chemicals at will. Moreover, unlike with civilian factories, neighboring communities had no right to demand inspections of bases suspected of dangerous environmental practices, nor was the military required to keep paperwork detailing where toxic substances were stored, poured, or buried. High-profile military accidents and growing environmental awareness. Due to the secrecy surrounding many of the military's operations, for decades it was able to hide its environmental impact from public view. However, in the late 1960s, a series of high-profile incidents opened people's eyes. Dugway Proving Ground in Utah was established in 1942, to develop chemical and biological weapons. Throughout the Cold War, thousands of top-secret outdoor tests were conducted there. In March 1968, one of these experiments involved a jet plane spraying VX agent on an uninhabited part of the base. The test was designed to see how the toxin dispersed in air, but strong winds and a malfunction in the spray system carried the agent further than expected. In the following days, more than 6,000 sheep died in the vicinity. As the story made news headlines, the military denied any responsibility, claiming the deaths of the sheep were not connected to the nerve agent accident. But as the truth of the situation came to light, the military was eventually forced to pay compensation to the farmers whose livestock had been killed. In 1969, the military's nerve agent program was again in the news due to the leak at Chibana Army Ammunition Depot in Okinawa. The accident revealed, for the first time, that the United States was indeed storing chemical weapons overseas, and the publicity forced the U.S. government to renounce its first-use policy on chemical weapons and restrict research into biological agents to defensive purposes only. More proof of the toxic dangers of U.S. weapons came in April 1970, when Washington banned the spraying of its most widely used wartime herbicide, Agent Orange. Publicly, the military had long asserted that the substance was safe, but when scientific studies proving its dangers were leaked to the public, the government finally banned it, much to the anger of the Pentagon. The incidents at Dugway and Okinawa, followed by the revelations about Agent Orange's toxicity, coincided with a time of burgeoning environmental awareness in the United States. In 1962, Rachel Carson's Silent Spring, which would go on to sell more than 2 million copies, warned how uncontrolled use of pesticides caused them to enter the environment, threatening human health. One of the chemicals was dichlorodiphenyl trichloroethane, a substance linked to liver damage, miscarriages, and cancers. As a result of the book's publication, awareness of environmental issues grew, giving birth to numerous citizens' organizations. In 1970, for example, the first Earth Day was established, to highlight the importance of protecting the environment. In response to mounting evidence of humankind's damage to the planet and political pressure from an increasingly green public, the U.S. government introduced new measures. In 1970, it created the EPA to safeguard the environment and public health, followed by the 1970 Clean Air Act, the 1972 Clean Water Act, and bans on such harmful substances as DDT. In the 1970s, Presidents Richard Nixon and Jimmy Carter signed executive orders that applied environmental laws to all federal facilities, including military installations. These were groundbreaking moves by the U.S. government to make the Department of Defense more environmentally responsible. In the following years, the work to hold the military to account was taken up by numerous groups, including state legislators, civic organizations, and the media. Although progress was often slow, they were gradually able to enact improvements. The EPA shut down some military operations that harmed the environment and health of local communities. Point 13. Judges began to hold military employees and service members responsible for environmental negligence. In 1989, 3 engineers were found guilty of multiple charges, one of which was the illegal dumping of toxic waste into the sewer system in the chemical weapons factory at Aberdeen Proving Grounds in Maryland. Other service members were also prosecuted for falsifying environmental reports and illegally disposing of hazardous chemicals. Point 14. As time went by, the military was made to follow some of the same guidelines as civilian industries. It had to keep logs of environmental accidents on its bases, maintain inventories of hazardous waste, and dispose of hazardous waste in safer ways. Installations were also forced to treat contaminated water and install water separators to reduce the pollution of local waterways. In the United States, despite military pushback, the situation has improved, thanks to the introduction of a series of environmental programs. According to the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act, a system has been established to deal with the cleanup of military land. The Installation Restoration Program deals with hazardous substances on active bases, and the Military Munitions Response Program cleans up unexploded ordnance. Closed bases are handled by the formerly used Defense Sites Program, and, at least in theory, the military engages with local communities to update them on progress and plan for future land use. The biggest victory has been a measure of transparency. Americans today have a much better picture of the damage its military has caused the nation. The EPA, for instance, maintains extensive data related to pollution on both active and closed military installations. This information is available online, where reports list contaminants and potential pathways to exposure, and provide contact information for those seeking more information. Such transparency enables service members and civilians to take precautions to limit their exposure. Neighboring communities can request that authorities connect their homes to drinking water sources away from potentially contaminated well water. Likewise, they can avoid farming or fishing in certain areas. Increased transparency also helps medical professionals understand the causes of illnesses in those exposed. Moreover, it enables some veterans to claim free health care in a country notorious for its exorbitant medical costs. Among the exposure for which sick service members can receive support from the VA are diseases linked to asbestos, radiation, defoliants, mustard agent, and toxins from burn pits. Although accurate figures do not exist, one estimate places the number of service members exposed to contamination at 4.5 million. 15 on paper, the improvements enacted by the federal government seem entirely rational. But at almost every stage, the military fought tooth and nail to avoid such civilian oversight. The military mindset. To understand the military's objections to becoming more environmentally responsible, it is necessary to understand its mentality. In his 2007 book The Greening of the U.S. Military, Robert Durant sums up its deep-rooted attitude with the 3 S's: sovereignty, secrecy, and sinecure. In my own words, Sovereignty means the military believes it should be allowed to operate independently of civilian influence, including that of the government and the citizens whose taxes fund it. Secrecy refers to issues of both national security and the right not to reveal how its annual budget $700 billion for 2018 is spent. Sinecure reflects the military's sense of entitlement to its privileged status. It believes it is the defender of the free world and so should be treated as exceptional. 16. In a nutshell, the U.S. military is a vast organization with an operating budget equal to the combined defense expenditures of the next 7 highest spending countries. The U.S. military believes it should be allowed to operate outside the law and, as a result, blocks all civilian interference including from its own government. Backed by a powerful lobby of arms manufacturers and bought politicians, today the U.S. military is responsible to no one. As such, the military has perceived any attempts to control its environmental practices as a threat. Rather than seeing new laws as protecting service members and host communities from contamination, the Pentagon saw them as unwanted interference. As many in the Department of Defense were wont to quip, the military is here to protect the nation, not the environment. When national and local governments, citizens groups, and the media began holding the military accountable for environmental damage, the Pentagon set about blocking them with the ruthlessness of a Marshall campaign. In the 1980s, the U.S. government introduced right-to-know policies to allow the public to learn about toxic discharges from private industries, but the military kept its bases exempt on grounds of national security. If bases had to reveal what substances they were dumping into drains and rivers, it argued, the enemy would be able to use the data to ascertain what operations were taking place at each installation. Another of its approaches was to claim sovereign immunity. Even when breaking environmental laws, it argued, it couldn't be prosecuted since it was a federal entity and the government can't prosecute itself. Furthermore, it avoids oversight by asserting the right to regulate itself instead of having such standards imposed from outside. The risks of such self-regulation are clear. They prevent public oversight and allow the military to conceal its violations. 17. This lack of accountability has very real implications for public health. The military has repeatedly been caught covering up the dangers of the substances it uses. In the 1960s, it hid the risks of its defoliants. Likewise, it has ignored or covered up the dangers of perchlorate, a substance found in ammunition and rocket fuel that can interfere with the thyroid gland and, more recently, carcinogenic per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances found in firefighting foam, which have polluted drinking water sources near U.S. installations around the world. The military has displayed similar malfeasance by covering up and lying about its environmental compliance. In 1999, 32 of the 66 former installations the military claimed had been cleaned up were still contaminated with dangerous levels of asbestos, PCBs, and UXO. Instead of conducting full tests on some of the sites, the military had instead merely driven past them or conducted telephone interviews with their caretakers. 18. Many of the military's lies were related to its dismantling of chemical weapons. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, the military faked safety data and suppressed information that had the potential to alarm the public. Money scandals have also been rife. In 2004, financial inconsistencies in the military's cleanup programs became so widespread that the Inspector General for the Department of Defense recommended that the entire U.S. Army undergo ethics training. 19. At the same time it was attempting to sabotage civilian oversight, the military embarked on a slur campaign against those pushing for more transparency. In 1990, Admiral David E. Jeremiah, the second highest-ranking military official in the United States, stated that environmental policies often contained hidden agendas that were anti-military. Apparently referring to environmental groups, he warned of the risks of a few local demagogues damaging military operations. The comments were echoed in 2001, when Vice Admiral James Amer Alt said environmental laws provide a powerful weapon for those who oppose the military. Meanwhile, the military allowed false rumors to spread that environmental laws would be so costly that bases would be forced to close and jobs would be lost. Such underhanded tactics have led one top lawyer to label the Pentagon the nation's premier environmental villain. 20. To date, the U.S. government has spent $11.5 billion cleaning up the consequences of decades of environmental negligence on military installations in the United States, and in the coming years, it estimates it will need a further $3.4 billion. These numbers are the toxic tip of the iceberg. They only relate to shuttered bases in the United States and do not take into account ongoing contamination from active bases or its past and present operations overseas. 21. In theory, many of the new environmental policies covered all federal installations, including military bases abroad. But in practice, they were not applied due to geographical distances from Washington's bureaucrats and the military's mindset, which compelled it to spurn all civilian encroachment. The military's attitude toward its pollution outside the United States has been even worse than at home. In 1992, following the closure of Subic Bay Naval Base in the Philippines, it repeatedly lied to avoid cleanup, falsely claiming the country had no environmental laws and then saying it was waiting for them to be translated, despite the fact they were already available in English. 22. In the 1980s, the Pentagon maintained approximately 400 bases in 36 countries, including, as of 1985, 105 in Japan, 47 of which were on Okinawa. Operating with zero local oversight, their environmental regulations were controlled solely by the base commander, who wielded carte blanche to guide his installation in any way he chose. U.S. fact-finding visits for overseas bases. Between the mid-1980s and early 1990s, U.S. government agencies embarked on at least 5 trips to overseas military bases to ascertain their environmental conditions. The first of these visits was made by the Office of the Inspector General of the Department of Defense, an agency whose mission is to independently investigate problems in the Pentagon and inform Congress of its findings. Between October 1985 and February 1986, inspectors visited U.S. military facilities in 7 foreign countries, presumably including Japan, to check the handling of hazardous materials and waste. Although the full extent of what the team uncovered was not released, snippets made their way into the public realm. One part of the report criticized the base's handling of hazardous waste, another states, policy, guidance, and technical implementation are fragmented, conflicting, and almost non-existent at installation level. The Inspector General of the Department of Defense made 2 follow-up visits to overseas bases, but again no details were made available to the public. 23. In 1986, the Civilian General Accounting Office, the body that works for Congress to investigate how the federal government uses taxpayers' dollars, also visited overseas military installations for the first time. It inspected 13 bases in 7 countries, and the findings were published in a September 1986 report titled Hazardous Waste: Management Problems at DoD's Overseas Installations. Normally such reports are made publicly available, but the Pentagon demanded that this one be classified on the grounds of national security. 24. Fortunately, parts of the GAO report again made their way into the public sphere. One section states, "We identified actual or potential pollution at 11 of the 13 bases visited. We concluded that poor hazardous waste management practices and improper disposal could result in water, land, and air pollution." The report concluded that problems with hazardous waste storage could harm humans and the environment. The names of the countries and bases the GAO visited were not revealed. 25. 5 years after their first report, in 1991, the GAO published a follow-up investigation, a heavily edited version of which was released with the names of the bases and nations removed. According to the report, inspectors visited 7 overseas facilities in multiple countries, at least 2 of them in the Pacific region. One of these seems to have been Kadena Air Base on Okinawa. Within these 7 installations, there were more than 300 contaminated sites, and the report's authors pulled no punches in their criticism of the military. 26. There was insufficient environmental training throughout the chain of command, and staff did not have enough language skills to communicate how to handle hazardous waste. 5 of the 7 bases were contaminating the local water system with substances including waste oil and electroplating fluids. Solvents from a photography laboratory were being poured on the ground. Inspectors criticized the bases for unauthorized dumping and their practice of mixing hazardous substances with fuel and burning. One host country was apparently so concerned about the storage of hazardous materials that they warned a major catastrophe might occur if there was a fire or spill. The GAO criticized the military's treatment of contaminated soil. After its discovery, it was merely left in place or dug up and reburied on another part of the base. Inspectors censured the selling of hazardous materials to members of the public. For example, at auctions one of the bases grouped hazardous waste and useful chemicals in the same lot to ensure the dangerous substances were sold. Other toxic waste was sold without labels or incorrect markings, so there was no way for the purchaser to know what they were buying. What must have most worried inspectors were the potential economic costs of the military's overseas environmental damage. As of October 1990, 1,259 claims totaling about $25.80 million had been received by the military related to environmental problems. Although the military had only paid out about $50,000 in compensation, the GAO estimated that a further 300 sites within the 7 bases had potential for claims, and in the future, the United States might have to compensate for these, too. The U.S. government and its military were beginning to understand that environmental problems at its overseas bases might begin to hit where it most hurt, the pocketbook. But when it came to Japan, they need not have worried. There they were protected from such financial concerns thanks to a decades-old deal that enshrined the U.S. military's right to operate outside Japanese law. The 1960 Japan, U.S. Status of Forces Agreement. After Japan's surrender in 1945, U.S. occupying forces conducted a purge of militarists and introduced wide, pioneering reforms, including the dismantling of the warmongering Zaibatsu conglomerates and the redistribution of land. In 1947, these reforms were encapsulated by a new constitution drafted by the occupiers, one of the most progressive ever penned. Granting equal rights to everyone regardless of sex, race, or social status, it included an unprecedented Article No. 9 according to which Japan renounced the right to wage war on other countries. Although written by foreign, occupying forces, the pacifist article was embraced by the Japanese public, tired of a war that had killed 3 million of its nationals. Supporters of Article 9 remain in the majority today. 27. The 1947 Constitution proved to be the high-water mark for U.S. progressivism in Japan. The spread of communism in China and increasing support for it in Japan convinced the United States to roll back its earlier approach. Instead, it took a more reactionary stance. In what is known as the reverse course, Japanese war criminals were released from prison and communist sympathizers fired from their positions in the civil service and private sector. Many Japanese people were dismayed to see some of the militarists who had marched their country to war being released from prison, free to return to high-powered positions. Schools were discouraged from teaching about Japanese military atrocities in China, including the use of chemical and biological weapons, and the media avoided reporting about them. A national narrative took hold depicting Japan as a victim rather than aggressor. September 8, 1951 was bittersweet for many Japanese people. On one hand, the signing of the Treaty of San Francisco signaled the end of the U.S. occupation of mainland Japan. It took effect the following year, but on the same day, the United States and Japan signed a security treaty that allowed the United States to retain military bases there. The United States envisaged Japan as part of an arc of militarized islands stretching throughout the Pacific to contain the spread of communism, but many Japanese perceived the military presence, more than 2,800 facilities in 1952, as a breach of its sovereignty, a feeling heightened by the treaty's severance of Okinawa from Japanese control. 28. Throughout the 1950s, the CIA pumped millions of dollars into Japan to ensure that the right-wing Liberal Democratic Party remained in power. The agency also invested large sums to wage propaganda in support of nuclear power to defuse anti-American sentiments following the Lucky Dragon incident. However, by the 1960s, with the security treaty up for renewal, public support for the alliance was only 14%, the majority of Japanese people 59% supported a neutral role for Japan, akin to that of Switzerland. In the months leading up to the renewal, 16 million people took to the streets to protest the agreement, anger that later forced President Dwight D. Eisenhower to cancel a visit to the country. 29. In 1960, Prime Minister Kishi Nobusuke, one of the suspected war criminals released during the reverse course, rammed the agreement through Japanese parliament, and the Treaty of Mutual Cooperation and Security between the United States and Japan took effect. Accompanying the agreement was a framework governing the rights and responsibilities of the United States forces in Japan, laid out in a 28-article document called the Japan-U.S. Status of Forces Agreement. For decades, the Japanese people have despised the deal, particularly its treatment of service members who commit crimes against locals, because it grants jurisdiction to military justice proceedings that, when carried out, have been opaque and allowed Americans to avoid punishment under Japanese law. 30. Just as unfair are the articles related to U.S. military damage to the environment. Article 4 relieves the U.S. military of any need to conduct cleanup work on land returned to civilian use or pay for such projects. The United States is not obliged, when it returns facilities and areas to Japan on the expiration of this agreement or at an earlier date, to restore the facilities and areas to the condition in which they were at the time they became available to the United States Armed Forces, or to compensate Japan in lieu of such restoration. Moreover, Article 18 exempts active U.S. service members who damage Japanese property from any claims of compensation. Each party waives all its claims against the other party for damage to any property owned by it and used by its land, sea, or air defense services, if such damage A was caused by a member or an employee of the defense services of the other party in the performance of his official duties. In the United States, legal action against service members who dumped hazardous waste had been one of the ways the courts ensured compliance. However, SOFA effectively ruled out similar prosecutions in Japan. Both clauses were inked in 1960, at a time when there was international lack of understanding of human impact on the environment. In the ensuing decades, research on industrial contamination, for example, from methyl mercury poisoning in Minamata, Japan, and military contamination, for instance, the Camp Lejeune water scandal, has revealed the damage we cause to the environment and ourselves. But despite this decades of accumulated knowledge, Articles 4 and 18 of SOFA have never been revised. The two clauses exempt the U.S. military in Japan from all environmental responsibility. In effect, SOFA offers the U.S. military the freedom to pollute its bases and, when contamination makes them too toxic for continued use, return them to Japan to clean up. One more article of SOFA strongly impacts how the U.S. military deals with the environment in Japan. Article XXV established the U.S.-Japan Joint Committee to manage the day-to-day issues that arise from the presence of the U.S. military there. The Joint Committee shall determine its own procedures, and arrange for such auxiliary organs and administrative services as may be required. Self-regulating, the committee acts in total secrecy with zero public oversight. It meets every other Thursday at 11 a.m., alternating venues between the military-owned New Suno Hotel in Tokyo and a location chosen by Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. On the U.S. side, there are 7 members, 6 of whom, including the main representative, are appointed by the military. The 7th is the U.S. Embassy's political military representative. Such a makeup gives the military overwhelming power over their State Department counterparts and frees it from the civilian interference it so despises. On the other hand, the Japanese side is headed by the MOFA North American top and 5 representatives from the ministries, including only 1 from the Ministry of Defense. In diplomatic terms, the majority U.S. military presence is an abhorrence. Usually the civilian State Department handles international diplomacy, but the committee's military dominance makes it resemble an ongoing occupation. There is no obligation for the committee to make its decisions public, and only rarely are they revealed. Such secrecy has harmed people living near bases, especially on Okinawa, in very real ways. In November 1973, there was an agreement titled Memorandum to the Joint Committee on Cooperation Concerning Environmental Matters. It stated that as a principle, pollution problems be solved through local initiative. To achieve this, prefectural or municipal authorities would be allowed via the Japanese Defense Bureau to ask the base commander to investigate a suspected leak of oil or chemical substance, and the results would be given to the authorities as quickly as possible. The agreement also allowed local authorities to apply to the base commander to inspect the suspected source of contamination firsthand and conduct their own samples. Granting local authorities the right to inspect the bases in their communities, the agreement gave them concrete powers to protect their environment and health of residents. The memorandum applied to all of Japan, but it was particularly important for Okinawa because of not only its large number of bases, but also the timing, coming a year after the island's return to Japan. It was a major step toward making the military more accountable in the newly re-established prefecture. But the 1973 agreement was kept hidden for 30 years. It was not until 2003 that the Okinawa prefectural government learned of its existence. Asked why it hadn't been revealed earlier, Japan's foreign minister explained that withholding the information would not create any problems. This couldn't be further from the truth. In the short term, failure to disclose to local authorities their right to inspect bases prevented investigations on Okinawa into the usage of defoliants against Iijima's farmers in September 1973. Then it hobbled their ability to investigate the August 1975 spill of carcinogenic detergents at Maki Minato service area and the spate of fuel leaks from U.S. bases that contaminated the sea, rivers, and farmers' fields in the mid-1970s. In the longer term, hiding the agreement allowed the U.S. military on Okinawa to continue unsafe practices without fear of being held legally accountable. 31. For many years, Okinawans had campaigned to become a prefecture again, with the expectation they would gain the protection of Japanese laws. But the hiding of the 1973 agreement was another sign that the bases would stay exempt from legal responsibility. The island remained a place where things could be done that could not be done elsewhere, and now the Japanese government had become complicit in that U.S. military exploitation. The hiding of the memorandum set a post-reversion precedent for the suppression of Okinawans' right to know by both the Japanese government and the U.S. military. It also signaled that the Japanese government cared little for the safety of residents living near mainland bases who had suffered from environmental accidents throughout the Cold War. In the coming years, the situation became even grimmer, as more environmental policies were introduced that served not to protect the rights of residents but to guarantee the military's ability to continue operating without oversight. A gap-ridden patchwork of environmental policies. Today, the environmental policies covering U.S. military bases in Japan consist of a patchwork of Department of Defense directives and agreements worked out behind closed doors of U.S.-Japan Joint Committee meetings. Realizing that overseas base pollution might lead to economic and political problems, in 1991, the Department of Defense created its first attempt at uniform environmental standards on foreign bases, Directive 6050.16 Department of Defense Policy for Establishing and Implementing Environmental Standards at Overseas Installations. It has received intermittent cosmetic updates. The policies claim to establish and maintain a baseline guidance document for the protection of the environment at installations, for example, how military bases handle and dispose of hazardous substances. They also laid out how the host nation ought to be notified in case of a spill. In Japan, the guidance document is known as the Japan Environmental Governing Standards. The first of these was drawn up in 1995, and the most recent is dated April 2018. Their contents are guided sub rosa by the Environmental Subcommittee of the Joint Committee. As such, how JEGs are determined is not open to public scrutiny, and, unsurprisingly, given the U.S. military dominance on the committee, the guidelines are heavily weighted in the Pentagon's favor. The first failure of JEGs is they lack teeth, specifically stating that they do not create any enforceable rights against service members or the U.S. government. Without fear of punishment, there is no motivation for bases to follow these guidelines, so service members continue to hide spills, delay reporting them, play down their severity, or conceal the dangers of the substances involved. Another problem is that the military has been able to keep certain hazardous substances from the lists of those needing reporting, for example, PFAS and depleted uranium. Moreover, the policies exempt military aircraft and vessels from environmental compliance. 32. Worsening the failure of JEGS is the free pass they give the military for its decades of past contamination. The policies do not provide for contamination checks, nor do they cover its cleanup. As a result, unlike in the United States, service members and neighboring residents have no idea how polluted installations are. On mainland Japan, this is particularly troubling because many of today's U.S. facilities used to possess large stockpiles of chemical weapons when the bases belonged to the Japanese military. Accompanying JEGS, other policies have been worked out in secret at U.S.-Japan Joint Committee meetings. In September 2000, the governments of Japan and the United States issued their joint statement of environmental principles, stating that the U.S. government would remedy any contamination caused by USFJ that poses a known, imminent, and substantial threat to human health. 33. Stemming from 1990's Pentagon guidelines, the use of the words known, imminent, and substantial is crucial because it effectively provides an incentive for the bases not to conduct tests for contamination. If they do check and pollution is subsequently discovered, i.e., it becomes known, they have to remediate the problem. This desire for contamination not to become known also extends to U.S. authorities' failure to inform the media of environmental accidents and aggressive clampdowns on journalists reporting on such matters. Equally troubling is the inclusion of the words imminent and substantial, both of which are left solely to the base commander to define. The danger of many environmental toxins is their ability to accumulate in the human body over time, a risk excluded by the word imminent. Likewise, the definition of the term substantial lacks any independent scientific oversight to determine exactly how concentrated levels of contamination must reach to fall into this category. Compliance with JSEP like JEGS is entirely at the discretion of the base commander, so those on the Japanese side, including prefectural and municipal authorities, have no say in its execution. In December 2013, likely in response to public anger following the discovery of the 108 contaminated barrels in Okinawa City, the Japanese government announced to great fanfare its upcoming framework regarding environmental stewardship. However, any hopes of significant reforms were soon dispelled by the inclusion of the spineless statement, "The government of Japan affirmed its responsibility for environmental restoration." 34. When the new agreement cooperation concerning environmental matters took effect in September 2015, Tokyo and Washington claimed it was historic, but it changed nothing. It merely gave Japanese authorities the right to request inspections following a toxic spill or upcoming return of land. Nonetheless, such permission remains at the discretion of the U.S. military, which can deny access on the broad grounds that it would interrupt military operations, compromise force protection, or hinder the management of the facilities and areas. 35. Other countries assert the need for U.S. military accountability. Compared to the submissive attitude of the Japanese government, other countries have been more assertive in holding U.S. military bases within their borders responsible for environmental damage. In Germany, for example, the nation's SOFA has an environmental clause that makes the German government responsible for only 25% of cleanup costs. As far as noise pollution is concerned, bases have been pressured into setting up a complaint hotline and holding regular noise reduction meetings with nearby residents. Also, in 2016, the U.S. Army agreed to investigate PFAS contamination near its base in Ansbach. Following the discovery of high levels of the harmful substances, the military acted to remediate the contamination in stark contrast to its response on Okinawa, as the following chapter shows. 36. Likewise, in South Korea, there have been pushes to make the U.S. military more accountable. Following the return of 23 bases without cleanup in 2007, the Korean government pushed for a joint environmental assessment procedure, which was established in 2009. According to its provisions, The U.S. government is required to reimburse cleanup costs associated with contaminated former military land. Also, after an incident in February 2000, when a U.S. soldier dumped formaldehyde into Seoul's Han River, the U.S. Army promised to spend $100 million to improve its environmental activities. 37. Within the U.S. government, there has been some recognition of the need to remediate overseas environmental damage, if only for political reasons. In Vietnam, the United States remediated dioxin contamination at Da Nang Airport and moved on to clean up the former Bien Hoa Air Base, near Ho Chi Minh City. Undoubtedly, these cleanups are too little too late, but their very existence illustrates how Washington is finally acknowledging the environmental damage of its military's actions, even going as far as to help a former enemy. When it comes to its self-professed strongest ally, Japan, however, no such assistance has been forthcoming. Perhaps this is most apparent at the facility that ranked alongside Da Nang as one of the busiest during the Vietnam War, Kadena Air Base, similarly contaminated with military herbicides and dioxin. At Da Nang Airport, workers wore full hazmat suits, and the technology to remediate the contamination was state-of-the-art, baking the soil at high temperatures to destroy the dioxin. Signs posted in the vicinity clearly stated the dangers of entering the area. In contrast, the cleanup at the Okinawa soccer pitch was shockingly slipshod. Throughout the years-long project, cars and pedestrians freely passed within meters of the dusty pit, and workers often labored without hazmat equipment. Following a typhoon in July 2015, water from the flooded site was pumped into local culverts without any safety checks. At a local level, the scene highlighted potentially life-threatening ignorance of the dangers of military contamination. At a deeper level, it embodied the Japanese government's failure to hold the United States accountable for its environmental damage. Tokyo has the option of pushing the U.S. military for more responsibility, but it chooses not to. This combination of Japanese complacency, military arrogance, and Joint Committee opacity came together in a perfect storm of contamination, this time not caused by the military, but by a private Japanese company. At Tsuji Air Base and the Shinkampo Incineration Complex, 6,000 American service members and their families, as well as Japanese civilians, work at Naval Air Facility at Tsuji, located 40 kilometers southwest of Tokyo. Between 1985 and 2001, the privately run Shinkampo Incineration Complex operated 250 meters outside the base, burning about 90 tons of medical and industrial waste per day. Situated in a deep valley, its 3 chimneys pump smoke directly level with the installation's housing quarters and child care center. 38. Lori Paganelli, a NAFA resident, described the smoke as follows: "It smelled, burned your eyes, and sometimes added a greenish glow to the air around us." Others complained of headaches, nausea, and breathing problems. The brunt of this exposure was borne by dependents, whereas sailors were at sea for long periods. Their families remained on the base, breathing the fumes for their entire 3-year deployments. 39. Contained in the smoke were PCBs, pesticides, heavy metals, and dioxin. The Department of the Navy described it as a witch's brew of toxic chemicals. Within the installation, dioxin readings for soil contained the highest levels ever recorded in Japan, 53 picograms per cubic meter. 40. In 1988, base residents began to complain about the smoke, prompting the U.S. Navy to introduce air quality surveys. 4 years later, in 1992, the United States raised the matter at the U.S.-Japan Joint Committee, but due to the opaque nature of the proceedings, no warnings were made to base residents. In 1995, the Navy detected 12 emissions exceeding EPA levels at the installation, and the following year, a special form was added to residents' medical records notifying doctors that they had been exposed to carcinogenic and other hazardous substances. However, the Navy continued to downplay the dangers. In 1997, the commander told residents wishing to relocate that there was not anything in writing that says Shinkampo is a serious health risk. Later that same year, the installation proffered only rudimentary advice, for instance, keeping children indoors when smoke blew toward the base. 41. In 1998, the Navy introduced a waiver, reportedly the only one in the world, that residents had to sign upon arrival at NAFA. The form stated, "The Jinkanpo incinerator produces a plume of air pollutants, including dioxins, that frequently blows directly over NAF at Tsuji, including the housing and child care areas." The Navy did not include any explanation of the illnesses potentially caused by exposure, nor did it give service members and their families the option to live off of the base. Japanese authorities were equally negligent in ensuring the safety of those at NAFA. They reacted with skepticism to the results of the Navy's environmental surveys and gave only recommendations to the incinerator's owner, for example, installing filters on the chimneys, but there was no order for the complex to cease operating. The owner of the incinerators had deep ties to the Yakuza and frequently thwarted attempts to monitor his plant. 42. In 2001, after 13 years of military inaction, the U.S. Department of Justice sued the owner of the incinerator, charging that the complex endangered the health and safety of those on the base, and interfered with U.S. government rights of property and possession. As a result, the Japanese government paid the incinerator's owners $42 million to close the site. More than 25,000 service members and their dependents were exposed to contamination at NAFA, but today the VA states, currently there is no definitive scientific evidence to show that living at NAF at Tsuji while the incinerator operated caused additional risk for disease. Service members cannot receive automatic help, and claims are decided on an individual basis. Their families are not eligible for compensation. 43. Former residents are certain of the health impact of breathing Shinkampo's witch's brew. In 2009, Paganelli, who described the smoke's greenish glow, testified in front of Congress that there had been at least 61 cancer cases in a group of 750, one of which was her own son. "We trusted the Navy to provide a safe environment for our family members, but they failed to do so, knowingly housing our families in a toxic waste zone," she said. 44. In 2012, the GAO criticized the Department of Defense's handling of the Atsuji case, including the failure of existing policies to protect service members' dependents on overseas bases. As a result of the GAO report, the Department of Defense said it would include dependents to improve the scope of its surveys, but as shown by the discovery of 108 contaminated barrels near Kadena Air Base, such measures are still sorely lacking. 45. Poisoned chalices. In the past 4 decades, the Department of Defense has gradually scaled back its presence in Japan. In 1972, at the time of Okinawa's reversion, there were 87 U.S. military installations in the prefecture. Today there are 31. During the same period on mainland Japan, the number of bases decreased from 103 to 47. Returns of military land ought to be moments to celebrate for local communities who have waited long to put it back to use, but properties have been so badly polluted that cleanup has taken years or decades to complete. Until the 1990s, Japanese authorities conducted few environmental checks on land returned from military control. As environmental awareness grew and more tests were conducted, serious contamination was detected on mainland Japan. 46. As worrying as these mainland discoveries have been, on Okinawa the contamination has been even more severe and widespread. As of 2018, Japan had paid 12.9 billion yen for the cleanup of contamination and other remedial work on former base land. For many people, the first eye-opener followed the closure of Ana Communications site in November 1995. In the past, the base had caused several spills of sewage and detergents, but since there had been no major industrial operations at the site, fears of contamination were low. When Japanese authorities conducted environmental tests, they discovered cadmium, lead, arsenic, and, from sewage disposal tanks, 104 tons of PCB-contaminated sludge. In 2002, 218 tons of similar sludge was discovered on a nearby Japan Self-Defense Forces subbase that had been taken over from the U.S. military in 1973. The two discoveries filled 1,794 barrels. 47. The contamination set alarm bells ringing in Washington. In a 1998 report titled Issues Involved in Reducing the Impact of the U.S. Military Presence on Okinawa, the GAO realized that the trouble at Ana was a taste of things to come. When military land is returned in the future, if a survey is conducted and contamination is found, a decision would be needed as to whether the United States or Japan would pay cleanup costs, the report stated. 48. Raising as it does the potential that the United States might be willing to bear responsibility for remediation costs, the statement ought to have been seized upon by Tokyo to push for U.S. military accountability. But either due to the Japanese government's ignorance of pollution risks or its fear of upsetting Washington, Tokyo elected to remain silent and allow the existing, unfair system to prevail. It took 17 years for the contamination at Ana to be remediated, and the final solution angered many people. Starting in November 2013, the barrels were transported for disposal to Fukushima Prefecture, where, 2 years earlier, nuclear meltdowns had spewed high levels of radiation. Now U.S. military contamination was being added to this mix. 49. At about the same time as the closure of Ana communications site, Washington and Tokyo announced large land returns on Okinawa. Their decision had not come willingly. On September 4, 1995, a 12-year-old girl had been abducted and raped by 3 U.S. service members from Camp Hansen. In the weeks following the attack, the commander of the United States Pacific Command, Admiral Richard Macca, publicly mused that hiring a prostitute would have been cheaper than renting the car the men used to kidnap the girl. He was fired. For the first time since the late 1960s, fury on Okinawa grew so strong that Washington and Tokyo feared it might jeopardize the security of the bases there. 50. Forced into concessions, the two governments established the Special Action Committee on Okinawa, and, in December 1996, it announced 11 parcels of military land totaling 50 square kilometers would be returned. Among these would be parts of the Northern Training Area, Naha Military Port, Maki Minato Service Area, and, ultimately, Marine Corps Air Station Futenma. More transparency regarding Joint Committee decisions was also promised. 51. Japan and the United States heralded the returns as major steps toward lessening Okinawa's military burden, and the announcement succeeded in temporarily subduing anger on the island. But slowly the reality of the so-called reductions became clear. The returns were tied to conditions that made them military upgrades in disguise. For example, releasing half of the NTA would require building new pads for USMC Osprey aircraft, and the closure of MCAS Futenma would only occur in exchange for the construction of a new base, burying the pristine coral reefs of Aura Bay. In recent years, Okinawa has become one of the most popular tourist destinations on the planet. In 2017, the number of visitors 9.4 million almost matched that of Hawaii. Okinawa is no longer dependent on the U.S. military to keep its finances afloat. Today the bases contribute only 5% to the prefecture's economy, compared to 15% in 1972. Such a statistic is often lost on Japanese and American military proponents whose mindset dates back to the pre-reversion era, when the island still used dollars and tens of thousands of Okinawans were employed by the bases. Once a boon to the island's economy, the military presence has now become the primary impediment to development. When property returns have eventually materialized, extensive contamination has been discovered. Some of the most serious problems have occurred in Chitan, where thousands of buried bullets, parts of a tank, and elevated levels of benzene, arsenic, hexavalent chrome, and lead were found on former parts of Camp Kauai. Located close to a popular tourist area, past redevelopment of military land there in the 1990s resulted in economic improvements 108 times over its former usage. But similar profits in recent years have been stymied by contamination. At the time of this writing, 15 years after the land's return, it still has not been fully redeveloped. 52. March 2015 witnessed the closure of the military's Nishi Futenma housing area, located atop a hill with picturesque views of the East China Sea. Once again, however, the subsequent discovery of serious contamination dampened the celebratory mood, as high levels of lead, arsenic, and oil were found throughout the property. Also discovered at Nishi-Futenma were 4 sites contaminated with the solvent dichloromethane, which can cause chemical burns and has been linked to cancer. That such serious contamination existed at a former housing area with little or no industrial use underlines how U.S. military operations pollute all kinds of land. The Japanese government's failure to be more assertive in protecting the rights of Okinawan residents flies in the face of the United States, where the government has frequently confronted its own military concerning environmental infractions. In the case of Nishi-Futenma, it also shows the disdain with which the military treats the health of service members and their families. Even though former U.S. residents may have been sickened by the contamination beneath their homes, no notifications have been made to them, and unlike in the United States, where such information is readily available on EPA websites, no such resources exist in Japan. 53. Even the CIA has been advising the U.S. military to be more careful about its treatment of the environment on Okinawa, albeit for its own ulterior motives. In December 2017, via the Freedom of Information Act, I received a 60-page manual from the CIA Division, the Open Source Center, called Understanding Base Politics in Okinawa. Dated January 2012, the manual aimed to advise U.S. policymakers on how to manipulate Okinawan public opinion about the military presence in their prefecture. 54. According to the CIA, Okinawan support for environmental preservation presents challenges to alliance managers. It warned policymakers that Okinawa may pressure Tokyo to expand environmental guarantees for base land, including revision of SOFA provisions on environmental remediation. To improve Okinawan's support for bases in the prefecture, the CIA recommended that the military respond to environmental incidents quickly and transparently. The Okinawa Manual was part of a series called Master Narratives, in which other reports focused on Syria and Afghanistan. The fact the CIA saw Okinawa among such trouble spots is very revealing. At the time it was written in 2012, the LDP, long backed by the CIA and other U.S. government agencies, had been booted out of power for only the second time since 1955. The new party in charge, the centrist Democratic Party of Japan, had promised to be more assertive with the U.S. military, for example, canceling plans for the new USMC facility at Aura Bay. The creation of this manual suggests the CIA saw the DPJ as a very real threat to U.S. military dominion over Okinawa. DPJ rule only lasted 3 years, however, and, in 2012, the LDP returned, headed by Abe Shinzo, who, like his grandfather, Kishi Nobusuke, displayed total subservience to U.S. military demands and equal disdain for democratic processes. At the urging of the U.S. government, Abe bulldozed through Parliament a State Secrets Act that threatened whistleblowers and journalists with long imprisonment, and a Collective Self-Defense Act that allowed Japanese troops to fight overseas with U.S. troops and multi-trillion yen deals to buy U.S. weaponry. Unsurprisingly, LDP obsequiousness extended to measures countering U.S. military contamination in Japan, which, already almost non-existent, became even more lax. Since 1978, the Ministry of the Environment had conducted rudimentary environmental monitoring each year on bases throughout Japan, checking sewage plants and boilers for harmful emissions. However, from 2014 onward, these checks were halted due to a change in policies by the Joint Committee. When journalists pressed the government for the reason, the Ministry of the Environment said it could not answer because it was a result of a decision between the US and Japanese governments. 55. Given the twin obstacles of physical barbed wire fences and opaque policies maintained by Washington and Tokyo, those of us wishing to know about the extent of military contamination in Japan need to rely on more creative approaches. Fortunately, 2 options are available: FOIA and whistleblowers brave enough to risk the wrath of the military for whom they work. 6. Okinawa Paradise Lost. Despite Japanese government promises prior to reversion that Okinawa's military burden would be reduced to the same level as on the mainland, today 70% of U.S. bases in Japan are crammed onto the small island, 31 facilities occupying some of its best farmland and prime real estate. Not only has the U.S. physical occupation of Okinawa persisted, but also its colonial mentality. In recent years, high-level U.S. officials have maligned the island's residents in a series of well-publicized cases. In 2010, senior diplomat Kevin Marr allegedly accused Okinawans of being masters of manipulation and too lazy to grow Goya. Then, in 2015, Robert Eldridge, Deputy Assistant Chief of Staff of Government and External Affairs, appeared on a Japanese neo-nationalist YouTube channel, where he accused anti-base demonstrators of engaging in hate speech against Americans. Several weeks later, he was fired after a leak of military surveillance footage to a presenter at the same network. In 2018, the head of the United States Marine Corps, General Robert B. Nellier, infuriated Okinawans when he asserted that no one had lived on the land where Marine Corps Air Station Futenma was built, whitewashing the town's history of internments and forced relocation by the United States. 1. Today, the military presence on Okinawa is dominated by the USMC, whose 11 bases occupy diverse environments. MCAS Futenma sits in the urban midst of Jinawan City, surrounded by more than 120 public facilities, such as schools and hospitals. Camp Hansen sprawls across dense jungle through which 3 main rivers run and 2 dams store water for local communities. The adjacent Camp Schwab occupies a large stretch of coastline, including Aura Bay, one of the most biodiverse places in Japan. Other USMC bases include Ijima Auxiliary Airfield, the Northern Training Area, and Maki Minato Service Area, transferred from the U.S. Army in 1978, and renamed Camp Kinzer, after a Marine sergeant who had flung himself on a Japanese grenade during the Battle of Okinawa. In and around these bases, there are 260 rare, threatened, or endangered animal and plant species, notably the dugong, a cousin of the manatee, and the flightless Okinawa rail. Military public relations campaigns project the image of the USMC as a careful custodian of the island's environment. Several times a year, service members collect garbage from beaches and base fences. In 2015, the USMC on Okinawa won a top award for environmental quality from the Secretary of Defense. As well as targeting the Japanese public, such campaigns aim to convince Americans that the bases on which they work and live are clean. Military members and their families are aware of the contamination of Department of Defense facilities in the United States, and so the Pentagon is determined that no suspicions arise as to the safety of those on Okinawa. Japanese requests for environmental tests can be ignored, the military knows, but such demands from within its own ranks might need to be taken more seriously, and if contamination were to be found, it would need to be remediated according to guidelines governing known pollution. Because of this, the USMC, like other military branches on Okinawa, works hard to conceal information related to its contamination. However, the U.S. Freedom of Information Act offers one way to cleave through such secrecy. 2. Chemical contamination at Camp Kinzer. Throughout the 1960s and 1970s, evidence suggested serious environmental problems at Maki Minato Service Area, the storage site for materiel returned from the Vietnam War. Large chemical spills occurred in 1975, particularly the one that exposed base workers to carcinogenic industrial detergents, dismissed by the U.S. consulate as a flap. Further instances in the following years suggested environmental safety at the facility was lax, but due to the status of forces agreement blocking on-base access, there was no concrete proof. 3. In 2014, I received a tip-off from a military source that the USMC possessed a package of documents related to contamination at the installation, now called Camp Kinzer. I filed a FOIA request, but for the next 16 months, the USMC blocked the release. It delayed processing my request, then refused to hand over the report on the grounds of protecting against public confusion. Finally, in a last-ditch attempt to keep the documents under wraps, it suddenly claimed it didn't have them in the first place. Realizing the only way to obtain the reports was to publicly shame the USMC into releasing them, I wrote a story about their shenanigans that ran in the English newspaper The Japan Times. Less than a week later, the USMC coughed up the reports in full. 4. Produced between 1977 and 1993, the 82 pages were the first internal documents related to U.S. military contamination in Japan ever made public, and, upon reading them, it soon became clear why the USMC had tried so hard to keep them secret. According to the reports, throughout the 1960s and 1970s, the shoreline of the base consisted of a storage yard measuring 46,000 square meters, containing supplies returned from Vietnam described as insecticides, rodenticides, herbicides, inorganic and organic acids, alkalis, inorganic salts, organic solvents, and vapor degreasers. The military had attempted to auction off some of these stocks to Okinawan civilians, but when the winning bidders turned up, the containers were in such poor condition they refused to take them. Okinawa government officials visiting the site in the mid-1970s noted hundreds of barrels, boxes, and plastic bags leaking chemicals in the area, but the military explained they held malathion, an insecticide that, while toxic, was not as dangerous as their real contents. In 1974 and 1975, large fish kills on the nearby coast prompted the U.S. Army to conduct surveys of the sea and soil. The results revealed high levels of polychlorinated biphenyls and a high concentration of dioxin, later specified as an Agent Orange component. Tests in 1978 also revealed elevated levels of the carcinogenic heavy metals, lead and cadmium. To clean up the site, the military buried large quantities of chemicals on the base, including sludge from treated cyanide compounds and 12.5 tons of ferric chloride, a highly corrosive industrial chemical. Pesticides were also taken north to Camp Hansen and buried there. In the mid-1980s, toxins again seeped from the base, resulting in the further death of marine life. At this time, military personnel criticized their predecessors for their failure to conduct follow-up checks or record whether the contaminated soil had been removed from the installation. An internal report from 1984 raises concerns that construction crews might have been exposed to PCBs, but the military never made any effort to inform them. That same year, high levels of heavy metals were detected on the shore more than 2 kilometers from the former storage site, and, in 1990, suspected toxic hotspots still existed within Camp Kinser, forcing the USMC to abandon plans to build a pleasure beach there. At the time, the U.S. Navy estimated that a full survey of the former storage site would cost more than $500,000, but an actual cleanup would cost much more. According to the reports, such funding would be difficult to obtain because Pentagon remediation budgets were reserved for projects in the United States. Included in the FOIA package were charts pinpointing the contaminated area. Cross-checked against current maps of Camp Kinser, today a bowling alley, medical center, and baseball field sit on the site. Additionally, civilian reclamation work has since filled in the sea near the former storage yard, and it now holds shops, offices, and factories. According to the 1996 Special Action Committee on Okinawa and Follow-up Agreements, Tokyo and Washington intend to return the whole of Camp Kinser starting in 2024 or later, but FOIA requests for recent contamination surveys come back with responses that no records exist, suggesting one of two things: no such environmental checks have been conducted or the military is lying to me. With no access to Camp Kinser, Japanese scientists have had to rely on checks of wildlife caught nearby to determine levels of contamination. Mongooses caught in the vicinity show high levels of PCBs, and habu snakes contain elevated concentrations of PCBs and DDT. In 2016, sediment in a river flowing near the former storage area was found to be contaminated with the same pesticides described in the 1970s report and high levels of lead. In 2017, lead was also detected in shellfish and seaweed near the base. It seems certain that Camp Kinser is still contaminated with the chemicals brought back from the Vietnam War more than 40 years ago. 5. USMC Environmental Accidents. The SACO final report promised more transparency regarding Joint Committee agreements and, by definition, the environmental decisions made within them. However, despite such assurances, internal documents released via FOIA show that the USMC still believes it can operate on Okinawa without openness. USMC handbooks from 2013 and 2015 reveal that Marines are under orders not to inform Japanese officials of politically sensitive incidents. Since the decision whether to classify an incident as politically sensitive is entirely left to the USMC, this gives it the ability to hide any accidents it chooses. Other FOIA-obtained reports show the USMC repeatedly violates environmental guidelines on its Okinawa bases. 6 Such self-regulation leads to sloppy operating procedures. According to reports obtained via FOIA, between 2002 and 2016, there were 270 environmental accidents at MCAS Futenma, Camp Hansen, and Camp Schwab, but only 6 were reported to Japan. 7. Even when the USMC decides to report incidents to Japanese authorities, it misleads them. In June 2016, an accident on MCAS Futenma spilled almost 7,000 liters of aviation fuel. The internal report stated the accident was due to human error, but United States forces in Japan told Japanese authorities it occurred because of a valve misalignment. Moreover, although USFJ claimed the spill had been dealt with immediately, the in-house documents reveal it wasn't fully under control until the following day. The scale of the accident was so large it required the disposal of 11 barrels of contaminated earth and 3,000 liters of contaminated water. In 2016, I was contacted by a military whistleblower who had been working on USFJ installations for many years and wanted to share information about safety breaches on the USMC's Okinawa bases. He explained how the June 2016 incident had been caused by Marines overriding a safety solenoid using the kind of plastic tie used to seal food bags. Such accidents are typical of the U.S. Marines. To put it bluntly, their work is lazy, and they act stupidly, he said. The expert provided a video of the spill, showing large volumes of fuel gushing out of a vent in the side of the grass-covered storage tank, pooling on the ground and running into a storm drain. In March 2009, the same fuel tank had suffered a large leak due to similar ineptitude. 8. Reports also reveal the careless storage of chemicals on Camp Hansen. One incident in December 2011 involved calcium hypochlorite bleach powder sloppily stored in a shipping container. Some of the chemical began to react with the air, injuring a Marine who opened the container's door. The incident was kept secret for a month, and after superior officers had finally been notified, the base declared an emergency, calling in a hazmat team from the Japanese fire department to clean up the spill site. In the United States, such negligence led to the prosecution of service members. However, guidelines in Japan give them immunity from punishment under the law. Tear gas, red earth, and forest fires. As well as environmental spills, USMC bases on Okinawa have caused other problems for neighboring communities, including tear gas leaks, red earth runoff, and forest fires. Days after the start of the Vietnam War, Okinawan children were exposed to tear gas at Ginoza Middle School. In the following years, other incidents involving the substance took place, some involving drunk troops. In one such case in November 1968, approximately 100 households in Kintown had to flee when a U.S. service member tossed a tear gas canister into a civilian area. Moreover, following reversion, in March 1980, patients and staff from the Ryukyu Psychiatric Hospital were sickened when tear gas leaked from Camp Hansen. And in June 1988, 2 civilians in a car driving along a prefectural road near the NTA fell ill when they were similarly exposed. 9. One of the most visible signs of environmental damage from USMC bases has been the runoff of soil from live fire sites. This has been especially harmful at Camp Hansen, where decades of heavy artillery training denuded hillsides and made them vulnerable to erosion. This runoff, contaminated with lead and toxic propellants, damaged local rivers and the sea. According to internal USMC reports, efforts to reduce erosion by planting vegetation have been hampered by the ongoing presence of unexploded ordnance. Point 10. In addition, between 1972 and the end of 2016, operations at Camp Hansen and Camp Schwab caused almost 600 forest fires. Many of these fires have been caused by the USMC breaking its own rules. In 2000, the USMC on Okinawa created guidelines that prescribed the conditions in which live fire drills could be conducted and which types of ammunition could be used. In conditions categorized as dry, no tracer rounds could be fired, and in very dry conditions, training would not be conducted at all. However, according to research by the nonprofit Peace Depot between 2002 and 2007, more than half of the fires, 55%, occurred after the USMC had ignored its own guidelines. Many of these fires had been due to the use of tracer rounds. Point 11. Ammunition was the root of problems at another USMC base, Camp Courtney. For 37 years until its closure in 1999, part of the installation near the shoreline contained a skeet shooting range. When Okinawa prefectural officials learned of the use, they grew concerned that nearby areas growing hijiki seaweed may have been contaminated with lead, so they demanded that the USMC investigate. The military admitted that approximately 49 tons of lead was scattered around the site, with the areas in which hijiki grew having elevated concentrations. In 2001, the Japanese government conducted tests in the area and claimed the contamination posed no risk to human health. However, when the prefecture requested to conduct its own independent tests, it was refused. It was not until June 2011 that the U.S.-Japan Joint Committee approved the request, by which time levels were declared safe. Point 12. The weaknesses of current environmental guidelines arose again at Camp Hansen in August 2013, when an HH-60 Pave Hawk helicopter crashed near Okawa Dam, a source of drinking water for nearby Jinoza village. Concerned it may have been contaminated, local officials requested to visit the site but were denied. Unsure whether the dam had been polluted, the village decided to halt drawing water from it. Subsequent tests by the U.S. military of the soil at the crash site revealed levels of arsenic 21 times the safe level, as well as high concentrations of cadmium, fluorine, and lead. A similar problem occurred in October 2017, when a USMC CH-35 Super Stallion helicopter crash-landed and caught fire in a farmer's field near the NTA. Even though the accident happened outside the base, the military cordoned off the site and blocked access by Japanese officials. Before local authorities could conduct environmental tests, the military removed the wreckage and dug up the soil. Belated checks by the Japanese government revealed contamination from benzene and radioactive strontium-90, used in helicopters' rotor devices. As the residents of the Marshall Islands know too well, following exposure, the human body incorporates the substance into the teeth and bones, where it can lead to cancers. The military claimed the strontium had been removed within 3 days of the crash, but a whistleblower provided me with photographs showing it had remained at the scene for at least a week. Point 13. In the crosshairs of the USMC. In 2016, I discovered my investigations into environmental contamination on Okinawa had made me a target of the USMC. With the FOIA request, I obtained a file that showed I was being monitored by the USMC Criminal Investigation Division. The report featured my photograph, biography, and an account of a lecture I'd given outside Camp Schwab about military contamination. Internal USFJ emails again obtained via FOIA also labeled me adversarial and said my tone of reporting is hostile. At about the same time, I realized the United States Air Force was blocking my home ISP from accessing its homepages, an apparent attempt to hobble my ability to file FOIA requests via its online system. Other Okinawan journalists had experienced the same denial. When these incidents became public in October 2016, the U.S. Freedom of the Press Foundation, co-founded by Daniel Ellsberg and headed by CIA whistleblower Edward Snowden, condemned the U.S. military's monitoring of me, the French non-governmental organization Reporters Without Borders wrote a letter of protest that was widely circulated. My hometown Member of Parliament even contacted the British Foreign Minister to urge the UK government to file a complaint with Washington. 14. This was not the first time my journalism had brought me into conflict with the military, specifically the USMC. In the spring of 2016, my reporting had made national headlines when a FOIA request had netted me the scripts and slides of the orientation lectures the USMC gives new arrivals to the island. The lectures contained lies and comments disparaging Okinawans, accusing them of having double standards and stating their complaints against hosting the burden of U.S. military bases in Japan were more emotional than logical. They also told new Marines that for Okinawans, it pays to complain. Anywhere offense can be taken, it will be used. 15. Likewise, the orientation lectures contained misleading statements about the military's impact on the island's environment. Some believe that the SOFA does not ensure the U.S. military is abiding to modern environmental standards, and as a result, there is a perception and eagerness to find evidence that our activities are damaging the natural environment. 16. The cover-up of USMC environmental damage on Okinawa is an appalling disservice to its own troops. Marines like Okinawans have a right to know whether their homes and workplaces are poisoning them and their families, but the orientation lectures made no mention of the dioxin, lead, and arsenic contamination that could put their health at risk. Radioactive contamination on Torishima. When governments manufacture warheads for atomic weapons and fuel rods for nuclear power stations, they create as a byproduct large volumes of depleted uranium. A heavy metal with toxic features similar to mercury and lead, DU's dangers are further heightened by the fact that it is radioactive. DU is favored by the military for two main reasons. First, it can be used to make armor-piercing rounds, called penetrators, which unlike other metals that flatten on impact, retain their sharp points when they strike reinforced concrete or the outer shell of a tank. Second, DU is economic. Because DU is a waste product from the nuclear industry, the US government provides it to the military at very low cost or for free. The Pentagon first made extensive use of DU rounds in Iraq and Kuwait in 1991, then in the Balkans throughout the 1990s and again in Iraq in 2003. Most recently, despite its own promises not to do so, it also fired DU rounds against Islamic State forces in Syria in 2015. When DU ordnance impacts a target, it produces a cloud of dust that spreads over a wide area and remains radioactive for a long time. Medical professionals in the places where DU was fired have catalogued the health toll of these munitions. In Basra, Iraq, for example, childhood leukemia rates are reported to have doubled between 1993 and 2007. Meanwhile, in Fallujah, there has been a spike in congenital malformations, which, in 2013, was estimated at about 1 in 7 babies. Many environmental groups have called for DU to be classified as a weapon of mass destruction due to the long-term contamination it causes. Since 2007, the United Nations General Assembly has urged for investigations into its usage and, more recently, cleanup assistance for places where it has been fired. In much the same way as it handled Agent Orange, the US government has hindered DU investigations by refusing to release maps of where it has been used and downplaying the risks it poses to human health. Some scientists dispute claims that DU is the cause of health issues in the Middle East. 17. In 1995 and 1996, the USMC contaminated Torishima, a small Okinawan island used as a target range, with DU. Previously unreleased documents obtained via FOIA revealed how USMC fighter jets had fired 1,520 25 mm DU armor-piercing/incendiary penetrators at the island in December 1995 and January 1996. Soon thereafter, the military took the unusual step of trying to clear them up. Although the FOIA documents do not explain why the USMC made the decision, it appears it may have fired the DU ordnance in error. Given the radioactivity of the rounds, the military on Okinawa needed permission from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission to clear them away, and, in March 1996, Kadena Air Base received the requisite radioactive material license. Between March and April 1996, the Department of Defense surveyed the island, but they were only able to collect 192 penetrators, approximately 13% of the total fired. It conducted several follow-up trips to Torishima but ceased recovery efforts in August 18. At the time, none of these operations was made public. The documents suggest one reason for the delay was that DO was not listed in the Japan Environmental Governing Standards as a substance that requires reporting. But the real reason for the military's reluctance to publicize the incident was more likely due to its timing. In September 1995, 3 service members had raped a 12-year-old Okinawan girl, sparking massive anger on the island. The perpetrators were convicted and imprisoned in March 1996, and the crime had forced Tokyo and Washington into the creation of SACO. If the revelations about Torishima had been made public during this turbulent time, the two governments might have been forced to offer more concessions and land returns on Okinawa. As it was, the U.S. military postponed admitting what had happened until after the December 1996 publication of the final SACO report. In January 1997, it informed the Japanese government of the usage of DO at Torishima, which it described as a mistake, and the news became public. Following the announcement, Japanese government teams, accompanied by U.S. military personnel, made several trips to the island, but they could only recover another 55 penetrators. The U.S. military decided to categorize the remaining 1,273 rounds as lost. Each of these rounds contained 148 grams of DO. Thus, in total, 188 kilograms of DO remained on or around the island. The report stated these shells are comprised of 3 types of uranium: uranium-234, uranium-235, and uranium-238. According to the U.S. military report dated 1999, the DO remaining at Torishima posed no health risk and so no further cleanup activities were necessary. However, the assurance is contradicted by more recent U.S. Air Force records that, as of September 2010, revealed fears of potential exposure to DO were preventing the military from conducting ecological surveys of the island. 19. Following the Torishima incident, the U.S. Embassy promised the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs that all DO ordnance had been removed from Japan. However, the media discovered approximately 400,000 DO rounds had been stored at Kadena Air Base in 2001. Today, the range at Torishima is still active, and every bomb dropped runs the risk of kicking up radioactive particles. Okinawan TV reports showed one exercise in May 2014, involving an undisclosed weapon that created a massive, dusty cloud visible from 30 kilometers away. 20. Contamination at Kadena Air Base. With two 3.7-kilometer runways, 1,000 industrial buildings, and dozens of tanks storing a combined 215 million liters of fuel, Kadena Air Base is the largest U.S. Air Force installation in Asia. It hosts the 18th Wing, the biggest combat wing in the U.S. Air Force, and has launched wars in Korea, Vietnam, and the Middle East. More than 20,000 American service members, contractors, and their families live or work on the base, and it employs about 2,750 Japanese. Attached to the air base is the vast Kadena Ammunition Depot, once known as Chibana Army Ammunition Depot, where nuclear and chemical weapons had been stored prior to 1972. The two bases play prime roles in the island's ecosystem. Kadena Air Base includes more than 20 groundwater wells, and its western edge abuts the sea. The Tsukiyama Dam lies next to the ammunition depot. Several rivers flow near the bases, feeding a purification plant at Chitan, the provider of drinking water for hundreds of thousands of people in 7 municipalities, one of them being Naha City, the prefecture's capital. Despite this environmental importance, the U.S. Air Force has never voluntarily made public these bases' impact on nearby communities. Only via FOIA and whistleblowers willing to risk potential dismissal and even imprisonment are we able to grasp the damage caused. As of 2018, the U.S. Air Force had released to me, via FOIA, approximately 11,000 pages of accident reports, environmental investigations, and emails related to contamination at Kadena Air Base. Startling in these documents is the U.S. Air Force ignorance about how hazardous substances used to be handled there. Recorded are numerous incidents where service members stumbled upon pollution caused by their predecessors. Underground discoveries include contamination from petroleum, oil, and lubricants, and forgotten fuel storage tanks. In July 2014, the discovery of a buried barrel of unknown chemicals triggered emails urging responders to keep a low profile, please. Don't want this release to press. Another report described conditions at a former ammunition storage area. Military debris is scattered in almost every ravine. Some ravines contain rusting drums, practice bombs, and occasional unexploded ordnance. 21. The FOIA released reports reveal the exposure of U.S. and Japanese nationals to dangerous levels of lead and other heavy metals. For decades, an industrial-scale furnace at the depot had been burning ammunition and other exotic pyrotechnics without any emission controls. In 1993, investigators discovered this incineration had contaminated nearby land with extremely high levels of lead. The report stated there were small farms and vegetable plots in the area, and the site was near a waterway. Another burn pit, cited in an April 1994 report, was blamed for further lead concentrations in soil. Again, farmers' fields were in the vicinity. When I asked the military whether it had warned local farmers about this contamination, a spokesman said it did not keep records of such notifications. 22. Other heavy metal contamination was revealed in a 1997 internal report about the disposal of waste from sandblasting, which contained high levels of cadmium and chromium. Cadmium softens bones and causes kidney failure. Chromium is highly carcinogenic. The report cited the risk that U.S. Air Force members may have been exposed to these toxins and that this waste had formerly been buried on the base. 23. In addition to heavy metals, Kadena Air Base surveys revealed serious contamination from asbestos in buildings including dormitories, dining halls, and boiler rooms. One of the locations was an abandoned hospital that had been used by service members for combat training. Their exercises involved using axes and chainsaws to breach asbestos-packed doors, resulting in the spread of powdery asbestos across a wide indoor area. 24. The World Health Organization estimates that asbestos is responsible for half of occupational cancer fatalities worldwide. In recent years, Japanese base employees have struggled to win compensation from Tokyo for illnesses attributed to their work in asbestos-contaminated environments. In 2014, Tokyo finally recognized that 28 victims had been exposed, but survivor support groups and base worker unions estimate the number of sick is likely much higher. 25. In April 2016, I sent the Kadena asbestos report to USFJ so it could alert its own service members who might have been exposed during training. But according to my inside sources, the military ignored my efforts and took no action to contact those potentially poisoned, a further sign that the military on Okinawa would rather sacrifice the health of its own service members than admit its bases are contaminated. Such criminal negligence extends to on-base housing and schools. In September 2014, the Inspector General of the Department of Defense published a report slamming the U.S. military on Okinawa, including Kadena Air Base, for conditions in on-base housing. The report cataloged serious problems, particularly elevated radon readings and mold, which could result in chronic health conditions. Similar conditions were also identified at USMC housing on the island. 26. In August 2015, the U.S. Air Force also released a report on the safety of the water in its 8 educational institutions on Kadena Air Base. The investigation discovered that 165 taps were supplying water contaminated with lead above the Environmental Protection Agency's safe level of 20 parts per billion. Some of these dangerous taps were in school kitchens and drinking fountains, For example, one drinking fountain at Kadena High School was contaminated with lead at 190 ppb. The report stated, potential health effects include damage to the brain, red blood cells, and kidneys. Other effects include low IQ, hearing impairment, and reduced attention span. Among the schools with lead-contaminated water were the two located next to the 108-barrel dioxin dump site, Bob Hope Primary School and Amelia Earhart Intermediate School. 27. PCBs, a can of worms. In the 20th century, PCBs were commonly used as coolants in electrical transformers, but their manufacture was banned in 1979, due to increasing evidence of their health risks. Today they are categorized as persistent organic pollutants, which damage the nervous, immune, and reproductive systems, and are linked to cancers. PCBs do not deteriorate in the environment and can remain in the soil for many decades, and they can bioaccumulate in the bodies of people who consume contaminated food like shellfish and fish. During the 1970s, service members stored large volumes of PCB-containing oil in an outdoor pool measuring 21 meters wide at Kadena Air Base, from where it was either sold to Okinawans or mixed with fuel and burned. The existence of the pool only became known in 1998, when a former base worker told the Okinawa media about it, and the subsequent news reports prompted an official investigation. The storage pool was located on a hilltop above Kadena Marina, a popular recreation spot for swimming and fishing. In the past, tests had revealed PCBs in the sea, suggesting contamination had spread from the pond via the groundwater or storm drains. In February 2014, more information about PCB contamination at Kadena Air Base came to light when I was contacted by Bob McCarty, who had worked as Deputy Chief of Public Affairs at Kadena Air Base during the 1980s, and retained some internal reports that had raised his suspicions. According to the documents, in November 1986, base officials discovered exceedingly high PCB pollution following a leak of transformer oil. Environmental tests revealed the spilled oil contained PCBs at a concentration of 214 parts per million, but the ground beneath it was contaminated at levels as high as 5,535 ppm. Both readings far exceeded international safety levels. It appeared that the incident merely opened a can of worms. Soil sampling in the open storage yard would have yielded high PCB levels whether the spill had occurred or not, stated the report. 28. The whistleblower's reports once again show the U.S. military was more concerned with public image than safety. The U.S. Air Force worried that news of the contamination might damage the standing of conservative Governor Nishim Junji, a supporter of the U.S. military presence on Okinawa, in the run-up to prefectural assembly elections. The report also cited unease that if Kadena's PCB contamination was made public, it would lead to demands for tests on other U.S. bases, something the military was desperate to avoid. In 2000, the issue of how to dispose of PCBs from Kadena and other military bases in Japan became an international problem. During this period, the amount of PCB-contaminated equipment owned by the U.S. military in Japan was approximately 3,220 tons. With much of this waste stockpiled at the U.S. Army's Sagamai General Depot, Kanagawa Prefecture, there were plans to transport it overseas for disposal. In April, the private container vessel Wanhee, carrying approximately 100 tons of the waste, attempted to dock in Canada, but it was turned away due to regulations prohibiting the import of hazardous waste. For the same reason, it was rejected from docking in the United States, so it temporarily returned to Japan. The ship eventually offloaded its toxic cargo at Wake Island, a U.S. territory located approximately 3,200 kilometers southeast of Tokyo. The island was chosen because of its gray zone status, where U.S. customs laws did not apply, a technique frequently used by the military to do things it can't do elsewhere on remote islands far enough from the U.S. mainland to avoid civilian oversight. Indigenous rights groups slammed the decision, stating, "The use of the vast empty spaces of the Pacific ignores the importance of land and waters throughout the region as a source both of sustenance and identity for indigenous peoples." An editorial in the Honolulu Advertiser also questioned the wisdom of storing toxic waste on a low-lying island susceptible to inundation by storms. 29. On Okinawa, Kadena Air Base announced its PCB cleanup was completed in June 1992, but problems still plague the base. According to FOIA-obtained reports, in 2011, internal investigators categorized the base's policies regarding PCBs as a major deficiency. They underlined the absence of a safe storage area for contaminated transformers and failures to label equipment deemed hazardous. According to the same report, the installation had approximately 500 transformers, but checks for PCBs had been conducted on less than half of them. In recent years, these transformers have leaked and, in some cases, even exploded. 30. Dangers from the air. FOIA-released reports reveal numerous instances where military aircraft dumped fuel over civilian communities, exposing people on the ground to benzene, naphthalene, and toxic additives linked to serious illnesses. Because JEGS does not apply to U.S. military aircraft, USFJ does not need to curtail or report such contamination. 31. People living close to Kadena Air Base and other installations, including MCAS Futenma and Atsugi and Yokota air bases on mainland Japan, have long maintained that aircraft noise was damaging their health. The connection between such long-term exposure to noise pollution and serious illnesses has been well documented. For example, a 2011 WHO report showed it can cause heart problems and tinnitus, and damage sleep patterns, resulting in further troubles, like poor memory consolidation. Such exposure is especially harmful to children, whose cognition skills can be damaged. 32 Research by one Japanese university estimated that noise from Kadena Air Base is responsible for an average of 10 deaths a year, and approximately 17,000 people in nearby communities suffer from disturbed sleep. 33. The Japanese government makes token efforts to reduce the problem by providing some homes near Kadena Air Base with soundproofing, but the problem persists. Japanese courts have repeatedly recognized the harm noise pollution causes to those living nearby. In 2017, about 22,000 residents were awarded a total of about 30.2 billion yen, the largest ever judgment against the government of Japan. In his decision, the judge ruled that Kadena aircraft noise damaged sleep and caused an increased risk of high blood pressure. He also noted that the impact on children was particularly severe, and the noise might trigger traumatic memories for Battle of Okinawa survivors. 34. Just as the U.S. military is allowed to wash its hands of the responsibility of dealing with other types of contamination, the same has occurred with its noise pollution, whereby court-ordered damages are footed by Japanese taxpayers on the grounds that the U.S. military is acting on facilities provided by the Japanese government in the interest of the Treaty of Mutual Cooperation and Security between the United States and Japan. Leaks, spills, and the impact on local water. On Kadena Air Base, there are 23 wells, some of which contribute to both on and off-base drinking water, and more than 300,000 meters of drains carry storm water from the installation into local rivers. Ever since water from fuel-soaked wells ignited in the late 1960s, people have worried about the safety of the local supply, but it was not until the release of FOIA documents that it became evident just how badly the base had been polluting the system. One of the reports, dated August 1992, focused on contamination from the base's firefighting practice area, a site situated on a hilltop above Kadena Marina, near where the PCB storage pool had been located. Investigators discovered that fuel and firefighting foam, both hazardous substances, were flowing from this training area into the sea. The military, according to the report, did not know if this was in violation of Japanese environmental laws because the only available translations were not clear. However, the discharge was against the military's own rules, which banned the discharge of foam into storm drains. 35. The second area of concern was a corrosion control area where aircraft were washed, their paint was stripped with chemicals, and they were repainted. Some of the effluent from this area soaked into the ground and flowed into the sea. Contaminants, including boron, phenol, heavy metals, and cyanide, were discovered in the runoff. 36. To this day, environmental safety at Kadena Air Base remains poor. FOIA released documents dated from 1998 to 2016, catalog approximately 650 environmental incidents at the installation, with 253 occurring since 2010. These incidents have ranged from small fuel leaks of only several liters that stayed on the base to large spills discharging tens of thousands of liters of fuel and raw sewage into local rivers. As with the USMC accidents, the Kadena reports show military incompetence has repeatedly endangered local water. 37. In June 2013, an overflowing manhole leaked 208,000 liters of sewage into the Hijra River, but the base took 27 hours to notify local authorities. In-house emails included the comment, "We received little media coverage." So that's good news. Likewise, in July 2014, service members dumped hundreds of liters of medical waste described as expired shelf-life injectable fluids into on-base drains. It's very unlikely that anything will be seen or reported, but if the milky solution reached the Hijra River we will have a very upset public, stated the report. The accident was not reported to the Japanese government. 38. PFAS, the 21st century Agent Orange. Fires are a constant fear at all airports, but even more so at military ones, where aircraft, in addition to fuel, also carry high explosives. To extinguish fuel fires, water is useless at best, it merely evaporates, but in a worst-case scenario it can cause a flash explosion similar to pouring water on a pan of burning cooking oil. In the 1960s, the U.S. Navy helped develop a special foam that could smother fuel fires and quickly extinguish them. They named it aqueous film-forming foam. Thousands of military and commercial airfields installed the substance in fire trucks and hangar sprinkler systems. Large volumes of the foam were also sprayed during practice drills at fire training pits, including the one at Kadena Air Base, which emptied into the sea. In a history frighteningly reminiscent to that of its rainbow herbicides, for decades the U.S. military covered up evidence of the toxicity of AFFF ingredients, per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances. U.S. Air Force research from 1979 revealed these chemicals damaged the cells and liver of laboratory animals and caused low birth weight. Further reports in the 1980s identified the poisonous effects of AFFF, but the military never made public the dangers, and on its bases throughout the world, it continued to use the foam, spraying millions of liters in training exercises. Meanwhile, the manufacturers 3M and DuPont, who used PFAS for non-stick frying pans and water-repellent clothing, had also been aware of the substance's risks but kept them quiet. 39 Due to these cover-ups, it took decades for U.S. authorities to become aware of the dangers. Only in 2006, for example, did the EPA issue its first warning that the foam might be carcinogenic, but still the military kept spraying it. Today, the EPA recognizes the myriad of serious health problems caused by PFAS, developmental effects to fetuses during pregnancy or to breastfed infants, cancer, liver effects, immune effects, thyroid effects, and other effects. What makes PFAS so dangerous is their persistence. In the human body, they have a half-life of 5.5 years, and in the environment, they remain toxic for long periods, too, earning them the nickname forever chemicals. Because the U.S. military has been spraying AFFF for decades, it has entered the environment near its bases. In the United States, AFFF use from approximately 300 military sites has poisoned nearby groundwater. 40. In 2016, the EPA set a drinking water advisory level for the PFAS compounds perfluorooctane sulfonate and perfluorooctanoic acid at 70 parts per trillion. Although the number might sound infinitesimal, the foam is so toxic that only a few drops in an Olympic-sized swimming pool would pollute the entire volume, exceeding the EPA level. Many experts believe even 70 ppt is too high, and some states have introduced lower advisories, for instance, Vermont, where the level is 20 ppt. In 2018, the White House halted the release of a report from the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry to avoid a public relations nightmare. The report showed PFAS were more toxic than previously revealed. 41. Documents obtained via FOIA reveal that the U.S. military's cover-up of the dangers of its firefighting foams extended to Japan, and frequent accidents have contaminated water sources on Okinawa. The reports show that USFJ was aware of their potential dangers from at least as early as 1992, when investigators criticized Kadena Air Base for allowing their release from the training pit into the sea. Between 2001 and 2015, the base mistakenly released at least 23,000 liters of various firefighting foams, including those containing PFAS. Photographs of one incident in December 2013 show the aftermath of a spill blamed on a technical malfunction that poured out of an open hangar and into storm drains. The images of cars buried to their windows and billowing bubbles are eerily beautiful, as though snow has fallen on subtropical Okinawa. But the illusion is quickly shattered by the realization these chemicals are hazardous to human health. In May 2015, a drunk U.S. Marine trespassed into a hangar on Kadena Air Base and triggered the sprinklers, releasing 1,510 liters. The U.S. military described the incident as an act of vandalism. Even though the spill affected local water, the SOFA ensured he was not punished under Japanese law, and the incident apparently was not reported to the Japanese government. 42. As well as these accidental releases, huge volumes of AFFF have also been sprayed during routine fire training exercises. Kadena is not the only U.S. military base on Okinawa where PFAS spills have occurred. At MCAS. Since 2001, accidents on Kadena Air Base have released tens of thousands of liters of firefighting foam, a substance linked to water contamination. These photographs show an incident blamed on a malfunction that discharged 2,300 liters of foam in December 2013. Obtained via the Freedom of Information Act. Futenma, between 2005 and 2009, there were at least 3 spills involving a total of 2,669 liters of AFFF. One incident, in August 2007, leaked off the base into a short creek, then immediately into a cave. FOIA released reports from MCAS Iwakuni, Yamaguchi Prefecture, also reveal that the USMC in Japan has long been aware of the dangers of its firefighting foams, but it continued to use them. 43. Apparently, the U.S. military concealed from the Japanese government information about the toxicity of AFFF for almost 4 decades. The U.S. military first became aware of the dangers in 1979, but it was not until April 2016 that PFOS was added to the list of reportable hazardous substances under JEGS, and as of January 2020, PFOA had not yet been added. This prolonged cover-up has hurt Okinawans. The military's use of PFAS has contaminated Okinawa's drinking water at concentrations exceeding the EPA's advisory limit of 70 ppt. In 2008, levels in a well on Kadena Air Base measured as high as 1,870 ppt. Between February 2014 and November 2015, checks on the Dakojaku River near Kadena Air Base peaked at 1,320 ppt. Most worrying was the discovery of contamination at Chitan Water Purification Plant, which supplies drinking water to 7 municipalities in central and south Okinawa, including Naha. In 2015, combined PFOS and PFOA levels recorded there reached 120 ppt, exceeding the EPA guidelines. To lower the concentration, the Japanese government installed activated carbon filters at an annual cost of 170 million yen, however, they do not remove all PFAS from the treated water. Tests near MCAS Futenma have also revealed numerous water sources, including wells and springs, contaminated at levels above the EPA limit. In 2019, blood tests on residents living near the base revealed their PFOS levels were 4 times the national average, and levels of the related compound perfluorohexane sulfonate were 53 times the national average. Farmers' fields that are fed by water running beneath MCAS Futenma were contaminated with PFOS at 11,436 ng/kg, higher than any level ever detected by the Japanese government. 44. The U.S. military's reaction to the discovery of this contamination on Okinawa has been characteristically hypocritical. In the United States and overseas, it has cooperated with polluted communities, but on Okinawa, it has done nothing. For example, in March 2016, the U.S. Air Force promised to conduct tests for PFAS contamination on 664 bases in the United States and also U.S. Army garrison Ansbach, Germany, and they provided contaminated communities with alternative water supplies like bottled water. In October 2017, the Department of Defense revealed it had also discovered PFAS contamination at 4 U.S. Army bases in South Korea. As a result, it isolated and shut down several wells. On Okinawa, the U.S. military has offered no such support. Despite the 2015 cooperation concerning environmental matters, the military has not granted permission for on-base checks, and in response to Okinawa Defense Bureau requests to the USMC, a spokesperson wrote, "There is no point in responding to additional questions or holding a meeting for which there are no established standards nor regulations." In June 2019, during questioning in the parliament, the Japanese government let slip that it actually possessed the U.S. military's PFAS contamination data, but it couldn't share the information without the military's consent. The admission angered many Okinawans. 45. Once again, FOIA requests were able to penetrate some of this joint U.S.-Japan opacity. Released documents revealed Kadena Air Base was using extremely contaminated AFFF in at least 11 sprinkler units, and the fire training pit near Kadena Marina was polluted. Likewise, the pit on MCAS Futenma was contaminated with PFOS at 27,000 ppt. The site is located uphill from the badly contaminated springs and farmers' fields. 46. FOIA requests also uncovered how the USMC had disposed of waste AFFF on Okinawa in recent years. Between 2014 and 2015, it had contracted a local agency to incinerate and then bury at least 142 tons of firefighting chemicals, which the military had told the company were waste alkali. Subsequently, high levels of PFAS contamination were detected in groundwater near the landfill site where the chemicals were dumped. 47. The contamination of the island's water system with PFAS is a public health crisis unprecedented even in the U.S. military's appalling environmental record on Okinawa. Its actions have poisoned the drinking water supply of not only the communities around the bases, but also those many kilometers away. This pollution has likely been going on for decades, and people have been consuming contaminated water without their knowledge. Today, this pollution jeopardizes the health of hundreds of thousands of Okinawan residents and the health of its own service members, not to mention the health of the millions of tourists who visit the island each year. Despite Okinawans' demands for a comprehensive investigation, the Japanese government has not conducted its own checks near bases, nor has it introduced a national safety level for PFAS in drinking water. This neglect leaves residents uninformed, unprotected, and with no recourse for justice. Its refusal to share the military's on-base test data follows a long pattern of complicity, prioritizing the U.S. military over its duty to protect its own citizens. Such complacency is as criminal as the actions of the U.S. military itself. Timeline: environmental contamination and accidents on Okinawa. 1947. On Ihia Island, 8 villagers die from arsenic poisoning linked to canisters dumped by the U.S. military near a water well. 1953. The U.S. Army starts to bring chemical weapons to Okinawa. By 1965, 13,000 tons of mustard, sarin, and VX agents are being stored at Chibana Army Ammunition Depot. October 1955. Children are cut by flying glass following first test of a nuclear cannon near Matsuda Elementary School in Jinoza Village. May/June 1957. A large leak from an army fuel tank damages farmers' fields in Gushikawa. June 1959. At Naha Port, a misfired Nike nuclear missile kills 2 technicians, the missile lands in the sea and is later recovered in secret. May 1961 and September 1962. Military scientists conduct 11 tests of biological weapons at Shuri, Ishikawa, and Nago City. October 1964. A U.S. Army photograph captures gas mask soldiers dumping unidentified chemicals into Okinawa Sea. March 1965. At Ginoza Middle School, students are sickened by CS gas from a nearby training area. December 1965. The U.S. Navy loses a 1 megaton hydrogen bomb while transporting it from Southeast Asia to Yokosuka Naval Base aboard the aircraft carrier USS Ticonderoga. It still lies northeast from Okinawa's coast. 1967 to 1968. Civilian wells near Kadena Air Base are so polluted with fuel that water drawn from them can catch fire. January 1968. A fuel pipeline breaks on Marine Corps Air Station Futenma, swamping 165,000 square meters of fields and rice paddies, and contaminating the water source for 280 households. July 1968. 230 children are burned while swimming near Gushikawa. U.S. forces had been spraying defoliants nearby at the time. August 1968. At Naha Military Port, there is a suspected leak of radioactive cobalt-60. In May 1972, cobalt-60 is again detected there and in shellfish at White Beach. July 1969. A leak of sarin agent at Chibana Army Ammunition Depot injures 23 U.S. service members and 1 civilian. According to veterans, another leak sickens 3 soldiers in 1971. Operation Red Hat removes chemical weapons from Okinawa in 1971. 1971. Surplus military herbicides contaminate civilian water supplies in Hebrew and Gushikami districts. 1972. 2 leaks of CS gas at Chibana Army Ammunition Depot injure several American service members and Okinawan base workers. In January 1973, more CS gas seeps into Yamatan High School, injuring students. February 1973. At Maki Minato Service Area, a spill of anti-corrosion compound forces the evacuation of 180 workers. Symptoms include irritated eyes and throats. September 1973. On Ijima, U.S. forces spray defoliants on anti-base farmers' fields, affecting 2,000 square meters. December 1974. At Maki Minato Service Area, leaks of Vietnam War surplus chemicals kill large numbers of fish. Similar deaths occur in January 1975 and October 1986. An Army investigation blames the contamination on pesticides, dioxin, and polychlorinated biphenyls. June 1975. Camp Schwab spills sewage into sea, damaging fishermen's nets. August 1975. A large leak of industrial detergent exposes workers to hexavalent chromium and other toxins at Maki Minato Service Area. February 1976. The U.S. Army buries hazardous waste on Maki Minato Service Area and pesticides at Camp Hansen. 1976. Large spills occur throughout the island. In January, a 16,000-liter diesel leak contaminates the Kokuba River. 2 spills of diesel in January and June damage the shoreline at Jinawan. In September, service members spill oil and detergents into Tengan River, damaging farmers' fields. March 1980. Patients and staff from Ryukyu Psychiatric Hospital, as well as local residents, are sickened by a tear gas leak at Camp Hansen. Summer 1981. U.S. Marines unearth more than 100 barrels suspected of containing defoliants on MCAS Futenma. Top officers cover up the incident. 1987. The United States Air Force discovers severe PCB contamination at Kadena Air Base. June 1988. 2 civilians driving near the northern training area fall ill after exposure to CS gas. August 1992. At Kadena Air Base, An internal report reveals that firefighting foam is leaking off the base. 1993. A U.S. Air Force report reveals that a munitions incinerator on Kadena Air Base and another burn pit have been contaminating fields with lead. December 1995 to January 1996. United States Marine Corps jets fire 1,520 depleted uranium shells at Torishima Range. Subsequent cleanup operations only retrieve 16% of the ordnance. 1996. Land returned to civilian use on the former ANA communication site is found to contain dangerous levels of mercury, cadmium, and PCBs. 1999. On Camp Courtney, lead contamination at a skeet shooting range raises fears of damage to nearby areas growing hijiki. 2002. 187 barrels containing an unidentified, tar-like substance are unearthed on former military land in Chitan. 2003. High levels of lead and hexavalent chromium are discovered on land in Chitan that was previously part of Camp Kawi. September 2005. At Camp Schwab, contractors accidentally cut a fuel line, contaminating 120 meters of river. May 2007. 15,000 liters of jet fuel leak on Kadena Air Base. August 2007. 757 liters of firefighting foam spills on MCAS Futenma, some of which leaks off base into a short creek, then immediately into a cave. November 2008. At Camp Hansen, a Marine washes unknown chemicals into drains which then flow off the base near an elementary school. In May 2010, antifreeze leaks from the base into the sea. November 2010. From Kadena Air Base, 57,000 liters of raw sewage contaminate the Shirahi River and the sea. March 2012. An abandoned underground tank leaks hundreds of liters of fuel at Kadena Ammunition Depot. February 2013. At Camp Foster, a U.S. Marine causes a 19,000-liter sewage leak by pouring cooking oil down a sink. A U.S. Air Force civil engineering officer is too afraid to reprimand him for fear of a violent reaction. June 2013. From Kadena Air Base, 208,000 liters of sewage leaks into Hija River, but the military takes 27 hours to notify local authorities. 108 barrels contaminated with dioxin, herbicides, PCBs, and other toxins are unearthed from a soccer pitch in Okinawa City. August 2013. At Camp Hansen, an HH-60 Pave Hawk helicopter crashes near Okawa Dam. Subsequent tests of the soil at the crash site by the U.S. military reveal arsenic, cadmium, and lead. December 2013. At Kadena Air Base, 2,270 liters of firefighting foam spills from a sprinkler system and enters storm drains. 2014 to 2016. At Kadena Air Base, U.S. Air Force checks on a pond reveal perfluorooctane sulfonate contamination of 90,000 parts per trillion, and checks on a sprinkler system reveal PFOS contamination of 9,500,000,000 ppt. July 2014. At Kadena Air Base, service members dump hundreds of liters of medical waste into on-base drains flowing to Hija River. January 2015. Near White Beach, a U.S. Navy vessel dumps 150,000 liters of wastewater, but local authorities are not informed for 3 days. May 2015. At Kadena Air Base, a drunk U.S. Marine trespasses into a hangar and triggers the sprinkler system, releasing 1,510 liters of firefighting foam. January 2016. The discovery of PFOS contamination at Chitan Water Treatment Plant is announced. The plant supplies water to approximately 450,000 residents and tens of thousands of service members and tourists. February 2016. At MCAS Futenma, USMC checks on a firefighting training pit reveal PFOS contamination of 27,000 ppt and PFOA contamination of 1,800 ppt. June 2016. At MCAS Futenma, An accident spills 6,908 liters of aviation fuel. August 2017. A 375-liter leak of firefighting foam contaminated with PFOA occurs at Kadena Air Base, with some entering storm drains and blowing off base. October 2017. A US MCCH-35 helicopter crash lands in Higashi Village. The Okinawa Defense Bureau discovers contamination from benzene and strontium-90. May 2019. Blood checks on Jinawan residents reveal high levels of PFOS, PFOA, and perfluorohexane sulfonate. The soil is also contaminated. 7. Japan contamination, nuclear deals, and the Fukushima meltdowns. Today, mainland Japan hosts 47 U.S. bases. Yokota Air Base, Tokyo, is the headquarters of United States forces in Japan and the gateway for visiting U.S. presidents. Its 3,300-meter runway serves the 374th Airlift Wing, and the base contains the National Security Agency post where former CIA contractor Edward Snowden was assigned in 2009. Naval Air Facility at Tsuji, Kanagawa Prefecture, is the largest U.S. Navy air base in the Pacific. The arrival point for General Douglas MacArthur in 1945, it went on to host CIA operations during the Cold War, and Lee Harvey Oswald once worked there as a radar controller. Yokosuka Naval Base, Kanagawa Prefecture, is the Department of Defense's largest overseas port, home to the 7th Fleet and the only U.S. nuclear-powered aircraft carrier stationed outside the United States, the USS Ronald Reagan. Other large U.S. military bases on mainland Japan include Camp Zama, Kanagawa Prefecture, the headquarters of the U.S. Army in Japan, and Misawa Air Base, Aomori Prefecture, where the U.S. Navy, Air Force, and Army share the installation, with a surveillance site used to spy on Asia and the rest of the world. Contamination in the Cold War era. Unlike on Okinawa, where bases were built on stolen land, many of the U.S. facilities on mainland Japan used to belong to the Japanese Imperial Military. Yokosuka Naval Base, for example, was established in the 1860s as Japan's first modern arsenal, and the air base at Atsugi was established by the Imperial Japanese Navy in 1938. Early Japanese military operations contaminated these properties. Freedom of Information Act released reports from the U.S. Navy at Yokosuka. For instance, cite 21st century discoveries of soil contamination blamed on fuel spills from pre-1945, and many of the bases had stockpiles of chemical weapons during World War II. Soon after Japan's surrender, residents living near U.S. military bases became aware of the environmental problems caused by the new overseers. At Tachikawa Air Base, Tokyo, leaks from waste oil storage tanks and fuel pipelines contaminated the local water supplies. By 1952, almost 10,000 residents had been exposed, and just like Kadena Air Base, the contamination reached such high concentrations that water drawn from wells could be set alight. Among the substances detected in Tachikawa's water was tetraethyl lead, which can damage the central nervous system and cause reproductive disorders. Public anger at this contamination contributed to mass protests, known as the Tsunagawa Struggle, against the installation and its proposed expansion in the latter half of the 1950s. In 1952, the Treaty of San Francisco ended the U.S. occupation of mainland Japan, but ongoing accidents and crimes involving service members, particularly the United States Marine Corps, infuriated local communities. In the following years, the U.S. government relocated troops to Okinawa, where, with the entire island under its control, it was able to seize private land and trample human rights with impunity. Between 1955 and 1960, the number of military bases on the mainland dropped from 658 to 241. During the same period on Okinawa, the military presence almost doubled. 3. By 1965, when the U.S. military deployed its first combat troops to South Vietnam, there were about 150 installations on mainland Japan. In his authoritative book Fire Across the Sea, Thomas R. H. Havens details how the U.S. military used these bases, purportedly in Japan to protect the nation, to wage aggression in Southeast Asia. The Vietnam War opened the eyes of many Japanese people to the realities of the Japan-US Treaty of Mutual Cooperation and Security, according to which fellow Asians were slaughtered by missions launched from Japan with the tacit support of Tokyo. Most Japanese people opposed the war, many staged huge demonstrations against it, and some families helped shelter U.S. deserters. But at the same time, the Vietnam War, like the Korean War, was a boon to the economy. Between 1966 and 1971, Japanese companies reaped approximately $1 billion a year. 4. Just as the Pentagon had declared the United States couldn't fight in Vietnam without Okinawa, U.S. Ambassador Ural Alexis Johnson was equally explicit about the role of mainland Japanese bases. "Japan was vital to our effort in Vietnam," he said. "It provided ports, repair and rebuild facilities, supply dumps, stopover points for aircraft, and hospitals for badly wounded soldiers." 5. These military operations polluted almost everything they touched. To Sagamai General Depot, the Army brought war-damaged vehicles for repair. Such work involved the disposal of large volumes of battery acids, oils, and solvents. In 1972, the carcinogenic heavy metal cadmium was dumped in a local river, and in the following years, there were severe problems related to polychlorinated biphenyls. 6. Flights from mainland airfields transported troops and supplies to Okinawa and then the war zone. Tachikawa Air Base, for example, logged more than 500 flights a week during the Vietnam War. Spills of fuel and oil contaminated the surrounding environment. NAFA possessed the U.S. military's only full repair center for aircraft engines, a process involving copious volumes of carcinogenic solvents and anti-corrosion chemicals. Veterans from Marine Corps Air Station Iwakuni recall spraying defoliants on the installation to kill vegetation, and according to Alvin Dr. Orange Young's own admissions, the military approved sending surplus stocks of arsenic-containing Agent Blue to Misawa Air Base in the early 1970s. 7. Whereas on Okinawa fuel was pumped across the island via the military's network of leaky pipes, on the mainland it was transported by trains through urban areas. At its peak, an estimated 5 million liters of fuel a day passed through central Tokyo on its way to U.S. military airfields in the western suburbs. One morning in January 1964, a tanker carrying military fuel collided with a stationary passenger train at Tachikawa Station. The subsequent blaze destroyed 8 homes, 2 passengers were injured fleeing the scene. Disaster struck again 3 years later in the heart of Tokyo when, in August 1967, a freight train crashed into fuel tank cars at Shinjuku Station. The fire took hours to extinguish and led to the cancellation of more than 1,000 trains. 8. Mainland military ports, already suffering contamination by fuel, solvents, and sewage, faced a new threat beginning in 1964, when U.S. nuclear-powered submarines started visiting Sasebo Naval Base, Nagasaki Prefecture, and then, 2 years later, Yokosuka. In 1968, the first U.S. nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the USS Enterprise, came to Japan. Tens of thousands of protesters gathered outside the bases, angry about the dangers of leaks from onboard reactors, and suspicions later proved justified that they were carrying nuclear weapons. U.S. military officials assured local communities that such vessels were safe, but some incidents debunk such promises. In January 1969, the USS Enterprise experienced a fire while off the coast of Hawaii. Sailors had positioned a starting unit too close to rockets, and its hot exhaust caused an explosion that set off fires and other ordnance detonations, destroying 15 onboard jets, killing 28 crew members, and injuring another 314. The fire blazed for 4 hours but was extinguished before it could reach the ship's 8 nuclear reactors or its store of an estimated 100 nuclear bombs. Following the fire, the captain admitted the USS Enterprise had almost been destroyed. 9. 1 year previously, in May 1968, radioactive contamination had been detected at Sasebo Harbor near the nuclear-powered submarine USS Swordfish. When asked how the Japanese government would respond to a nuclear accident at the base, Prime Minister Sato Isaku replied, "Not only is the population there small, but we don't even think about such things." 10 Combining equal measures of disdain for the communities burdened with bases and ignorance of his government's own responsibility to protect citizens' lives, Sato's comments epitomized Japanese authorities' attitude toward nuclear matters during this period. U.S. nuclear weapons in Cold War Japan. As with other U.S. weapons of mass destruction, major obstacles impede research on the storage of nuclear weapons on mainland Japan. The Department of Defense maintains a blanket policy of neither confirm nor deny, and on the Japanese side, Tokyo feigns ignorance behind this U.S. wall of silence. However, FOIA requests and interviews with whistleblowers and veterans have been shedding some light on these matters. The earliest in-depth research was gathered by Nautilus Institute's East Asia Nuclear Policy Project in July 1999, and published as Japan under the U.S. nuclear umbrella. More recently, Daniel Ellsberg's The Doomsday Machine revealed further disturbing information. From this research, two significant points become clear. 1. The wide extent to which the United States brought nuclear weapons to mainland Japan throughout the Cold War, and 2. How successive generations of Japanese leaders were aware of these breaches of their nation's non-nuclear principles. Point 11. According to Ellsberg, in the late 1950s, the U.S. Navy anchored a ship, the USS San Joaquin County, containing nuclear weapons, approximately 200 meters offshore from MCAS Iwakuni. The stationing of the vessel, which was disguised as an electronic repair ship, was the result of ghoulish inter-service rivalry. The Navy wanted its Marines to beat the Air Force to be the first to drop the bomb if the order to go nuclear was given. Whereas it would take several hours to fly such weapons from Kadena Air Base to mainland United States Air Force airfields in Operation High Gear, the Iwakuni Marines could receive theirs in a matter of minutes. Drills involving the weapons took place along the beach at the USMC base, and the USS San Joaquin remained there until 1967.12. By the late 1950s, stated Nautilus, U.S. nuclear weapons were stored at 3 bases and routinely shipped through 9 others in Japan. Between 1960 and 1963, nuclear weapons were flown into Japan, U.S. veteran Earl Hubbard told the Mainichi Shimbun in 1972. He explained how B-43 bombs, the same as the one lost from the USS Ticonderoga in 1965, were brought from the United States to air bases at Johnson, Misawa, and Yokota bases. He also cited Kadena Air Base as a destination. Point 13. In addition to these U.S. Air Force flights, research points to the U.S. Navy regularly bringing nuclear weapons to mainland Japanese ports. The Japanese government claimed the United States would need prior consultation to transport weapons in such a way. However, records from the U.S. side dispute that such a condition existed. Point 14. In September 1974, retired Admiral Jean Larocque, former commander of numerous warships, told the U.S. Congress Joint Committee on Nuclear Energy, "My experience has been that any ship that is capable of carrying nuclear weapons, carries nuclear weapons. They do not offload them when they go into foreign ports such as Japan or other countries." 15. In Cold War accounts of transporting nuclear weapons to mainland Japan, the name of one base repeatedly appears, Yokosuka. In the early 1960s, U.S. submarines docked at Yokosuka with nuclear Regulus cruise missiles. During the same period, the USS Midway also brought weapons there. When the USS Midway was being prepared to be homeport at Yokosuka in 1972, the U.S. State Department recommended that, for diplomatic reasons, its nuclear weapons be removed. But the Chief of Naval Operations refused, describing such an action as operationally unacceptable. It is believed the USS Midway maintained its onboard nuclear arsenal, likely hundreds of bombs, during its entire homeporting at Yokosuka Naval Base from 1973 to 1991.16. One of the most disturbing revelations in the Doomsday Machine concerns who was authorized to launch a nuclear attack. Throughout the Cold War, the U.S. government allowed the world to believe that only the president himself could give such an order. However, Ellsberg reveals that Navy commanders in the West Pacific, of which Yokosuka Naval Base was a part, had the authority to launch a nuclear strike without any specific order from the White House. Possible circumstances included if the fleet lost communication with the president in times of war, but this delegation of nuclear decision-making created the risk of a commander going rogue for his own personal reasons. Point 17. At the same time, Japanese governments assured the public that there were no nuclear weapons at U.S. military ports, reasoning that because the Pentagon had not notified them of such arsenals, no caches existed. Tellingly, in the 1980s, when news broke of the USS Ticonderoga losing a nuclear bomb on the way to Japan, Tokyo did not push the U.S. military for an explanation. Both the 1965 USS Ticonderoga accident and the January 1969 near-sinking of the USS Enterprise highlighted the inherent dangers of storing nuclear weapons afloat, a practice much more dangerous than keeping them on land. During the 1980s and 1990s, other accidents close to Japan involved military vessels almost certainly packed with nuclear weapons. In April 1981, the U.S. nuclear submarine USS George Washington, not to be confused with the aircraft carrier of the same name, collided with the Japanese merchant vessel Nisho Maru south of Sasebo. 2 Japanese crew members were killed, and the Navy was criticized for not doing more to help search for survivors. In March 1984, the USS Kitty Hawk struck a Soviet nuclear-powered submarine in the Sea of Japan. The U.S. ship was believed to have been carrying tens of nuclear weapons, and the Soviet submarine was equipped with nuclear torpedoes. Fortunately, none of these was damaged in the collision, which, had it been worse, could have contaminated large swathes of the Sea of Japan. One of the most worrisome accidents occurred in June 1990, when the USS Midway suffered 2 explosions while sailing off the coast of Japan. Sparked by a leak of jet fuel, the blasts killed 3 sailors and injured 15 more. It was suspected that the ship was carrying nuclear weapons at the time, but the Navy stuck to its familiar tactic of neither confirming nor denying such an arsenal. In 1991, the U.S. government began the slow process of removing nuclear weapons from Navy ships in response to international pressure from countries with nuclear prohibitions for visiting military vessels. For instance, New Zealand and Sweden. Japan did not join in the call for the ban. In July 1992, President George Bush announced that nuclear bombs had been removed from the Navy's above-sea ships, but its submarines continue to carry nuclear weapons, with the current total estimated at about 1,000 devices. Contaminated land and water. In the 1990s, as the U.S. government forced its military to become more transparent about environmental transgressions at home, there was a rare report about problems on bases in Japan. In 1991, hearings of the Committee on Armed Services House of Representatives into Department of Defense environmental programs revealed that PCBs had been discovered at Army installations in Japan, for example, Camp Zama and Sagamai General Depot, and the groundwater had been contaminated with the solvent trichloroethylene. The hearings also revealed PCB problems at U.S. Air Force bases listed as Yokota, Misawa, and Kadena. The worst trouble existed at Yokosuka Naval Base, which was described as having at least 3 waste sites and caves in which hazardous substances were stored. 18 The information revealed at the hearings was scant, but it was a rare admission of the U.S. military's environmental problems in Japan. Other reports from the 1990s also highlighted severe trouble at Yokosuka. In April 1993, the installation announced the presence of heavy metal contamination and also that PCB-polluted soil had been scattered in a landfill project there. FOIA obtained documents reveal that a landslide on the base in the 1990s caused a fuel spill of more than 50,000 liters, which entered the sea and took 2 years to clean up. In 1998, the Japanese Ministry of Defense discovered high levels of toxic substances at berth 12, designed for nuclear aircraft carriers. The pollution included arsenic, lead, and mercury. Following a collapse at the same berth in May 2000, a survey found large numbers of deformed fish, some with spinal deformities and tumors. 19. Other FOIA-released documents reveal Yokosuka Naval Base struggling with past contamination. A report from October 2006, detailed construction crews discovering polluted soil and being told to rebury it, along with contaminated water. Moreover, in 2007, the Environmental Office at the base revealed that, in the preceding few years, it had lost track of the location of an entire pipeline still filled with oil running beneath the installation. Elsewhere on the mainland, there were major fuel spills in the 1990s and early 2000s totaling tens of thousands of liters at Yokota, Atsugi, and the Tsurumi Fuel Depot. 20. FOIA documents lift lid on accidents throughout Japan. Internal reports obtained via FOIA requests reveal a pattern of incompetence, causing mass leaks on two of the U.S. military's key mainland air bases, MCAS Iwakuni and NAFA. At Iwakuni, there were at least 344 environmental incidents between 2007 and 2016, spilling approximately 25,000 liters of jet fuel. As explained in the previous chapter, FOIA released documents from Iwakuni confirm that the U.S. military in Japan has been aware of the environmental dangers of its firefighting foams for 20 years. One accident report from August 1997 stated that the foams are harmful to the water, and another spill report from February 5, 2013, described firefighting foam as a hazardous substance. Moreover, in May 2015, a foam spill was described as PFOS contaminated, but despite it leaking off the base, according to the report, the Japanese government was not informed. 21. Workers struggle to stop a leak of jet fuel from escaping MCAS Iwakuni in January 2015. Obtained via the Freedom of Information Act. Atsugi Air Base, too, has experienced serious accidents. Between October 2009 and November 2016, FOIA released documents catalogued at least 53 environmental accidents that spilled a combined more than 2,000 liters of fuel, diesel, and sewage. 22 Meanwhile, in Aomori Prefecture, Misawa Air Base has suffered from the dangers of contamination and the inadequacies of the Status of Forces Agreement. According to FOIA-obtained reports, between 2012 and 2017, there were at least 4 large releases of firefighting foams, notably one in July 2012, that leaked into the water system used to irrigate rice fields. Photographs from the scene show large volumes of bubbles, but it seems no tests for per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances were conducted, and the U.S. Air Force stated the foam was not harmful to humans and agriculture. 23. Misawa Air Base has also caused numerous problems for local fishermen. In 1992, a military aircraft dumped fuel into Lake Agawara, famous for such freshwater produce as clams and smelt, and a mainstay of the local fishing population. The Japanese government had to pay out 8 million yen and help build a loading facility for them. Another accident occurred in May 2012, when an F-16 from Misawa Air Base dropped its 2 fuel tanks off base near a bombing range. The incident was not reported to local authorities. Then, in early 2018, another U.S. Air Force F-16 dumped its 2 fuel tanks after an engine fire. The 4.5-meter-long tanks landed in Lake Agawara, so fishermen, suspecting their catch had been contaminated with fuel, had to throw out 385 kilograms of clams and hauled fishing in the lake for 1 month. 24. At Yokota Air Base, Tokyo, headquarters of USFJ, between 2012 and 2018, spills of hazardous substances topped at least 10,000 liters. Some of the substances leaked off the base, but Japanese authorities were not informed. PFAS firefighting foam has contaminated the installation. Checks on the base's water system in 2016 revealed PFOS/PFOA levels of 35 parts per trillion, drawn from 11 wells located on the installation. The water is supplied to approximately 11,500 people. A report published in 2005, by a Japanese university, linked wastewater from the installation to PFOS contamination of the Tama River of 440 ppt, the highest concentration detected in the river. As well as accidental spills of firefighting foam, Yokota Air Base also has a fire training area where PFOS contaminated foams were sprayed for decades. 25. As bad as the conditions on these bases have been, at least they bothered to keep records of their environmental accidents. The same cannot be said of Sasebo Naval Base. In response to a FOIA request for the facility's documents, it responded, "No detailed records exist prior to 2014. When it did begin to keep records, photographs underlined sloppiness, with sailors working without gloves, applying incorrect cleanup pads, and wrongly positioning an oil boom, allowing spilled substances to spread in the sea from the scene of the leak." Fires and noise pollution. Since the 1970s, there have been large fires on U.S. bases on the Japanese mainland, but due to restricted access, it has often been difficult for Japanese emergency crews to deal with them, and U.S. follow-up investigations have been unsatisfactory. At Tsurumi Fuel Depot in July 1979, lightning struck a storage tank, setting it ablaze. The fire burned for 4.5 hours, during which time local fire crews were denied access to the facility. Following the fire, the Japanese and U.S. government's explanation of how it occurred left many questions unanswered. 2 years later, in October 1981, there was a large explosion, followed by a 4-hour blaze at Koshiba Pole Depot, in Kanagawa Prefecture. 7 residents were injured, and there were 463 counts of property damage including windows shattered by the blast. It took the U.S. military almost 2 years to announce the results of their investigation, at which point they admitted they were unable to find the cause of the explosion. 26. What happened in August 2015, at Sagamai General Depot, reinforces how little base officials know about the installations under their charge. At 12:45 a.m., multiple explosions rocked one of the Army warehouses, sending jets of flames high into the sky. But military and local firefighters were not allowed to extinguish the blaze because no one knew what kind of chemicals were in the warehouse and whether water might have caused a catastrophic reaction. Left untreated, the fire continued to burn for 6 hours. 27. As with the previous fires, the U.S. military investigation took more than a year to complete, and even then, they were unable to pin down its cause with any certainty. 28. Noise pollution from U.S. military aircraft as well as JSDF flights has troubled residents living near military bases on the mainland for decades. Since the 1970s, numerous lawsuits have been filed by those in the vicinity of Atsugi, Yokota, and Iwakuni air bases. In recent years, the courts have ordered the Japanese government to pay compensation to residents. 29. However, these victories have been illusory, resulting in no real reforms, as the courts refuse to ban early morning and nocturnal flights by either the JSDF or U.S. military. The military, whether American or Japanese, takes precedence over the health of the people it claims to protect. The CIA and the Prometheus of Japanese nuclear power. In December 1953, President Harry S. Truman gave his Atoms for Peace talk at the United Nations to sell the world on the civilian use of U.S. nuclear power and distract growing criticism from its ever-expanding program of weapons tests. Given its destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki less than a decade earlier, the U.S. government understood that Japan would be the perfect showcase for nuclear power stations, and it found ready supporters among the Japanese conservatives who it had allowed back into powerful positions following its reverse course. Pivotal to U.S. machinations for nuclear power was Shoraki Matsutaro. Prior to World War II, Shoraki had been a police chief in Tokyo, cracking down on public demonstrations and launching raids on universities. Then, in 1924, he purchased the struggling Yomiuri Shimbun and soon transformed it into the most influential newspaper in Japan via an unlikely editorial line of supporting Japanese colonialism in Asia and promoting baseball by arranging visits by such U.S. teams as Babe Ruth's New York Yankees. In 1936, he helped create a single government-run news agency, Domei Tsushinsha, which endorsed militarism and censored any news critical of the authorities, particularly, as time went by, Japan's losing war. Following surrender, Shoraki was arrested by the United States. His file noted, he ought to be regarded as one of the most evil influences in poisoning the public mind. But during the reverse course, the United States realized it could make good use of his media and political clout. Thus, after dismissing accusations against him as leftist scuttlebutt, it released Cherokee from prison. 30. Throughout its 1945 to 1952 occupation, the United States waged a multi-pronged propaganda campaign in Japan. On one hand, its censorship removed anti-US sentiments, and on the other hand, the U.S. Information Agency churned out thousands of hours of radio shows and cinema reels to promulgate pro-US feeling. Worrying the end of the occupation would limit such operations, the CIA reached out to Cherokee, who they dubbed Padam, and others to wage psychological warfare on the newly restored sovereign nation. In 1952, backed by the CIA and the American Council, Cherokee set up Japan's first commercial TV station, Nippon Television. It quickly became a massive success. 31. With Cherokee on side, the United States now could influence both the Yomiuri Shimbun and ANTV. It consolidated its power by pumping millions of dollars into the newly created Liberal Democratic Party to promote U.S. interests and block the spread of progressivism. The funding continued for decades, and, since 1955, the LDP has remained in power almost continually, transforming Japan into a de facto one-party state, riddled with nepotism, corruption, and subservience to Washington. 32. One of the prime goals for the United States, Cherokee, and the LDP was the promotion of nuclear power. Stripped of the empire that had once provided Japan with coal and oil, Japanese conservatives realized their resource-strapped nation needed a way to produce electricity. Nuclear power held the extra appeal of providing plutonium to make the nuclear weapons for which many rightists hankered. The United States realized the sale of nuclear reactors to Japan would be both a financial boon and a public relations victory that might go a long way in dispelling its image of using Asians as nuclear cannon fodder. Starting on January 1, 1954, the Yomiuri began a series of articles lauding the wonders of nuclear power, the first of which was titled "Finally, the Sun Has Been Captured." 33. 3 months later, the Bravo disaster and contamination of the Lucky Dragon derailed their propaganda campaign, causing a public backlash against nuclear technology. In secret memos, the CIA decried those who rang the gongs of pollution by atomic waste, the Bikini Incident, and Hiroshima, attempting to exorcise the by now well-known Japanese terror of atomic radiation. 34. Redoubling its efforts, the United States paid $2 million condolence money to the Japanese fishermen. Soon thereafter, the Japan Atomic Energy Commission was created, and Japan and the United States signed the Atomic Energy Agreement to allow shipments of enriched uranium to Japan. Cherokee, now a member of the first LDP cabinet, was appointed the inaugural president of JAEC. His CIA file notes he touted himself as Prometheus who was bringing this fire to Japan. Meanwhile, to win over skeptics in academia, the U.S. government lavished Japanese university professors with trips to the United States to sell them on the benefits of nuclear power. 35. This was accompanied by extensive propaganda. ANTV broadcasted specials promoting nuclear power, science fiction featuring nuclear-propelled rockets, and Disney's Our Friend the Atom, which had been funded by General Electric and the U.S. Navy. On the ground, the Yomiuri sponsored a traveling exhibition that drew huge crowds. As a result of these sustained PR campaigns, Japanese views on nuclear power began to shift. In 1956, 70% of the people had negative views of the atom, but 2 years later this had dropped to 30%. Nowhere was this transformation more apparent than in Hiroshima. In 1956, the nuclear exhibition was held there, attracting 110,000 visitors. Then, in 1958, a similar show extolling the virtues of the atom was staged at the newly opened Peace Museum. The extent to which the campaign had successfully created a schism in public/political rhetoric is evident in the fact that no Hiroshima mayor has ever spoken out against nuclear power despite unflinching denouncements of nuclear weaponry. In the coming decades, 54 nuclear reactors were built in Japan. This rapid spread was facilitated by Japan's nuclear village, a loose network of politicians, academics, corporations, and the media, working together to convince the public, and one another, that nuclear power was cheap and safe. LDP politicians received campaign funds from the industry, and upon their retirement, they parachuted into high-paid corporate jobs in the companies they had previously overseen. Pro-nuclear academics received research grants, while anti-nuclear scholars were kept out of the loop. Power companies ensured media support and slash or silence via extravagant advertising budgets. At a local level, the communities where the nuclear power plants were built, many of which were in rural areas already suffering from declining populations and economies, were awarded subsidies to host the facilities, and the plants provided jobs for residents. 36. The close relationship between government agencies, corporations that built nuclear reactors, and electric power companies ensured that the nuclear power industry was largely allowed to regulate itself, putting profits ahead of safety. Inevitably, such self-policing and lack of outside oversight led to results similar to the U.S. military. The industry cut corners, downplayed risks, and ignored worst-case scenarios. For decades in Japan, for instance, the operators of nuclear power plants falsified safety records. In 1999, an accident at the Tokaimura plant, Ibaraki Prefecture, spread radiation more than 1.5 kilometers, forced 300,000 residents to shelter indoors, and exposed more than 600 people, 2 of whom died. In its wake, only minor reforms were introduced. More significantly, operators ignored the risk of earthquakes, siting plants near fault lines and building them to ride out only relatively small tremors. 37 Such incidents made many Japanese people skeptical of the benefits of nuclear power, and communities filed lawsuits against the construction or operation of such plants. However, the courts unfailingly ruled against citizens in favor of the industry. The mainstream media, instead of siding with the public, failed to place nuclear businesses under scrutiny, instead basking in utilities' advertising revenues and personal favors. Top Japanese media executives were on a nuclear industry sponsored junket to China when the folly of packing so many reactors into one of the most tectonically active places on the planet became clear. For centuries, the coastline of the Tohoku region has been pummeled by tsunamis triggered by earthquakes in the Pacific Ocean. Some of these waves have been tens of meters tall and deluged communities many kilometers inland, killing thousands. Despite such vulnerability, the Tokyo Electric Power Company chose to locate 6 of its reactors at its Daiki plant in Fukushima Prefecture on the coastline. TEPCO ignored the threat of a large tsunami. Initially, it designed the plants to survive a 3-meter wave, then revised this to 6 meters. Finally, it settled on a 10-meter seawall. In 2009, TEPCO was warned the plant could be struck by a far taller tsunami, similar in scale to one that had struck in the 9th century, but the company rejected the scenario and failed to act. TEPCO's accident plan for the plant summed up its complacency, assessing the risk of an accident at the Fukushima site as practically unthinkable. 38. On the afternoon of March 11, 2011, a magnitude 9.0 earthquake struck off the coast of Tohoku. One of the most powerful tremors ever recorded, it lasted for 3 minutes, shifted Honshu almost 3 meters, and caused a tsunami. Almost 20,000 people died. At the Fukushima Daiki plant, a 15-meter tsunami flooded the complex, knocking out its power supply. With the system used to cool the fuel rods inoperable, 3 of the reactors went into meltdown. The reactions caused the emission of hydrogen, and between March 12 and March 15, explosions tore the roofs off the plant's buildings. The blasts and subsequent steam produced by attempts to cool the exposed reactors with seawater contaminated hundreds of square kilometers with radionuclides. Towns around the reactors were evacuated and placed off limits. In Tokyo's drinking water, radioactive iodine was detected at double the safe levels for babies. Dangerous radiation readings were found in mushrooms, spinach, rice, and seafood. The Pacific was contaminated with massive volumes as 500 tons of groundwater a day flowed through the basements of the damaged reactors and then ran untreated into the sea. 39. 3.11 and Operation Tomodachi. Following the tsunami, the U.S. military dispatched relief teams to Tohoku in a mission called Operation Tomodachi. It was brave, essential work that helped thousands of Japanese survivors, but at the same time it showed that the military had learned little about how to deal with radioactive contamination 6 decades after the debacle of Operation Crossroads. During Tohoku relief operations, service members and vehicles became contaminated with radiation that was then spread far and wide throughout its bases in the mainland and Okinawa. According to briefings from the military's Joint Task Force Civil Support, a group specializing in chemical, biological, and radiological incidents, among the vehicles contaminated in Japan were Humvee trucks and Sea-Night helicopters. Radiation accumulated in the vehicle's air filters and wheel wells and also on the blades of helicopters. The report stated that some equipment was permanently damaged beyond repair. 40. Another report from the U.S. Army's Center for Army Lessons Learned shows the primitive methods by which the military attempted to decontaminate its vehicles. Service members used paper towels, baby wipes, duct tape, and hot water. It seems some were not equipped with protective clothing. The reason given for such basic techniques was that they were based upon an effort not to alarm the civilian population. The contaminated water and solid waste were stored on 6 installations: Misawa Air Base, Yokota Air Base, NAFA, Yokosuka Naval Base, Sasebo Naval Base, and MCAS Futenma. 41. One internal document revealed the large volumes involved. As of May 2011, Misawa Air Base had more than 30,000 liters of liquid waste, and Atsugi Air Base had almost 95,000 liters of liquid waste and 37 barrels of solid waste. There were smaller volumes, too, at Yokota Air Base and Sasebo Naval Base. In response to my inquiries, the military admitted that radioactive wastewater had been dumped at the Misawa and Atsugi bases. It claimed the liquid was determined to be safe based on GOJ standards for discharge into the sewer system. Neither of the communities near the bases had been notified of the disposal, and when my investigation made headline news, there was widespread anger. 42. Many U.S. service members believe they were sickened during relief work. Operating off the coast of Tohoku, there were 25 Navy vessels including the largest, the USS Ronald Reagan, with approximately 17,000 crew. When explosions tore apart the Fukushima power plant, radioactive materials drifted out to sea. One of those on board the Reagan recalled the clouds as a warm gust in the freezing cold air. It felt like I was licking aluminum foil, she said. 43. The ship's commanding officers announced they had entered a radioactive plume and ordered everyone below decks. Ventilation systems were turned off, but, much to the crew's dismay, they were soon ordered back into the area where they had encountered the cloud. Other ships arrived in the vicinity as well. Just like those involved in Operation Crossroads, their vessels' drinking water was produced from desalinated seawater, and this too had become contaminated with radiation. The crews drank it, ate food that had been cooked in it, and showered in it. 44. One sailor recalled what he believes was the immediate effects of exposure, saying, "People would shit themselves on the flight deck so often that it wasn't even a surprise anymore." In addition to diarrhea, other short-term symptoms included hair loss and rashes. As sickness spread throughout the crew, the Navy blamed it on stress and then gastroenteritis. With the broken reactors continuing to emit radioactive steam and particles, the Navy vessels remained in the area conducting relief operations for the next several weeks. According to sailors, they were sometimes so close to shore that they could see the nuclear power station. Service members were ordered to decontaminate the decks. Photos from the work show them scrubbing with brushes. No one is wearing masks or ventilators. On March 22, 2011, sailors aboard the USS Ronald Reagan scrubbed decks to remove radioactive contamination following the triple meltdowns at the Fukushima Daiichi power plant. Hundreds believe they were sickened by exposure. U.S. Navy photo by mass communication specialist Seaman Nicholas A. Groesk. In 2014, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Health Affairs, Dr. Jonathan Woodson, concluded the exposure of Operation Tomodachi participants was very small and well below levels associated with adverse medical conditions. 45 In the following years, sailors fell ill from thyroid disorders, leukemia, and other cancers, at least 7 died. Unable to sue the Department of Defense, they filed lawsuits against TEPCO at a court in San Diego, where, at the time, the USS Ronald Reagan had been home port. The number of sailors involved in the case reached 400, however, in March 2019, the court dismissed the case, with the judge stating, after considering the Japanese and United States government's views, the court finds that the foreign and public policy interests weigh toward dismissal. 46 The handling of the case has infuriated veterans and their legal team. One of their lawyers stated, "These kids were first responders. They went in happily doing a humanitarian mission, and they came out cooked." 47. Although the U.S. military, like the Japanese government, often tries to downplay the effects of TEPCO's radiation, its own data contradict these reassurances. 5 years after the 3.11 meltdowns, 16 of the 25 U.S. ships that participated in relief operations remained contaminated, notably the USS Ronald Reagan, which despite undergoing 2 extensive cleanups was still suffering from low-level contamination as recently as 2016. According to USFJ, the volume of radioactive waste at Yokosuka Naval Base is continuing to accumulate as ships that participated in Operation Tomodachi undergo maintenance at the installation. 48. Given its vested interests in the nuclear power industry, the Japanese government has repeatedly downplayed the impact of the meltdowns at Fukushima. In 2013, Prime Minister Abe Shinzo stood in front of the International Olympic Committee and assured them that the situation was under control. It was a bold-faced lie that made him the laughingstock of many Japanese. As of 2019, approximately 600 tons of melted fuel remain at the bottom of the Fukushima reactors, emitting radiation strong enough to paralyze robots. In 2017, TEPCO announced readings of 530 sieverts an hour. To put this in context, experts estimate human exposure to just 1 sievert can cause hair loss, cataracts, and infertility, and 4 sieverts would kill 50% of those exposed. None of this fuel has been removed and the technology does not yet exist to begin operations. 49. Groundwater continues to flood the reactor's basements at the rate of approximately 100 tons per day, contaminating it with radionuclides. Water pumped into the reactors to cool the fuel becomes contaminated. 2. In 2019, TEPCO had 1 million liters of wastewater stored at the plant in hundreds of plastic tanks. TEPCO claimed it had treated the water with a filter system to remove all but 1 radionuclide tritium, but in 2018, the water was still found to contain dangerous levels of iodine, cesium, and strontium. As recently as February 2019, levels of cesium exceeding safe limits were discovered during test fishing off the coast of Fukushima. The Japanese government is planning to release the contaminated water into the Pacific Ocean. 50. On land, too, despite government assurances that decontamination efforts were progressing smoothly, hotspots remain scattered throughout East Japan, including in Tokyo River sediments, and attempts to clean up forests in Tohoku have not even started in many places, resulting in radionuclides flowing down mountainsides into rivers and communities after heavy rains. Workers involved in decontamination are exposed to hazardous levels of radiation and often exploited by subcontractors, some of whom are affiliated with the Yakuza. Millions of tons of contaminated soil sit outside in plastic sacks in Fukushima, and at the time of this writing, the Japanese government is pushing through plans to reuse it in construction projects throughout the nation, spreading radiation far and wide. 51. Despite these ongoing problems, the nuclear village and especially the Japanese government has continuously pressed for reliance on nuclear power. In a series of failed export plans, it attempted to sell reactors to Turkey, Vietnam, and the United Kingdom. In Japan, it has pushed forward with the restart of reactors that had been closed following the March 2011 meltdowns. In the contaminated communities in Fukushima, the government has declared many cleanup operations complete and lifted restrictions on the return of some evacuees. To facilitate these returns, the Japanese government raised its safe level from 1 mSv/year to 20 mSv/year. As with many other forms of contamination, children are particularly susceptible to radionuclide hotspots. Their bodies are still developing and they often play outdoors in polluted sand and soil. UN Human Rights Special Rapporteur Bhaskar Tuncake has criticized the Japanese government's moves as deeply troubling, highlighting, in particular, the potentially grave impact of excessive radiation on the health and well-being of children. 52. LSD, plate tectonics, and military nuclear risks. The scale of the tsunami's damage in March 2011 awoke many Japanese people to the vulnerability of its Pacific coastline and the dangers of locating nuclear reactors there. In the same way that the exposure of the Lucky Dragon united the public against nuclear weapons, the March 2011 meltdowns caused large-scale opposition to nuclear power. In Tokyo, tens of thousands of people took to the streets to oppose LDP government plans to restart nuclear power stations. At the same time, it reignited concerns about the safety of anchoring U.S. nuclear-powered vessels at Japanese ports. Nuclear submarines frequently visit the bases, and, since 2008, Yokosuka Naval Base has been the only overseas homeport for U.S. nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. First, the USS George Washington between 2008 and 2015, and then the USS Ronald Reagan. 53. At more than 300 meters long and 20 stories high, these Nimitz-class ships hold 2 nuclear reactors fueled by highly enriched uranium. Whereas most civilian reactors run on uranium enriched to between 3.5 and 5%, these are enriched to 93 to 97.3%, the same concentration from which nuclear weapons are made. Such fuel can ignite if it comes into contact with air. The exact weight of the uranium in the twin reactors is classified, but its power and danger can easily be envisaged from available information. The ships can operate for 20 years and sail tens of thousands of kilometers on only one fueling. The energy the reactors produce is enough to power a small city. Even before the deployment of these ships to Yokosuka Naval Base, the military was trying to convince the Japanese people of the safety record of its nuclear-powered fleet. In December 2005, they boasted to the Asahi Shimbun, "A radiation-related emergency is almost impossible." 54. The Japanese government has never questioned such assurances. In April 2006, it uploaded a document titled Fact Sheet on U.S. Nuclear-Powered Warship Safety on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs homepage, which remains its current stance. Basing its advice on a 1967 U.S. government memo, the paper promised, in the case of a nuclear accident aboard a vessel, the maximum possible effect of the predicted amount of radioactivity released would be localized and not severe. The effect would be so small that the area where protective actions, such as sheltering, would be considered at all would be very limited, and only in the immediate vicinity of the ship and well within the U.S. Navy bases in Japan. 55. Suspicions that the Japanese government does not take the risks of such vessels seriously surfaced again in May 2014, when it was revealed the radiation levels for evacuation from vessel-related accidents had been set at 100 microsieverts/H, far higher than the 5 μsV/H level for civilian power stations. 56. Such a position is criminally negligent. It swallows whole the Pentagon's long-perpetuated myth of the safety of its vessels and, even more naively, encapsulates how the Japanese government assumes the wire fences encircling military installations can keep contamination from harming neighboring communities. In particular, the danger of stationing nuclear-powered vessels at Yokosuka can be reduced to 2 factors: military incompetence and plate tectonics. As previous chapters have shown, military operations have been riddled with carelessness. The U.S. Navy is no exception. Since the 1990s, nuclear-powered vessels have been involved in several major accidents caused by human error. In February 2001, The Ehime Maru, a fishery high school training ship, was sailing off the coast of Hawaii when a nuclear-powered submarine, the USS Greenville, suddenly surfaced directly beneath her hull. The Japanese ship sank, and 9 of those on board, 4 of them children, died. Among the reasons for the accident was the distracting presence of civilian VIPs aboard the submarine, 2 of whom were allowed to operate the system that surfaced the submarine beneath the Ehime Maru. The submarine's commanding officer only received a minor punishment. The VIP tour itself had been arranged by retired Admiral Richard Macca, the commander who had lost his previous job for his comments following the 1995 gang rape on Okinawa. 57. In May 2008, just prior to her scheduled arrival at Yokosuka Naval Base, a serious accident occurred aboard the USS George Washington, again due to negligence. Sailors smoking near improperly stored flammable chemicals sparked a fire that raged for 8 hours, burned through 8 decks, and injured 37 sailors. Fortunately, it did not reach the 2 reactors. The fire was one of the worst in the U.S. Navy's peacetime history and cost $70 million in repairs. In 2017 alone, there were 3 major accidents involving U.S. vessels homeport at Yokosuka, resulting in the deaths of 17 U.S. sailors and the dismissal of the commander of the 7th Fleet. These ships were fitted with state-of-the-art navigation equipment that ought to have been foolproof, but they still crashed. 58. Perhaps most disturbingly, in 2018, the National Criminal Investigative Service uncovered an LSD drug ring involving more than a dozen sailors assigned to the USS Ronald Reagan's Nuclear Reactor Division. The potential risks of mixing psychedelics and enriched uranium in confined spaces are unfathomable. 59. The area in which the 7th Fleet operates includes Tokyo Bay, one of the most congested seaways in the world. Were a nuclear aircraft carrier to collide with one of the many oil or liquefied petroleum gas tankers that traverse this area each day, the result would be apocalyptic. Further reason to question the safety of docking nuclear-powered vessels at Yokosuka comes from beneath the ground. Numerous fault lines run around the base. In 1703, a magnitude 8.0 earthquake known as the Genroku Great Earthquake struck the area, killing thousands of people. The earthquake triggered a tsunami 10 meters tall and damaged 400 kilometers of coastline. The reoccurrence of a similar scale quake could cause a tsunami strong enough to damage a nuclear-powered vessel. A large wave could incapacitate or even run aground any military submarines operating close to the harbor. Moreover, at the berth for Nimitz-class aircraft carriers on Yokosuka Naval Base, between the bottom of the ship and the bay, there is relatively little room. A tsunami undertow could leave the ship high and dry, potentially disabling its reactor's cooling systems. 60. Oil booms deployed around a spill from the USS Fitzgerald in 2011, identities of 2 sailors on deck redacted by FOIA officer for privacy reasons. In 2017, 7 sailors were killed aboard the vessel when it collided with a container ship. Obtained via the Freedom of Information Act. Prior to 3.11, such speculation may have seemed the stuff of a disaster movie. However, the magnitude 9.0 Tohoku quake and nuclear meltdowns taught us the real risks of nature and the folly of human hubris. Even a small fire aboard a Navy nuclear reactor could send plumes of highly enriched uranium far more toxic than that of Fukushima Daiichi across Tokyo Bay. The consequences for the tens of millions of residents in its path would be catastrophic, and neither the Japanese nor American governments have done any concrete planning to deal with such an eventuality, preferring instead to believe their own myths of safety. Given these risks, it is no exaggeration to say that the stationing of nuclear-powered vessels, aircraft carriers and submarines at the mouth of Tokyo Bay is a nuclear disaster waiting to happen. Guam and the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. 8. Toxic territories: Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and Johnston Atoll. For many Americans, the word colony is anathema. The United States was born out of its revolution against imperialist Britain, and the Constitution enshrines the rights to independence, equality, and liberty for all. Few Americans are willing to admit that today, the United States possesses an empire, and perhaps even fewer could list its overseas possessions or how it came to own them. Following the defeat of Spain in 1898, the United States took over its colonies, the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and Guam, and then a series of Supreme Court rulings known as the Insular Cases established the basis for how these islands would be governed. The judges decided the Constitution did not fully apply there, and because they were inhabited by alien races, ruling according to Anglo-Saxon principles may for a time be impossible. Upon these racist foundations, the United States founded its overseas empire, whereby such residents would be treated as second-class citizens. Accompanying this decision, in the early 20th century, the United States adopted a semantic sleight of hand to conceal its imperialism. Instead of referring to its overseas possessions as colonies, it would use a word free from such negative connotations, territories. 1. Today, the United States owns 16 territories, 5 of which are inhabited by a combined population of approximately 4 million people. These residents exist in geopolitical limbo, bearing American passports but lacking full constitutional rights. They can elect a member of Congress, but that delegate cannot vote, only make suggestions. Residents of territories have no representative in the Senate and no right to vote in presidential elections, even though, in Guam's case, they serve and die in the U.S. military at the highest rate per capita. 2. Territories' lack of democratic rights allows the federal government to operate without accountability to residents, a particularly serious abuse when it comes to Department of Defense operations. In Puerto Rico, the military used Vieques Island as a bombing range, contaminating it with dioxin, depleted uranium, and lead. Cancer levels there are the highest in the territory, and other serious illnesses are rife. In the Pacific, the Pentagon has taken advantage of geographical isolation and lack of oversight to pollute this region's territories with zero regard for the environment or human health. The Marshall Islands, a US-administered territory until the late 1970s, were pummeled by nuclear detonations and fallout for 12 years. Wake Island, still a territory today, was used as a dump for polychlorinated biphenyls brought from U.S. bases in Japan when they had been barred from import to North America, and it continues to serve as a missile test site. 3 other Pacific territories, Guam, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, and Johnston Atoll, have been impacted by military contamination, but the U.S. government has either been slow to react or not acted at all. Johnston Atoll has suffered the worst, poisoned with plutonium, Agent Orange, and chemical weapons. Today it sits as an abandoned sacrifice zone in the North Pacific, a testimony to military hubris. 3. Guam. The Mariana Islands, today politically divided into Guam and CNMI, were first settled by the Chamorro people in approximately 2000 BC. A matriarchal society, they lived off farming, fishing, and inter-island trade. In 1521, the first European explorer, Ferdinand Magellan, arrived in the Marianas, followed some 40 years later by a delegation that declared the islands a colony for Spain, the first of 4 foreign nations that would lay claim to the region. In the coming years, Chamorros suffered a fate familiar to most indigenous peoples after European encounters, massacres, epidemics, and forced relocation to villages where they could be more tightly controlled. From 200,000 Chamorros at the start of Spanish rule, the population dropped to 5,000. After the Spanish-American War of 1898, the United States took control of most of Spain's colonies, Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Philippines, and Guam. Spain sold its other Micronesia possessions, the Northern Marianas, the Marshall Islands, and the Carolinas, to Germany. This set the region on 2 divergent trajectories in the early 20th century that would briefly merge in the horror of World War II before separating again. On Guam, following the U.S. takeover from Spain, residents expected to receive American constitutional rights, but instead martial law was imposed on the island under the administration of the U.S. Navy, which ran it with military discipline, punishing petty infractions and banning the Chamorro language in government offices and schools. Residents' repeated appeals for citizenship and the ability to vote for president were denied as a potential threat to military dominance. In 1936, The U.S. Navy cited the racial problems of that locality to assert that these people have not yet reached a state of development commensurate with the personal independence, obligations, and responsibilities of United States citizenship. On December 8, 1941, just hours after attacking Pearl Harbor, the Japanese military struck and soon overran Guam. Renaming it Miyajima, the Great Shrine Island, the Japanese military ruled with brutality, locking islanders into prison camps, forcing them to build airfields, and slaughtering them in droves. More than 1,100 islanders died during the Japanese occupation. On July 21, 1944, the United States began a 13-day bombardment of Guam, followed by a land battle, which, by its end on August 10, had killed 18,000 Japanese and 1,700 U.S. troops. The Japanese military had so strongly indoctrinated its forces not to surrender that the final Japanese soldier, hidden in the island's jungles, did not give himself up until 1972. Following the liberation of Guam, residents felt immense gratitude toward U.S. forces tinged with apprehension, as the military occupied most of the island and developed it into a launchpad for the invasion of Japan. Just as on Okinawa, the military housed residents in internment camps while it seized their land, including some of Guam's best arable and fishing areas, to build bases. In the north, the military constructed Northfield, later called Andersen Air Force Base, atop the northern Guam Lens Aquifer, the island's main source of fresh water. In the south, the military took over the island's only deep-water harbor at Opera, building Naval Supply Depot, a refueling facility that, by July 1, 1945, had dispensed more than 1.5 billion liters of oil and fuel for the war effort. At the same time, electricity was largely restricted to military use, a situation that continued into the mid-1950s. After the August 1945 surrender of Japan, the military retained approximately 85% of the land it had occupied on Guam and began to consolidate its infrastructure, for example, relocating residents of Sumai Village. Opera Harbor was strengthened, and Naval Supply Depot stored materiel for both the U.S. Navy and Air Force, while the U.S. Naval Magazine Guam stretched more than 6,200 acres, the westernmost ammunition supply point on U.S. soil. Congressman F. Edward Hebert, who later became the head of the House Armed Services Committee, justified the military's dominance in the region, stating, "We fought for them, we've got them, we should keep them." In many ways, post-war Guam resembled Okinawa. One journalist described Guam as a vast junkyard and a one-time battlefield where the scars of combat still offend the eye everywhere. The military dumped hundreds of tons of munitions in the seas throughout the region, while many residents of Guam and other islands relied on collecting scrap metal to earn money. Following the war, its sale was the region's second largest export point. In addition to contamination from unexploded ordnance, lead, fuel spills, and solvents, residents had to contend with another hazard brought about by the military: brown tree snakes. Accidentally imported aboard boats and flights from the South Pacific, the snakes proliferated on Guam, today numbering more than 1 million. They have wiped out 10 of the island's 12 native bird species, causing an inverse explosion in the spider population, plus deforestation, as trees, once sown by seed-dispersing birds, can no longer spread. 9. The Cold War's hot wars, contamination, and nuclear weapons. In 1950, Congress passed the Organic Act of Guam, making the island an unincorporated territory. However, the military continued to dominate the island, owning approximately half of its land, and the act allowed the United States to use its powers of eminent domain to legally own the properties taken for the Department of Defense. These bases experienced heavy use during the Cold War. Between 1965 and 1973, B-52 bombers from Andersen Air Force Base flew tens of thousands of missions over Southeast Asia. At its peak in 1972, there were 155 B-52s at Andersen Air Force Base, the highest number in history. These aircraft required constant maintenance, including 120 jet engine overhauls a month, the volumes of oils, solvents, and fuels is incalculable, and these substances still contaminate Guam today. 10. A B-52 takes off from Guam's Andersen Air Force Base during Operation Linebacker 2, December 1972. At the time there were 155 of the aircraft stationed on the island, creating extensive contamination from fuel, oils, and solvents. Photo courtesy of U.S. Air Force. While the U.S. government claimed its wars in Korea and Vietnam were fought to secure human rights and democracy, on Guam, the rights of residents were trampled beneath military priorities. A naval security clearance was imposed on the region until 1962, restricting civilian visits, including shipping in Opera Harbor. These controls hobbled imports, exports, and economic growth. In 1961, the United Nations criticized the United States for failing to compensate residents whose land the military had seized. When Peace Corps legal teams attempted to teach islanders about property rights, they were criticized by the military, and their work was subsequently phased out by President Richard Nixon. 11. Beginning with the August 1945 launch of atomic bombers from Tinian Island, today part of CNMI, U.S. nuclear operations have dominated the Micronesia region. For much of the Cold War, Guam's Andersen Air Force Base was a strategic air command installation, a key element for waging nuclear war. Guam's strategic location was an ideal potential launching site for atomic weapons under military operations in the Far East, according to the Department of Defense's official history of the region. 12. In 1951, the military first brought nuclear weapons to Guam for possible use in Korea. In the following 2 decades, at least 12 different nuclear weapons were stored on the island, for example, Regulus cruise missiles armed with 2 megaton warheads that could be launched from ships or submarines. Between 1964 and 1981, Opera Harbor was the home port for attack submarines armed with Polaris nuclear missiles. The military also designed an extensive network of nuclear shelters for its personnel on Guam, including 2 large bunkers built in expanded Japanese World War II shelters on the Navy base. 13. U.S. military operations have contaminated Guam with radiation in numerous ways. Following the 1946 Crossroads Able and Baker tests, approximately 18 vessels from the Guinea Pig Fleet were brought to Guam for attempted decontamination. The work was experimental, unsuccessful, and contaminated the environment. At least one of the vessels was sold for scrap on Guam, potentially spreading radiation to its new owners. Recognizing the dangers of such work, today, the military personnel who took part in decontamination attempts on Guam are eligible for VA support, but no such help is available for civilian workers or local communities. 14. In November 1952, the United States detonated its first hydrogen bomb, the building-sized Ivy Mike, which exploded with a yield of 10.4 megatons, blowing 80 million tons of soil into the atmosphere. On Guam, 1,900 kilometers away, U.S. Navy Lieutenant Charles Burt Schreiber, an atomic, biological, and chemical warfare defense officer, recorded significant radiation levels on the island following the blast, but when he reported his findings to the military, he was ordered to remain quiet. 15. As a result, the contamination of Guam remained largely unknown for decades. However, following campaigns by veterans and residents, in 2005, a report by the National Research Council concluded, Guam did receive measurable fallout from atmospheric testing of nuclear weapons in the Pacific. Residents of Guam during that period should be eligible for compensation under RECA in a way similar to that of persons considered to be downwinders. 16. Supporting the decision was a blue ribbon panel formed by Congress in 2010, which stated the military had put the population of Guam in harm's way knowingly and with total disregard for their well-being. 17. Despite these findings, as of 2019, residents of Guam had still not been awarded help for their exposure. 18. Radioactive contamination from nuclear-powered vessels has also leaked into Guam Sea. In 1975, coolant water spilled from the submarine tender USS Proteus into Opera Harbor. The leak reportedly caused Geiger counters to spike at 100 millirems per hour, 50 times the safe limits. The USS Houston, the submarine that contaminated Okinawa and Japan, was homeport at Opera Harbor. Between 2006 and 2008, it was on Guam for 366 days, during which it leaked radiation. In 2014, the USS Jefferson City was stranded in Guam for 5 months following a leak of coolant water in its nuclear propulsion system. The military admitted the coolant contained trace amounts of radioactivity but said there was no risk to human health or the environment. 19. Today, the United States Air Force maintains what it calls a continuous bomber presence on Guam, consisting of B-52S, B-1S, and B-2S, all of which are capable of carrying nuclear weapons. Their presence is no secret. On Guam's Channel 32 military TV station, one U.S. Air Force TV spot showed nuclear devices on several air bases with the following commentary. "We serve in the middle of nowhere on the edge of history. We are not out here babysitting metal, twiddling thumbs, or flying in circles. We are here to scare the living hell out of our enemies. Scare them with our power, our resolve, our dedication, our vigilance. We will not be the ones to blink." 20. Sometimes, however, their presence threatens those on the ground. In February 2008, a B-2 crashed during takeoff from Andersen Air Force Base. The two pilots safely ejected, and the U.S. Air Force announced the aircraft had not been carrying nuclear weapons at the time. A subsequent investigation blamed the crash on moisture in the aircraft's sensors, and it has been dubbed the most expensive aviation accident in the world, an estimated $1.2 billion. 2 years later, another B-2 on Guam experienced a major fire, but the U.S. Air Force downplayed its severity to the public. The truth about the incident, which almost destroyed the aircraft, only emerged the following year. 21. Agent Orange and military herbicides on Guam. According to the Department of Defense, large volumes of defoliants were brought to Guam. In 1952, roughly 5,000 drums of herbicide purple were transported to Guam and stored there in anticipation of use on the Korean peninsula. The Undersecretary of Defense wrote to Senator Lane Evans in 2003. Consisting of the two herbicides 2,4-dichlorophenoxyacetic acid and 2,4,5-trichlorophenoxyacetic acid, Agent Purple was a forerunner of Agent Orange. Approximately 2 million liters were sprayed over Vietnam from 1962 to 1965, and experts believe it was more contaminated with dioxin than defoliants produced in later years. The Department of Defense claims Guam's herbicide purple stockpile was never used and sent back to the United States. It had also stated it has no records of other defoliants on Guam. However, service members stationed there during the 1960s and 1970s claim large stockpiles of defoliants, including Agent Orange, were stored on Guam, particularly at Andersen Air Force Base. These veterans say they sprayed defoliants along the fuel pipeline that ran from Opera Harbor to the air base, and they also sprayed the runway's edges to keep them clear of vegetation. 23. Edward Jackson, a sergeant with the 43rd Transportation Squadron, assigned to Guam in the early 1970s, recalled, Andersen Air Force Base had a huge stockpile of Agent Orange and other herbicides. There were many, many thousands of drums. I used to make trips with them to the Navy base for shipment by sea. Jackson remembered dumping military waste, including damaged barrels of defoliants, over cliffs. 24. Leroy Foster, a master sergeant in the U.S. Air Force, described the vegetation control duties he performed following his assignment to Andersen Air Force Base in 1968. I mixed diesel fuel with Agent Orange, then I sprayed it by truck all over the base to kill the jungle overgrowth, he said. None of the older service members wanted to do the work, so because I was the low man on the totem pole, it was left to me. Soon after starting this work, Foster suffered serious skin complaints, and in the following years, he fell sick with Parkinson's and ischemic heart disease. His daughter developed cancer as a teenager, and his grandchild was born with 12 fingers, 12 toes, and a heart murmur. 25. In 2015, researchers, including those from the Guam Department of Public Health and Social Services, discovered the communities where defoliants may have been sprayed had suffered high incidences of infant deaths from birth defects. 26 Although U.S. authorities have repeatedly denied defoliants were sprayed on Guam, the VA has awarded help to at least 12 veterans exposed on the island, one of whom was Foster. He died in 2018. 27 The similarities to the use of defoliants on Okinawa are appalling. Service members sickened following orders but today denied help by their own government. Nonetheless, because Guam is a U.S. territory, the government has had to make perfunctory efforts to respond to public concerns. In 2017, U.S. authorities launched an investigation into U.S. defoliant use on Guam, but it has come under fire. For example, critics grew suspicious when the Department of Defense announced that tests on soil did not contain herbicides but Environmental Protection Agency checks revealed their presence. Guam senators have backed bills in Congress for the territory's inclusion on the VA's list of places where Agent Orange was used. In March 2019, a bill named after Lonnie Kilpatrick, a service member sickened on Guam who died in 2018, aimed to extend compensation to 52,000 veterans exposed to defoliants in 3 U.S. territories: Guam, American Samoa, and Johnston Atoll between 1962 and 1980. The toxic tip of the spear. For decades following the end of World War II, the military on Guam disposed of its waste without any understanding or concern about its harmful effects on the environment, service members, and residents. Many of its worst practices took place atop the island's drinking water aquifer at Andersen Air Force Base. In 1978, there was the first major revelation about military contamination when the solvent trichloroethylene was detected in wells supplying drinking water on the base. One well peaked at 29.9 parts per billion, whereas the other 10 wells were contaminated on a sporadic basis above the EPA's guideline of 5 ppb. No tests had been conducted prior to 1978, so service members must have been consuming tainted water for many years. 29. According to the General Accounting Office, TCE had likely entered the water system via approximately 20 abandoned dump sites at Andersen Air Force Base or through the disposal of hazardous chemicals into its storm drainage system. Following the discovery of the contamination, the military tried to lower TCE levels by diluting the highly contaminated water with water that was less polluted. However, a miscalculation resulted in more than 1,200 service members and their dependents receiving water that was still severely contaminated. Furthermore, after the initial discovery of TCE contamination in 1978, the base failed to perform regular checks on the wells, and even when it did so, test containers broke on the way to the laboratory, rendering analysis impossible. In later years, the military and the EPA conducted surveys on Guam to investigate the extent of contamination from other substances, but the military repeatedly attempted to conceal or downplay the damage. For example, in the 1980s, surveys conducted by the U.S. Navy and U.S. Air Force did not consult the EPA, and the military failed to check diligently for contamination. Despite these tactics, by the mid-1990s, a clearer picture had begun to emerge of how military operations were impacting Guam's environment. On the bases, there were 155 suspected contaminated sites, and outside the bases there were 47.30. In 1992, Andersen Air Force Base was added to the EPA's Superfund list. It had almost 50 contaminants of concern, including fuel, PCBs, pesticides, and heavy metals. For decades, hazardous waste had been tipped over cliffs around the perimeter of the facility onto the land or sea below. 31. In 1999, approximately 35 chemical weapon test kits, containing small volumes of mustard agent and phosgene, were unearthed on private land. The discovery sparked another GAO investigation in which residents expressed their dissatisfaction with the way the military handled off-base contamination. 3 main concerns were highlighted: an opaque system of how the military added new sites to its list of those to be cleaned up, failure to remediate non-hazardous waste, and the slow pace of funding cleanups. Accusations that the military was shirking its financial responsibilities arose again in the 2000s, concerning the cleanup of ore dump in central Guam. Before and after World War II, the military had used the area to dispose of waste, and then it passed along the site for civilian use. By 1986, the dump was leaching pollutants into a nearby river, leading the federal government to demand its closure. In 2011, the government of Guam finally shut down the dump, capped it, and opened a new site at a cost of more than $160 million, but the military refused to pay for any of the remediation costs. In March 2017, the Guam Attorney General took the unprecedented step of suing the U.S. Navy. 32 PCBS. On Guam, the military has caused widespread PCB contamination throughout the island. In 2012, the EPA removed approximately 320 tons of PCB-contaminated soil from a former military pump station at Agana Springs after the Department of Defense refused to take responsibility for the cleanup. 33 Worse PCB problems have impacted the village of Marizo on the southern shore of Guam, where, in 1944, the Coast Guard began operating a long-range navigation station from the island of Island Dano, known in English as Coco's Island. In 1962, a typhoon wrecked the facility, strewing debris, including transformers filled with PCB-laden oil, across the land and adjacent lagoon. The station closed in 1965, and for decades, contamination seeped from the abandoned transformers, covering a wide area. 34 Residents were largely unaware of the problem until 2005, when tests revealed high levels of pollution from PCBs, lead, and cadmium. Moreover, 11 of the 12 most commonly consumed fish also registered PCBs as high as 250 times the recommended levels. In 2006, authorities placed an advisory on Coco's Lagoon, warning people not to eat fish caught there. In 2007, some contaminated soil was removed from the island. However, in the following years, PCB contamination persisted, and, in 2015, a new contaminant was detected, dichlorodiphenyl trichloroethane. As of 2019, the fishing ban was still in place. 35 Research conducted by the University of Hawaii suggested Marizo villagers' health may have been impacted by the contamination in Coco's Lagoon. The 2011 report revealed that cancer deaths between 1978 and 1997 were almost double those of other villages on the island. The authors concluded that although their investigation does not conclusively link PCB contamination of Coco's Lagoon to an increase in cancer mortality among the residents of Marizo, the temporal relationship is intriguing and certainly justified public health concerns and the effort to mitigate this environmental hazard. 36 Guam, from trailer park to the center of the radar screen. More than 25 years after cleanup work began on Andersen Air Force Base, it has still not been completed. As of 2017, there were approximately 100 contaminated sites, 11 of them off-limits. In 2019, elsewhere on the island, there were 23 formerly used defense sites where surveys were taking place to ascertain contamination. Almost weekly, UXO continues to be discovered both inside and outside military facilities. 37 In 2016, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances contamination was discovered in 3 water wells at levels as high as 410 parts per trillion. The EPA advisory is 70 ppt, forcing their closure. Also at sea, military operations are causing concern, as the Navy has doubled the size of its training zone. Whales have started to beach on Guam, a phenomenon almost unheard of in the past, leading experts to suspect the blame might lie with the Navy's use of sonar near the island. 38 Many Guam residents fear that exposure to military contamination during a span of many years has damaged their health. Between 2003 and 2007, rates of mouth, nasopharynx, and liver cancers were higher than in the United States, and the diabetes rate is about 5 times that of the United States. Worsening the problem is the diet of many residents. With the military dominating the best arable land and shorelines occupied by bases and naval training, disrupting fishing areas, people are almost entirely dependent on imported, often processed, food. 39. In the coming years, the military is set to bring more environmental problems to the island. In 2004, the commander of the naval station on Guam, Rear Admiral Arthur J. Johnson, said, "Guam is no longer the trailer park of the Pacific. Guam has emerged from backwater status to the center of the radar screen." 40 Johnson was referring to the military's buildup on Guam and the Mariana region, one of the largest shifts ever attempted by the Department of Defense, involving the expansion of Andersen Air Force Base and U.S. Naval Base, plus the relocation of 8,000 Marines from Okinawa. In preparation for the buildup, in 2009 the military released an 11,000-page draft environmental impact statement and gave the public just 90 days to comment on it. For the first time, the report revealed the true extent of the Pentagon's plans. A live fire range would be built on the ancient village of Paget, 22 more wells would be sunk into the aquifer, a further 2,200 acres would be acquired for operations, and there would be an 80,000 person increase in the island's population, a rise of almost 50%. 41. Chamorro anger was unprecedented. 10,000 public comments were lodged criticizing the plans, and the EPA slammed the report as environmentally unsatisfactory and gave it the worst grade possible. The agency was particularly concerned by the military's failure to take into consideration the impact on water supplies and the need for wastewater treatment. The National Trust for Historic Preservation and the civic group We Are Guahan sued the Department of Defense concerning its plans to train at Paget. As a result of the outrage, the Department of Defense was forced to reassess the buildup. It decided to move 4,800 Marines to Guam, with others sent to Australia and Hawaii. The plan to destroy Paget was also dropped, but in its place a new range would be built on Rethedion Point, a pristine beach and jungle. The shooting range will fire 6.7 million shells a year, threatening the aquifer below with contamination from lead and other heavy metals. Likewise, the core of the buildup remained unchanged, albeit spread out over a longer time frame. The first Marines are expected to arrive at their new base in the mid-2020s. The military is keen to emphasize its attempts to mitigate future environmental damage, but residents remember such broken promises in the past, and visiting Okinawan civic groups have made them aware of United States Marine Corps abuses at Torishima, Marine Corps Air Station Futenma, and Camp Kinser. In an interview in 2019, Senator Teresa Lage encapsulated the opinion of many Guam residents when she said, "If we can't trust the DOD to tell the truth about past activities, then it's difficult for us to trust them now and in the future." 42. Contaminated Commonwealth, the Northern Mariana Islands. Following the 1898 Spanish-American War, Spain sold the Northern Marianas, the Marshall Islands, and the Carolinas to Germany. Until World War I, Germany governed the 14 Mariana Islands. However, their control of the islands was short and left little lasting impression. In October 1914, Japanese forces landed on Saipan, the third foreign power to colonize the island. During its 30-year occupation, Japanese authorities attempted to subjugate the region into its empire. Japanese was taught in schools, and tens of thousands of civilians, many from impoverished Okinawa, moved to the islands to grow sugarcane. The League of Nations mandate that granted Japan control of the islands after World War I prohibited Japan from building military installations there, but by the 1930s, Japan had constructed numerous facilities throughout the region, and from there attacks were launched on Pearl Harbor, Guam, and the Philippines. On June 13, 1944, the U.S. military began its assault on Saipan, firing some 8,500 tons of ammunition at the island. Japan unsuccessfully dispatched scientists to the island to spread fleas infected with the plague. U.S. Marines landed on June 15, and in the following 3 weeks of combat, more than 3,000 American and 30,000 Japanese troops died. Approximately 20,000 civilians also lost their lives, many of whom committed suicide by jumping from cliffs to avoid capture by Allied forces, who they had been told would rape and torture them. Located about 10 kilometers southwest of Saipan, Tinian Island had been cultivated by the Japanese for sugarcane production, and, by 1944, it was home to approximately 15,000 civilians and 8,000 Japanese troops. Between July 24 and August 1, it was attacked by Marines, resulting in the loss of more than 320 U.S. service members, 5,500 Japanese military personnel, and approximately 4,000 civilians. Following the battle, the United States converted Tinian into a base, crisscrossing it with roads and runways. Due to its shape and size similar to Manhattan, they named its thoroughfares after New York's roads, for example, Broadway and 8th Avenue, names that remain today. Within months, the island had 150,000 U.S. troops and hundreds of B-29 bombers, making it the busiest airport in the world. In August 1945, 2 of these aircraft carried atomic bombs to Japan. The loading pits of Little Boy and Fat Man still stand on the island, preserved as National Historic Monuments, framed in glass and surrounded by visitors' origami cranes. World War II left its mark on Tinian in other ways. One post-war survey identified 23 potentially contaminated areas on the island, notably an ocean dump site containing sunken vehicles and an aircraft junkyard called the Westfield Boneyard. In addition, there are the residues from the DDT sprayed twice monthly around the camps, UXO, and contamination from sodium arsenite, a chemical used to disinfect pit latrines, recently identified as an island-wide hazard both in soil and groundwater. 43. On Saipan, combat caused persistent environmental problems, too. In 2016, an investigation conducted by the University of Guam detailed how detritus, including UXO and other metallic waste, was bulldozed into the sea, buried in caves, or burned following the war. Researchers identified 24 locations on land and 2 sites at sea where there was contamination from heavy metals. At one of the sites, Ajangan Point, levels of lead were alarmingly high, and it had seeped into the nearby lagoon. Researchers also expressed concern that fish, crabs, and fruit might have been affected. They concluded several sites on Saipan could present a significant risk to local residents and wildlife, with a number of soil and sediment-associated metals occurring at levels that are currently considered unacceptable. 44. The CIA and contamination on Saipan. Following World War II, the Mariana Islands, like the Marshall Islands, were designated members of the Trust Territory of the Pacific Islands, an unadministered body. But the United States maintained real control under the Security Council, where it wielded a veto. In 1950, with China fallen to Mao Zedong and the Korean War raging, the CIA decided to construct a base on Saipan to train anti-communist guerrillas. To ensure secrecy, in 1952 the island was put under Navy jurisdiction, and throughout the region, naval security clearance was maintained to limit access. Under the guise of the Naval Technical Training Unit, the $28 million CIA base on Saipan was a sprawling complex resembling a transplanted California suburb, or as one former CIA agent put it, a miniature Fort Peary, the CIA's training school in Virginia. There were numerous compounds housing trainees from different countries, garages, and fuel depots, as well as a school for Chinese guerrillas with more than 30 staff. The NTTU also included Chinese-style buildings designed by a Chinese nationalist general. The CIA operated its own airstrip at Cagman, on the east of Saipan, and managed a 500-ton ship, the Four Winds .45. The NTTU was the CIA's most important base in a region that also included outposts in Taiwan, Camp Chinon on Okinawa, and at Tsuji Chigasaki on mainland Japan. On Saipan, hundreds of Chinese guerrillas received training in explosives, small arms, parachutes, and radios, which the CIA hoped would enable them to spark a popular uprising in their homeland. However, such use of Saipan violated UN agreements, so when inspectors visited the island, the CIA had to conceal its activities, only restarting them after the inspectors had departed. 46. The CIA's hopes that their trainees would be able to overthrow Mao were illusory, a combination of their own wishful thinking and, as on Okinawa, exaggerated promises from disgruntled Chinese nationalists. The guerrillas were met with little success. After parachuting into China, most of them disappeared, never to be heard from again. Gradually, the CIA began to gear down its operations and withdraw from Saipan. The island returned to Department of the Interior control in 1962. During this period, one resident recalled the agency's abandoned vehicles littered the island. Just find gasoline and oil and a live battery, start one, and you could take it home. 47. Unfortunately for Saipan's residents, vehicles were not the only things left behind at the NTTU. At Tonopag Fuel Farm, for example, there were more than 40 large fuel tanks, slowly corroding, leaking their contents, and eventually crumpling. One resident remembered wading through oil-contaminated shoreline to catch crabs, and another watched fuel spill onto the land as some of the tanks were demolished to create a residential area. The tanks littered the community well into the 2010s, when they were finally removed or rusted beyond recognition. 48. PCBS at Tonopag. During the 1960s, the Department of Defense shipped to Saipan approximately 200 electrical capacitors originating from Kwajalein Atoll. The 1-meter-tall, 225-kilogram appliances contained PCB-contaminated oil. Whether the military planned to dump them on Saipan or only temporarily store them is unclear. They ended up stacked near antennas belonging to Voice of America in Tonopag Village. 49. In the following years, the capacitors became a common sight throughout the community. Some were set as boundary markers or windbreakers, while others were used as stands for barbecues or headstones at the cemetery. In some cases, their shiny inner linings were stripped and used as decorations. Wherever the capacitors stood, they leaked carcinogenic oil. Villagers began to grow suspicious that the capacitors were making them sick, so in 1988, Saipan's Environmental Division ran tests. Soil in the village spiked at 55,000 parts per million. The cleanup standard is 1 ppm and groundwater contamination later measured 9 ppb, 18 times the safe level. When the military was asked to remediate the contamination, what followed was an all too familiar pattern of foot dragging and shirking of responsibility. At first, the Department of Defense denied the capacitors had belonged to them, and then they merely moved the capacitors without taking away the contaminated soil. The Army attempted 2 experimental cleanups: bioremediation in 1995 and thermal desorption in 1997, both of which failed. In 1999, the Department of Defense shipped out approximately 450 tons of contaminated soil for disposal on the U.S. mainland and announced the cleanup was complete. However, the military had left large piles of contaminated soil at the village's cemetery. The ground was found to be PCB polluted at 25,000 ppm, forcing the cemetery's closure near All Saints' Day, a time when the predominantly Catholic islanders visit family graves. Land crabs, a popular food, were found to be contaminated, and blood checks on villagers revealed high levels of PCBs. In 2003, the Army performed a final cleanup 15 years after the contamination had first been detected. Overall, 40,000 tons of contaminated soil had been treated at a cost of $20 million. The cleanup of Tonopag created widespread anger on Saipan. It also increased awareness of military contamination and the need for further investigations. In 1999, 25 other military dump sites were identified on the island. In 2000, the EPA announced checks of the groundwater for Agent Orange contamination following suspicions barrels of the defoliant had been buried beneath a golf course. Then, in 2002, contamination was discovered at Ideni, a site where the military had dumped and burned waste, resulting in contamination from arsenic, lead, and PCBs. The subsequent cleanup of the site took 10 years and $3 million. UXO continues to plague the territory. 50. Military buildup and live fire ranges. In 1975, the residents of the Northern Marianas voted to become a Commonwealth of the United States, and in return for citizenship and federal funding, they signed deals with the military. They leased the island of Farallon de Medinilla as a bombing range and 2/3 of Tinian Island for the construction of a base, with the understanding they would be able to access its medical facilities. That installation was never built, leading to criticism that the military had broken its promise. Instead, the Department of Defense opted to stage sporadic training on Tinian. In recent years, the U.S. government announced that CNMI would be built up militarily. Training on Tinian would expand to as many as 46 weeks a year, the bombing of Farallon de Medinilla would double, and operations would encompass the island of Pagan. When the Department of Defense released its draft environmental impact statement in April 2015, it received 27,000 comments. The total population of the CNMI is only 53,000. The EPA weighed in with its own worries, particularly regarding the fact that live fire training could potentially contaminate Tinian's aquifer with munitions and rocket fuel. Training might also damage historical sites, for example, the atomic bomb pits where the Japan-bound weapons were loaded. 51. Plans to bomb Pagan were especially controversial. The island had once been home to 300 people, but following a volcanic eruption in 1981, residents were forced to evacuate. Historically, Pagan islanders had existed in this way, temporarily leaving the island following eruptions but returning after things had settled down. However, outsiders were ignorant of this past and wanted to put the island to other uses. Following the 2011 Tohoku tsunami, one Japanese company considered dumping debris on the island, and the Department of Defense wanted to use it for war games, conducting aerial bombardments to the north and landings to the south. To justify its plans, the military claimed the island had no residents, a blatant untruth. Although it did not own land on Pagan, Congress could seize it through eminent domain, and without a voting delegate in the House, the will of CNMI residents could be ignored. The EPA attacked the military's plans, stating they would damage more than 120 acres of marine habitat. Meanwhile, residents took matters into their own hands by announcing a project to return to agricultural lots on Pagan. At the forefront to protect the island has been the citizens group Pagan Watch, co-founded by Peter J. Porres. Summarizing the risks to the region in 2015, he wrote that the CNMI joint military training proposal would surround the region with live fire ranges, in Guam to the south, Tinian in the west, FDM and Pagan to the north, and all around us on and in the ocean. The CJMT will have widespread negative consequences on virtually every aspect of life in the CNMI: health, environment, natural resources, economics, culture, historic preservation, social justice, infrastructure, public safety, and freedom of movement. 52. Johnston Atoll. Johnston Atoll, consisting of 4 small islands, the largest of which is Johnston Island, is situated approximately 1,300 kilometers southwest of Honolulu. Originally called Kalama Atoll by Hawaiians who claimed it for their kingdom, it lacked a resident population primarily due to an absence of fresh water. In 1796, U.S. whalers landed on its main island, then only 46 acres, followed by the arrival of British naval captain Charles Johnston, who gave the atoll its English name. In the mid-19th century, U.S. miners arrived to strip the island's guano for sale as fertilizer, and following U.S. annexation of Hawaii in 1898, the atoll fell under U.S. control. After a brief period as a bird sanctuary, beginning in 1934, the island was commandeered by the U.S. Navy, which built up its infrastructure, particularly a runway. During World War II, dredging expanded Johnston Island, and military aircraft and vessels used the island to refuel, a role that continued during the Korean War. By the 1960s, further expansions increased the number of islands in the atoll to 4. Nuclear tests. Between 1958 and 1962, the United States conducted 12 nuclear tests on Johnston Atoll. The first 2 took place in August 1958, during the Operation Hardtack series, in which warheads were exploded high in the atmosphere. Prior to the tests, Scientists had expressed concerns that the blasts might rip holes in the ozone layer, but the military proceeded with its plans. Present on Johnston Island for Teak, the first test, was former Nazi rocketeer Wernher von Braun, who had been brought to the United States under Operation Paperclip and was now employed by the rocket program. On August 1, 1958, the rocket designed by von Braun was launched. A malfunction propelled it directly above Johnston Island, where it detonated at a height of 77 kilometers, with a yield of 3.8 megatons. The blast blinded hundreds of monkeys and rabbits carried in monitoring aircraft and disabled radio communications throughout the region. The test reportedly so unnerved von Braun that he left Johnston Island before the next test. On August 12, the orange shot exploded with the same yield as Teak, but this time at a lower altitude of 43 kilometers, smack dab inside the ozone layer. 53. 4 years later, 10 tests under the Dominic series took place in rapid succession between July and November 1962. The reason for the urgency? The United States was racing to beat a ban on atmospheric testing, set to take effect the following year. One of the tests, named Starfish Prime, exploded with a yield of 1.4 megatons, 400 kilometers in the atmosphere on July 8, 1962. The explosion lit up the night sky as bright as day in Honolulu for 6 minutes, and the electromagnetic pulse set off burglar alarms and disrupted power lines and communications there. The blast also disabled several satellites. Another test, Bluegill Triple Prime, burned the retinas of 2 service members on Johnston Island, and the Kingfish blast sparked a yellow-white, luminous circle with intense purple streamers for the first minute. Other visual effects lasted for 3 hours. 54. 4 of the Dominic rocket tests conducted on Johnston Island failed, and 3 of them seriously polluted Johnston Atoll. 55. On June 19, 1962, during the Starfish test, a Thor rocket's engines cut out 1 minute into the launch. Before it could veer off course, the safety officer decided to destroy the missile. At least 250 chunks of plutonium-contaminated debris fell on Johnston Atoll. 56. 5 weeks later, on July 25, during the Bluegill Prime test, another Thor missile malfunctioned on the launch pad, prompting the safety officer to destroy the warhead by radio command to prevent it from detonating. The missile exploded, causing extensive alpha contamination. According to the Defense Nuclear Agency, burning rocket fuel, flowing through the cable trenches, caused contamination of the trenches and the interior of the revetments and all of the equipment contained in them. Surveys conducted the next day found radioactive contamination as high as 1 million counts per minute compared to normal background levels of about 50 counts. 57. To clean up the site, civilian contractors tried dousing sand with oil, dumping soil and equipment into the sea, scrubbing concrete with solvents, and painting surfaces with epoxy or latex paint to fix any remaining contamination. Unsurprisingly, following 2 weeks of such attempts, the site remained highly contaminated, with radiation levels exceeding 100,000 counts per minute. Not only were the Bluegill Prime decontamination techniques inadequate, but also dumping contaminated soil and debris into the lagoon returned to haunt those on Johnston Atoll. In the following years, sand was dredged from the lagoon to expand the islands, lacing them with particles of plutonium and other radionuclides. 58 Service members present on the island at the time of the accident subsequently suffered diseases they believe were caused by exposure to radioactive contamination, including non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, thyroid cancer, throat cancer, and reproductive problems. On October 15, 1962, the launch pad was used for the first time since the Bluegill Prime accident. Once again, the missile malfunctioned, this time approximately 95 seconds into launch, forcing the safety officer to destroy it. Fallout landed on the atoll. In the following years, surveys revealed the legacy of these failed tests on Johnston Island. A 1964 check by the U.S. Public Health Service discovered enough contaminated debris to fill 400 barrels, these were then dumped at sea. In 1973, the Atomic Energy Commission found 8 radioactive areas outside the launch site and 9 on nearby Sand Island. From 1975 to 1980, more than 500 other hotspots were discovered. 59. Destruction of Agent Orange. In April 1970, the Deputy Secretary of Defense declared a suspension of the use of herbicides containing 2,4,5T, including Agent Orange, in Vietnam. In January 1971, the final aerial spraying mission from Operation Ranch Hand flew, but smaller-scale spraying continued in Vietnam, the Korean Demilitarized Zone, Thailand, and, according to veterans, Okinawa and Guam. The public announcement of the suspension of defoliation flights left the military with the dilemma of what to do with its remaining stocks. 15,480 barrels stored at the Naval Construction Battalion Center in Gulfport, Mississippi, and the 25,000 barrels brought from Vietnam, or as the U.S. Army report stated, from Okinawa. Reluctant to write off these stocks, the military attempted to recoup its investment by using them as raw materials or returning them to the manufacturers. Another plan involved spraying them overseas in U.S. aid programs or domestically on government or private lands. After these proposals were rejected, the military considered dumping the chemicals into deep wells or underground nuclear test sites. As late as 1976, it considered using activated charcoal filters to remove the dioxin from the defoliants, but when it realized it had no way to safely dispose of the contaminated filters, it was forced to abandon this plan. 60. As the military prevaricated, the barrels leaked. On Johnston Island, approximately 49,000 pounds of hoe escaped into the environment annually during the period from 1972 to 1977. Authorities were so concerned about the effects of this dioxin that women were not assigned to the island. At Gulfport, contamination from the defoliant storage area spread off the base via drainage ditches, and, in 1972, the Mississippi Air and Pollution Control Commission demanded the removal of the stocks. 61. Finally, the military resigned itself to the destruction of its arsenal of Agent Orange and decided to incinerate it aboard the Dutch ship M/T Vulcanus. Between July and September 1977, in a series of burns in waters near Johnston Island, the remaining herbicides were destroyed. Numerous problems occurred. Spills contaminated the crew's living quarters, and Agent Orange vapors entered the pump room. The incinerator extinguished due to water in the herbicide tanks, enveloping the ship in fumes. During one incident on July 21, an oil-like fog was ejected from both stacks. At other times, changes in wind direction blew the plume back toward the ship. Despite these problems, U.S. authorities continue to deny any health effects to those on board. 62. The military estimates the cost of the disposal operation exceeded $8 million. But in the years to come, extensive contamination was discovered at Gulfport and Johnston Island, and civilians and service members believe they are suffering from dioxin-related illnesses. 63. Jackets. In 1986, the United States began construction of the Johnston Atoll Chemical Agent Disposal System, a prototype factory for destroying the chemical weapons brought from Okinawa in 1971, and since stored at a site on Johnston Island named the Red Hat Area. The plant was completed in 1990, with buildings to disassemble and drain munitions, incinerate the agents, and smelt their casings. In 1990, U.S. chemical weapons stored in West Germany were shipped to Johnston Island despite protests from environmental groups and Pacific Island governments who opposed the region becoming a military dump site. Also shipped to jackets were mustard agent shells abandoned during World War II on the Solomon Islands, where they had since caused accidents and illnesses among the local population. In July 1990, jackets began operations. Already by the end of 1991, it had experienced at least 6 what the military refers to as chemical events, including leaks in walls and workers mishandling VX agent. Matters grew worse in the following years. In January 1992, a VX-filled M55 rocket detonated in the kiln where it was being burned, damaging the system. In January 1993, a fire on the conveyor blazed out of control due to an inadequate sprinkler system. In March 1993, one worker was burned by mustard agent, and beginning in 1995, a series of power failures caused numerous sarin leaks into observation corridors. 64. Rather than improving throughout time, the safety record of jackets worsened. In 2000, there were 6 chemical events, at least 3 involving VX. The plant design allowed drip pillows placed beneath the dismantling line to become saturated with nerve agent, and following incineration, the toxin remained at levels as high as 3,000 times the acceptable limits. The problem was compounded by technicians dismissing initial indications of contamination and delaying reports of the problem. 65. By the time the decommissioning process was completed in November 2000, jackets had destroyed 2,000 tons of chemical weapons and agents. The plant had experienced 39 chemical events. However, the number may have been higher, as the Army failed to keep reports on some incidents and the commander possessed leeway on how to categorize incidents, a flaw common to self-policing. 66. With the last of the U.S. overseas chemical weapons destroyed, the United States now faced another problem: how to dismantle the plant and clean up its legacy of weapons of mass destruction. Between 2002 and 2004, civilian contractors worked to remove soil, consisting of 15,000 tons contaminated with dioxin and 15,000 tons contaminated with PCB and oil. At the same time as this cleanup of chemical contamination, attempts continued to deal with lingering radioactive contamination from the 1960s Dominic disasters. In 2002, buildings were destroyed, and cleanup teams buried approximately 240 tons of contaminated metal debris, 200 cubic meters of concrete debris, and approximately 45,000 cubic meters of coral-lined soil. The landfill was then capped with 60 centimeters of soil, a method reminiscent of the Runit Dome, where at least concrete had been used. Elsewhere on the island, the jacket's main building was torn down and its debris dumped inside the bunkers that had held the Okinawa munitions. Their entrances were sealed with concrete blocks. 67. In 2003, the EPA declared the island safe, and Johnston Atoll was declared a national wildlife refuge. Tests of fish caught near the atoll between 1995 and 2003 revealed contamination with dioxin, herbicides, radiation, arsenic, lead, and PCBs. More than a third of the fish contained 2,3,7,8 tetrachlorodibenzoparadioxin, all contained PCBs, more than half contained traces of americium, and 72% contained plutonium. In 2011, another investigation reported fish embryos near the atoll were contaminated with PCBs. 68. As for the human toll, today the VA denies automatic coverage for Johnston Atoll veterans suffering from Agent Orange-related illnesses. The island is not listed in the VA's guide to locations where Agent Orange was sprayed or stored, nor are veterans who supported Agent Orange incineration operations automatically eligible for help. According to the VA, all exposures were inconsequential. 69. Like Runit Dome, rising sea levels, storm surges, and tsunamis make Johnston Island vulnerable to swamping. Its highest point is just 2 meters above current sea levels, making its future destruction and dispersal of radioactive and chemical substances a problem for not only the immediate region, but also the entire Pacific Rim. Johnston Atoll is the exemplar of military ignorance and short-sightedness, a place that highlights that, while creating weapons of mass destruction is a complex and costly process, eliminating them is even more difficult. The chemical weapons destroyed on Johnston Island were only 6% of the total possessed by the United States. 9 other sites on the mainland were tasked with dismantling this remaining stockpile. Initially, the military had estimated the work would cost $600 million, but the actual price tag has hit $40 billion. The process has been plagued by familiar problems, leaks, shutdowns, and cover UPS. As of 2019, the work was ongoing at 2 sites in the United States: Pueblo, Colorado, and Bluegrass, Kentucky. The military hopes to finally complete the work by 2023.70. 9. Toward environmental justice. Since 2010, When I first began reporting about military contamination in Japan, I have often been invited by academic and civic organizations to give lectures about my research. In 2016, one American university in Tokyo asked me to present in a series of public talks, so I accepted and began my preparations. A few days before the event, I was contacted by a faculty member who sounded shaken. They told me the U.S. Embassy in Tokyo had been in touch, complaining they didn't like my methods of doing journalism and demanding an official from the State Department be present alongside me to rebut my talk. The university had never experienced such pressure and was upset by this attack on academic independence and freedom of expression, but they stood their ground and refused to change the event. Next, the State Department took its complaint to the university's headquarters in the United States. The institute there relented and instructed its Tokyo branch to schedule a lecture for the embassy so it could refute what I had to say. At the university, I gave my talk to a standing room-only audience. I explained the history of Japanese discrimination against Okinawa, the island's suffering during World War II, and the environmental degradation caused by the military in the years since. The attendees asked incisive questions, and they included young U.S. veterans who were concerned about how their own service on Okinawa may have impacted their health. After my talk, the university distributed flyers advertising the following month's State Department counter-lecture, billed as the role of the United States in the security of Okinawa and the rest of Japan. Several days later, the university contacted me with some surprising news. The American embassy had canceled its talk, claiming staff were too busy to provide a speaker. Immediately I filed a Freedom of Information Act request with the State Department to find the background on the decision. Almost 1 year later, I received the records, and the internal email correspondence revealed the real reason for its cancellation. "This sounds like a death trap," wrote the embassy's political military director. There are 3 lessons to be learned from this incident. First, it shows the lengths to which the U.S. government tries to cover up its contamination of Japan, to the extent that it is even willing to interfere with free speech and obstruct open discussion on the topic. Second, the State Department's cancellation of its own talk displays its aversion to public accountability in Japan, a nation Washington repeatedly claims is its #1 ally. Most importantly, the incident proves the State Department is fully aware of how severely its military is damaging Japan's environment. The death trap comment was made by the embassy's political military director, whose office sends a representative to U.S.-Japan Joint Committee meetings. When it comes to recognition of the U.S. poisoning of Japan, opacity reigns, and it extends to the very top of the U.S.-Japan alliance. 75 years of poisoning. Okinawa, Guam, Saipan, Tinian, and the Marshall Islands share a common history. Each one experienced Japanese brutality, including cultural repression, forced labor, rape, and mass killing. Each one was liberated by U.S. forces, which lost thousands of their own men during the most intense combat in the Pacific. After the war, islanders looked forward to enjoying their newfound freedoms, but instead they found themselves trapped in geopolitical limbo without the democratic or constitutional rights afforded full-fledged states or independent nations. These gray zone statuses enabled the military to seize and occupy their best agricultural and fishing areas, and displace large percentages of their populations. Politically powerless, residents were unable to prevent the United States from using their islands as sandboxes to test weapons of mass destruction. As well as radiation, dioxin, chemical, and biological weapons, their communities were polluted with hundreds of other toxins: fuel, pesticides, polychlorinated biphenyls, trichloroethylene, per- and polyfluoroalkyl substances, asbestos, and lead, which, while less headline-grabbing than nerve agent and thermonuclear bombs, have taken their toll on the health of local peoples. All too often, children have borne the brunt of military contamination: the jellyfish babies and thyroid-sickened youngsters of the Marshall Islands, and the Okinawans exposed to CS gas in their classrooms, burnt while swimming and sickened by herbicide leaks into water supplies. Also impacted have been the children of service members exposed to water pumped through lead pipes and dioxin-contaminated soil near their schools. The young are particularly susceptible to environmental pollutants. Small volumes of toxins that might have minor effects on fully grown adults can have a serious impact on children, whose body weight is much lower. Such substances as dioxin, lead, and PFAS can build up in young bodies and disrupt their development physically and mentally. Impacted, too, have been hundreds of thousands of adults. These include Marshall Lace and Guam downwinders exposed to nuclear fallout, the Japanese fishermen doused in radiation following the Bravo test and sickened by Okunoshima's chemical weapons dumped at the end of World War II, civilians consuming water so contaminated with fuel it could be set alight, those made ill by aircraft noise, and those whose fields and fishing waters have been polluted with sewage, lead, and herbicides. On the bases, American service members and local workers have been poisoned throughout the Pacific region. Unprotected by the health and safety regulations of civilian industries, they have been exposed to radiation while attempting to clean up the guinea pig fleet, sickened by leaks of chemical weapons, and soaked in herbicides on their way to and from Vietnam. They and their families have been exposed to drinking water contaminated with TCE and other poisons. The Japanese government has treated its own World War II workers with equal disregard, refusing for years to help those poisoned while manufacturing chemical weapons on Okunoshima and, more recently, denying help for those exposed to asbestos while on U.S. bases. For as long as the U.S. military has been sickening people in the Pacific, it has also been doing all it can to downplay and conceal its contamination. Starting with the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, where it said radiation exposures had been minimal, it then extended its cover-up to post-war nuclear tests in the Marshall Islands and overseas. During the Cold War, military spokesmen, diplomats, and the CIA dubbed its critics anti-American, lied about the extent of contamination, and stonewalled investigations. Both the United States and Japan have abandoned the victims of their lost wars. The United States has not compensated any of the 3 million Vietnamese and uncountable Laotians and Cambodians exposed to dioxin-tainted herbicides. Likewise, Japan has ignored calls for justice for the hundreds of thousands of Chinese harmed by its biological and chemical weapons during and after World War II. The United States must also shoulder some blame, by offering immunity to Unit 731 scientists and then locking away their research. It let Tokyo deny knowledge of their operations, avoid helping Chinese survivors, and keep the Japanese public from reflecting on its biochemical war crimes on mainland Asia, a policy of national amnesia abetted by the United States during its occupation. The deal the United States struck with Japanese military scientists and the release of other suspected war criminals forged a rotten core at the foundation of the U.S.-Japan military alliance. Both countries were complicit in the use of weapons of mass destruction to slaughter civilians. Yet, neither nation has ever truly reflected on its actions. This set the precedent for how Japan dealt with the United States in the coming years. It gave priority to the U.S. military over the rights of its own citizens. Unit 731 scientists moved seamlessly from abusing Chinese civilians to abusing Japanese hibakusha with the goal of developing more lethal weapons of mass destruction. Japan turned its back on its own radiation-sickened fishermen to acquire nuclear power, which, with the help of the CIA, it convinced the public was a safe source of electricity. The Japan-U.S. Status of Forces Agreement enshrined the right of the U.S. military to pollute Japan with impunity. Japanese taxpayers have spent billions of yen cleaning up contaminated land, and Tokyo has never attempted to renegotiate the arrangement. U.S. service members and their families have suffered from this complacency. Without the protection of Japanese laws, they have been at the mercy of their own self-policing military, which has let them drink contaminated water and live on bases that used to store Japanese chemical weapons but have never been thoroughly surveyed for contamination. At the same time, the Japanese government is failing to protect the American men and women stationed there under the security treaty. At Naval Air Facility at Tsuji, Japanese leaders at a local level cast doubts on the contamination caused by the Shinkampo incinerator, while the national government stood by and did nothing. In the wake of Operation Tomodachi, the Japanese government has turned its back on U.S. service members who sacrificed their health to help Tohoku residents to recover from the nation's worst post-war disaster. In Japan, the government's failure to hold the United States accountable for its environmental transgressions has most harmed Okinawa. When Okinawa was returned to Japanese control in 1972, Tokyo promised to reduce the military presence there to the same as that on the mainland. It has broken this pledge, and the prefecture still hosts 70% of military facilities. Instead of protecting its newly returned prefecture from environmental contamination, Japan instead has allowed the United States to continue polluting it. It has never updated SOFA, it hid the 1973 agreement allowing on-base checks for decades, and Prime Minister Abe Shinzo's administration has been even more subservient than preceding Liberal Democratic Party governments. The inevitable outcome of American and Japanese negligence and collusion has been the contamination of Okinawa's drinking water with cancerous PFAS, a problem likely to impact islanders for a generation. Tokyo's withholding of on-base PFAS test data epitomizes this disdain. Such treatment of Okinawa falls into a long pattern of discrimination. In the spring of 1945, 140,000 islanders were sacrificed to protect the mainland and the imperial system. In 1952, with the blessing of the emperor, Okinawa was severed from the nation and suffered greatly during the Vietnam War. In 1972, the island again became part of Japan, but the bases remained. Today, Tokyo still refuses to recognize Okinawans as an indigenous people, preferring to assert the nation is one homogeneous group. Such structural discrimination feeds into its ongoing suppression of democracy on the island. Consecutive elections and mass demonstrations have demanded a reduction in the number of bases. It is impossible to justify such a disproportionate military presence. Financially, the bases occupy 15% of Okinawa's main island but contribute only 5% to the prefectural economy. Militarily, packing so many facilities into such a small area makes them vulnerable to attack or natural disaster. Morally, the pre-reversion promise must be honored and the base burden shared throughout Japan so all residents can understand the dangers of military operations conducted in their backyards. The United States has treated its territories with similar contempt for human rights, giving its military the freedom to trample indigenous voices, seize land, and ignore calls for the preservation of historic sites. Prior to World War II, the United States attempted to stamp out Chamorro, even burning books written in the language. During the war, residents hid U.S. troops, at great risk to their own safety. As the U.S. military approached, they rose up against the Japanese occupiers. Today, Chamorros enlist at a higher rate than mainland Americans, but despite this, the federal government denies their constitutional rights. Such lack of representation in Washington enables the United States to ignore demands for World War II reparations and coverage according to the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act. Nowadays, the Pentagon likes to claim it is a responsible steward of the environment. However, in the Pacific, it has only moved to remediate contamination when it has been forced to do so, for example, on Runit Island, where residents threatened to sue the United States. Still then the subsequent cleanup work was perfunctory. Further improvements in the years to come will likely stem from self-interest as well. On Okinawa, the eventual closure of Marine Corps Air Station Futenma will win the United States huge public relations points and, at the same time, protect it from the potential liability of the cleanup, which will cost billions of dollars. On Guam and the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, the United States may agree to better environmental controls to sell a skeptical public on its expanded presence in the region. Likewise, any future help for the Marshall Islands will likely only materialize to guarantee the ongoing use of the world's largest lagoon at Kwajalein as a target for rockets fired from California. The United States has failed to learn from its decades of mistakes. Its grotesquely bloated budget means it doesn't need to. Japan also refuses to heed the lessons of the past. Despite the nuclear attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the 1954 exposure of its fishing vessels, and the 2011 Fukushima meltdowns, it continues to promulgate the use of nuclear power. The LDP government and nuclear village force families to return to their contaminated properties and allow power plants to operate near active fault lines. Prime Minister Abe Shinzo lied to the world when he declared the meltdowns at Fukushima Daiichi under control, even as thousands of tons of radioactive water poured into the Pacific. Today, the Japanese government refuses to sign the 2017 United Nations Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and when the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2017, Abe ignored requests to meet its representatives. As it always has done, the Japanese government slavishly backs U.S. policies on nuclear weapons and supports the supposed protection proffered by its nuclear umbrella. At the same time, conservative politicians tout Japan's ability to create its own nuclear devices. Its power stations have provided it with enough plutonium to make 6,000 warheads. Japan is just a screwdriver's turn from producing its own nuclear weapons. In the years to come, the militaries of Japan and the United States will work together ever more closely thanks to Abe steamrolling the state secrets and collective self-defense legislation through Parliament. It is a frightening proposition. Neither nation has ever reflected on its World War II use of weapons of mass destruction, nor have they learned any lessons of their long-term impact in terms of contamination, cleanup costs, or damage to human health. Both Japan and the United States have allowed the needs of the military to take precedence over civilian health, and the more the two nations cooperate, the worse the problem will become. Environmental justice. Against this bleak backdrop, there are signs of hope. Across the Pacific, as people become aware of the military's environmental damage to their communities, a wave of resistance has developed. These movements have crossed traditional barriers, bringing together anti-base activists, military veterans, whistleblowers, and indigenous rights groups united by the common goals of safeguarding human health and the environment, securing land rights, and holding the Pentagon accountable for its injustices. The Japanese movement traces its origins to the mass petition drive following the Lucky Dragon disaster, whereby a third of the population called for an end to nuclear tests. More recently, Tokyo-based Peace Boat and other non-governmental organizations have supported ICAN, and large crowds have turned out to protest Japanese government plans to restart nuclear reactors shuttered in the wake of the Fukushima Daiichi meltdowns. On mainland Japan, such citizens groups as Greenpeace have been using FOIA to monitor U.S. military environmental infractions, and their research has uncovered serious problems at many of the worst offending bases. Japanese lawyers have been active in representing the Chinese victims of their nation's chemical and biological weapons to convince their own government to admit to their use and compensate survivors. On Okinawa, Professor Sakurai Kunitoshi, former president of Okinawa University, has long urged the U.S. military and the Japanese government to be more accountable for environmental damage. Moreover, for many years, Kawamura Masami served as director for Citizens Network for Biodiversity in Okinawa, guiding projects to win transparency on plans for the new United States Marine Corps base at Henoko and independent cross-checks on work at the dioxin-contaminated soccer pitch in Okinawa City. In 2016, Kawamura established the Informed Public Project, which combines on-the-ground research with extensive use of information disclosure requests to investigate how Japanese government complacency compounds U.S. military environmental problems. Unlike elsewhere in Japan, Okinawa prefectural officials have been proactive in handling military contamination. In 2017, Okinawa became the only prefecture to compile environmental information for U.S. bases including past accidents and potentially impacted water sources and upload the data for public access in the closest thing Japan possesses to the online system maintained stateside by the Environmental Protection Agency. The Marshallays have a long history of demanding environmental justice from the United States. John and Jane, a Rongelap magistrate whose son died from leukemia related to radiation exposure, documented the illnesses of his community and led calls for the United States to provide compensation. Jeton and Jane, a Marshallese senator, helped residents move from Rongelap in 1985, following revelations the island was still severely contaminated, and he pressured the U.S. government to conduct radiation checks. Tony DeBrum witnessed the Bravo explosion as a 9-year-old, and as an adult, he helped negotiate independence for the Marshall Islands and served as a government minister, as well as speaking out against nuclear weapons. He was also an outspoken activist on climate change, which has already begun to swamp the low-lying Marshall Islands. On Guam, Angel Santos led calls for environmental justice for the Chamorro people. The United States Air Force veteran had lost a young daughter to cancer linked to the TCE contamination in the drinking water at Andersen Air Force Base, where he had been stationed. He became one of the founding members of Nazion Camaru, participating in sit-ins on ancestral land seized by the military. As a Guam legislature senator, he continued to fight for environmental justice and the return of property to the Chamorro people. A new generation of Chamorro activism emerged in response to Pentagon plans to escalate military use. We Are Guahan organized the reading of the 10,000 pages of the 2010 draft environmental assessment and highlighted its key problems, particularly the planned firing range at Pagat. Together with the National Trust for Historic Preservation, they sued the Pentagon, and as a result, the plan was abandoned. Today, Prati Lightkian works to block plans to build a firing range in the pristine forest there and cooperates with activists throughout the region. Army veteran Robert Celestial, a Runit Dome participant and president of the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors, has been fighting tirelessly to ensure that the military is held accountable for the fallout that contaminated Guam following the 1952 Ivy Mike blast. 1. Elected representatives have also been aggressively holding the military accountable. This includes Therese Terlage, who has supported justice for those exposed to dioxin herbicides and radiation, Sabina Perez, a central figure in Prati Lightkian, and Attorney General Levin Camacho, who has been active in dealing with PFAS contamination on the island and maintaining pressure on the Navy to fund some of the dump cleanup. In CNMI, plans by the Pentagon have triggered a large backlash. Under the umbrella organization Alternative Zero Coalition, grassroots groups have united to dissect the flaws in the Department of Defense's draft assessments for the buildup, and with the help of the nonprofit Earth Justice, they have filed legal action against the military. In March 2019, CNMI began offering homestead lots on Pagan for people to return to the island, a move that would hamper Department of Defense plans to bomb their. 2. Some critics have accused these groups of being anti-military, but they fail to acknowledge that many of those fighting the hardest for environmental justice are themselves former service members. Veterans of Okinawa and Guam have harnessed social media to gather accounts of herbicide usage on the islands, sharing advice and testimony to piece together the jigsaw of the chemicals usage. A similar approach raised public awareness of the contamination at NAFA, Runit Island, and Johnston Atoll. Whereas the national media often ignores such grassroots movements, the local media works hard to uncover and report on the military's environmental damage. On Okinawa, both daily newspapers, Ryukyu Shimpo and the Okinawa Times, where I report as a special correspondent, and the TV station Ryukyu Asahi Hyosu understand the importance of an assertive, investigative media to wring transparency from Japanese and U.S. authorities. In Micronesia, too, the media realizes that publicizing the Department of Defense's environmental damage is not anti-military or unpatriotic, and it regularly reports on contamination and publishes editorials calling for the military to be held accountable for its actions. In CNMI, the Saipan Tribune was instrumental in chronicling the PCB debacle in Tonopag, and today it is not afraid to condemn the Pentagon's planned buildup. With local newsrooms throughout the world laying off staff and newspapers disappearing, this coverage proves just how vital local news is to the functioning of both healthy democratic debate and human health itself. In the Pacific, tens of thousands of people have joined demonstrations and engaged in direct nonviolent action, risking liberty and safety to protest the military's destruction of their islands' environments. The 1969 leak of nerve agent kindled mass demonstrations on Okinawa, forcing the eventual removal of the arsenal. More recently, plans to landfill Aura Bay with a new USMC base have led to one of the longest sit-ins in the world, with residents taking to the sea in canoes to block construction since 2004. During these demonstrations, attended by tens of thousands of Okinawans, speakers decry the storage of weapons of mass destruction on their island, their accidents, and their potential to indiscriminately kill millions. From 1969 to the 1980s, martial law took to the seas to stage sail-ins and sit-ins, whereby they moved onto their home islands, which were being used by the military. They blocked at least one missile test and succeeded in winning some concessions, albeit limited, from the United States, including infrastructural improvements and increased lease payments. The spread of the Internet has allowed Pacific communities to forge connections with other indigenous groups fighting to preserve their lands, including the movement to block the Dakota Access Pipeline on Sioux tribal property and the construction of the 30-meter telescope on sacred land at Mauna Kea, Hawaii. Okinawans have also taken inspiration from Puerto Ricans who managed to convince the military to withdraw from Vieques Island, which it contaminated in ways similar to Okinawa. Such connections help people to better understand their roles within the context of the wider fight against injustices. They can share tactics to defend their water and land, while gaining a sense of solidarity in the daunting struggle to confront the largest military the world has ever seen. Some guiding principles. Current U.S. policy toward past and present contamination is mired in opacity, irresponsibility, and arrogance. Deeply entrenched in the military is a culture of secrecy and entitlement that has allowed it to act with zero oversight for decades. On the U.S. mainland, the federal government and local authorities have pushed the military to become more transparent, resulting in some improvements. However, in the Pacific region, due to the geographic distances, powerlessness of local governments, and extreme toxicity of the substances involved, local communities continue to suffer from the environmental impact of military operations. In coming years, with Department of Defense plans to expand in the region, the problem will continue to grow unless there are fundamental changes. What is needed is a new approach anchored in the principles of accountability, transparency, and human rights. Accountability. First and foremost, Japan and the United States must be held accountable for their use of nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons during and after World War II. When China and Japan signed their peace treaty in 1978, records cataloging Unit 731 biological weapons use were locked in the United States, and people were unaware of the more than 400,000 chemical munitions abandoned in China. Now that the extent of these operations is better known, compensation must be provided for any remaining survivors and their families. Similarly, when the Marshall Islands became independent in 1979, and the Nuclear Claims Tribunal was established, the long-term persistence of radioactive contamination was not well understood. Now we know the region remains dangerous and some places may forever be uninhabitable. The United States needs to recognize this damage and honor outstanding claims, taking full responsibility for the destruction it caused. Guam, too, ought to be treated as equally as stateside downwind areas, as recommended by the National Academy of the Sciences. The island needs to be covered by RECA forthwith. Soldiers who took part in decontamination work at the Runit Dome and Johnston Atoll ought to be eligible for automatic VA coverage. Today the United States helps troops exposed directly after nuclear tests, the so-called atomic soldiers, and to deny help to the men who cleaned up in later decades is unjustifiable. Such compensation will likely cost billions of dollars, but if this forces the Pentagon to grasp the economic consequences of manufacturing such weapons of mass destruction, it may be less inclined to keep making them. Since the 1990s in the United States, federal regulations have compelled the military to clean up its bases, but in Japan, no such work has started. The problem is particularly urgent on Okinawa, where the concentration of bases has also concentrated contamination. Without a fundamental overhaul of SOFA, it will be impossible to halt the recklessness with which the U.S. military operates in Japan. Self-regulation has proven a failure. The military cannot be depended on to police itself, so accountability must start at the individual level. Service members whose actions cause off-base damage ought to be held accountable by Japanese courts in the same way Japanese authorities have jurisdiction over U.S. troops committing crimes against Japanese citizens today. If breaches are serious enough, Such accountability must extend as high as the base commander. In the United States, prosecutions of service members for environmental infractions made superior officers understand they were not above the law. Those in Japan need to feel the same weight of personal responsibility. The principle of accountability must extend to past contamination. The military ought to conduct thorough tests and make the results public in a timely manner. These checks must be supervised by independent specialists. Experience has taught us that neither the U.S. military nor Japanese authorities can be trusted. When contamination is found, the military should be held responsible for its remediation. The polluter ought to pay. Concerning contamination on returned land, the U.S. government must be held financially responsible for cleanup costs, damage due to delayed reuse, and health checks for those exposed to dangerous substances. Transparency. The U.S. government's decision to grant immunity to Japanese scientists who committed atrocities in China was abhorrent, making the United States complicit in these war crimes. It is not too late to make amends. The Japanese and U.S. governments must immediately release full records of the Japanese scientists involved in human experimentation and the work they performed. They need to be named, shamed, and posthumously stripped of their academic credentials. As recently as 2018, Kyoto University still allowed one Unit 731 scientist to retain his degree based on a thesis he had written drawing on human experiments. The scientist had changed the words humans to monkeys but had not eliminated references to the test subjects complaining of headaches. Permitting such suspected war criminals to retain their qualifications is a stain on the reputation of these universities. Point 3. The United States, too, must be forced to open its records on historic weapons of mass destruction trials on Okinawa. Army reports state the island was a Project 112 site. Yet, it is not included in the Department of Defense's official list of locations, denying veterans justice. Moreover, there needs to be a thorough investigation into service members' accounts that such herbicides as Agent Orange were deployed to Okinawa. According to the 2018 Government Accountability Office report about herbicides on Guam, the Department of Defense decided to initiate surveys there despite the low probability of conclusively identifying the components of Agent Orange to address veterans and the public's concerns. Okinawa must be granted the same respect. Hundreds of veterans are seriously ill, Okinawa's off-base communities were exposed, and the land has been contaminated. Dr. Alvin Young's 2013 investigation failed to interview veterans or conduct tests, raising serious questions about its reliability. Veterans, their families, and Okinawans deserve a full and fair inquiry. Point 4. Today in Japan, the 78 U.S. bases are black holes in which no one, not even installation commanders, knows what dangers exist. This must change. The U.S. military must release maps of dump sites, hazardous material storage areas, and their inventories for both closed and active bases. This information must be available to local communities so in the case of on-base fires, they are able to draw up effective plans to extinguish blazes and evacuate residents in potential danger. Documents alone are not enough. Record-keeping during the Cold War was remiss. Thus, interviews with former base workers and U.S. veterans must be conducted to fill in the gaps in our understanding. Such a combination of documentary evidence and oral testimonies helped Japan's 2003 survey of chemical weapon dump sites, and it might be used as a model for surveys of post-war U.S. contamination. The PFAS problem shows that the damage to Okinawa is urgent and Tokyo's failure to share on-base checks makes it a co-conspirator. The terms of the 1973 Joint Committee Memorandum need to be honored immediately. To ascertain whether bases are damaging civilian communities, local, prefectural, and national authorities need to be allowed to access installations, inspect sources of contamination, and, if necessary, take soil, air, and water samples. Likewise, U.S. service members should be afforded the right to request similar on-base inspections without fear of repercussions. With the principle of transparency in mind, in 2019, I donated more than 5,000 pages of documents to Okinawa International University's John Mitchell Collection, obtained via FOIA, the reports detail contamination on U.S. bases in the prefecture from 1945 to 2017. To facilitate veterans' claims with the VA and help their doctors understand their potential exposure, I have uploaded some of the key documents to the publisher's homepage. Also, on my own website www.joanmichellinjapan.com there are testimonies from service members who believe they were sickened while serving in Japan. Human rights. At stake today is the violation of human rights on an unprecedented scale, stretching across hundreds of thousands of square kilometers and more than 7 decades. The right to a clean environment is fundamental. The right to know whether the land you live on is safe or whether it is poisoning the health of yourself and your children. The right to know if the air you're breathing is free from radiation, nerve agent, or dioxin. The right to know if the water you're swimming in, fishing in, showering in, and drinking is exposing you to substances that cause cancer. The U.S. military is violating these very basic human rights. Washington likes to take credit for the maintenance of peace in the post-war Pacific, but it has contaminated communities here worse than many war zones and plans to continue doing so at an increased rate in the coming years. There needs to be an overhaul of this mindset. Today, the U.S. military has an annual budget of approximately $700 billion a year, roughly 15% of the federal total and taking more than 50% of discretionary spending. Its destruction of chemical weapons has cost $40 billion. Dismantling nuclear aircraft carriers will require $1 billion per vessel. The crash of a single B-2 on Guam in 2008 was another $1.2 billion. In Japan, taxpayers spend 190 billion yen per year hosting U.S. military bases. We are paying billions more to build a new USMC base at Henoko, ignoring both the popular will of the Okinawan people and the warnings of geologists who say the seabed at the site is as soft as mayonnaise. These costs are obscene. On a national level, the United States and Japan are suffering from urgent problems. The United States has crumbling infrastructure and huge income disparity, while Japan has a poverty rate of 16% and a broken pension system that, in the coming years, will plunge millions of retirees into hardship. For both nations, the economic problems are even worse on their Pacific islands. Okinawa is one of the poorest prefectures in Japan, with salaries, household savings, and child poverty consistently among the worst in the nation. With its best land occupied by military installations, housing is cramped and roads are congested, and it remains the only prefecture without an intercity train network. Guam has a poverty rate of 23%, higher than any U.S. state, whereas in the CNMI, the figure is a staggering 52%. The now independent Marshall Islands has a per-person gross domestic product of $3,600, and overcrowding is worsening because islanders are unable to return to some regions due to radioactive contamination. The health crises of these islands are well documented. In the Marshall Islands, serious illnesses are extreme. Guam is beset by diabetes and cancer, and on Okinawa, once so famed for its long-living residents that a diet was named after it, the mortality rate for those younger than 65 has recently become the worst in the nation. While many studies blame these statistics on lifestyle-related diseases, they ignore the impact of military occupation. Residents did not willingly choose to consume processed foods. They have been forced to do so by the seizure and subsequent contamination of their prime agricultural and fishing areas. 5. Also neglected by researchers has been the extent to which military contamination has exacerbated islanders' health problems. To date, there have only been piecemeal surveys, the results of which have been frightening: high levels of PFAS in residents living near MCAS Futenma, infant mortalities on Guam, where veterans claim to have sprayed dioxin herbicides, and high cancer rates near PCB-polluted Cocos Lagoon. The US and Japanese governments have not funded follow-up surveys, likely based on fear that any discovery of widespread health problems linked to military contamination would trigger an unprecedented backlash, undermining the Pentagon's presence throughout the region. Table 9.1. Estimated human impact of military contamination in Japan, Okinawa, and the Micronesia region. Year. Event. Location. Numbers exposed. 1946. Operation Crossroads. Marshall Islands. 42,000 sailors. 1952. Fuel and oil in water supply. Tachikawa Air Base, Japan. 10,000 civilians. 1952. Operation Ivy Mike. Marshall Islands/Guam. 67,000 on Guam. 1954. Operation Castle Bravo. Pacific Ocean. 13,000 Marshall Lace, 1,000 fishermen. 1960s to 1980s. Herbicide use. Okinawa. Greater than 250 service members. 1968. Herbicide use. Gushikawa, Okinawa. 230 civilians. 1968. Fuel leak. Futenma, Okinawa. 1,000 civilians. 1969 and 1971. Nerve agent leak. Okinawa. 26 service members, 1 U.S. civilian. 1970s onwards. PFAS contamination of water supply. Yokota Air Base, Japan. 11,500 service members and dependents. 1970s onwards. PFAS contamination of water supply. Okinawa. Greater than 450,000 civilians, tens of thousands of service members, and tourists. 1973. Chemical spills. Okinawa. 180 civilians. 1977 to 1980. Dumping of radioactive waste. Runit Island. 4,000 soldiers. Late 1970s. TCE contamination of water supply. Andersen Air Force Base, Guam. 1,200 service members and dependents. Total. Greater than 601,000. So how many people have been exposed? Table 9.1 attempts to chart the scope of post-war U.S. military contamination in the Western Pacific. It omits the victims of radiation poisoning who died in the years following the attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Likewise, it does not include the millions on mainland Asia exposed to Japanese chemical weapon and U.S. dioxin. Two other caveats ought to be kept in mind. 1. For some of the incidents, for example, the contamination of Kadina's fiery well water and those who consume tainted vegetables, no estimates exist, and 2. The military has undoubtedly kept some incidents under wraps. Many of these 600,000 people have been exposed to numerous toxins, which can accumulate throughout a lifetime and interact with one another to trigger serious illnesses. Civilians living near bases have been exposed for longer periods than service members and dependents whose tours last only a few years. Children are more susceptible to contamination than adults. Human health must take precedence over everything else, and the failure of governments to investigate the impact is criminally negligent. Local and national authorities in the Pacific must create a health registry to track illnesses in their populations, identify spikes near past and present military installations, and assist those affected. No cost must be spared. There is always more money for new weapons and wars, but never enough for those poisoned by past ones. Too many people have been exposed for too long. Nukadu Takara, goes a traditional Okinawa saying, life is a treasure and more important than anything. Appendix. Contaminants. 2,4,6-trinitrotoluene. 2,4,6-trinitrotoluene is a yellow, odorless solid used as an explosive in military shells, bombs, and grenades. Inhalation of high concentrations of TNT in the air can cause such harmful health effects as anemia and abnormal liver function. Other effects include skin irritation after prolonged skin contact and cataract development after long-term exposure. The Environmental Protection Agency has determined that 2,4,6-trinitrotoluene is a possible human carcinogen. Arsenic. Arsenic is a gray, metal-like material that occurs naturally, inorganic arsenic compounds have been used as wood preservatives and pesticides. Inhalation of these compounds may cause respiratory irritation, nausea, skin effects, and increased risk of lung cancer. Oral exposure causes such symptoms as nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, cardiovascular effects, and encephalopathy. There may also be an increased risk of skin, bladder, and lung cancers. Asbestos. Asbestos is the name given to a group of 6 different fibrous minerals that have been used in building materials, friction products, and heat-resistant fabrics. Breathing high levels of asbestos fibers for a long period of time may result in scar-like tissue in the lungs and the pleural membrane that surrounds the lung, leading to a disease called asbestosis. Asbestosis is a serious disease and can eventually lead to disability and death. Asbestos is a carcinogen. Benzene. Benzene, a colorless liquid with a sweet odor, is found in gasoline and other fuels. Breathing high levels of benzene can result in death, while lower levels can cause drowsiness, dizziness, rapid heart rate, headaches, tremors, confusion, and unconsciousness. The major effect of benzene from long-term exposure is on the blood. Benzene causes harmful effects on the bone marrow and can cause a decrease in red blood cells, leading to anemia. It can also cause excessive bleeding and affect the immune system, increasing the chance for infection. Boron. Boron is an element from which compounds called borates are used in the production of glass, fire retardants, pesticides, and high-energy fuel. Exposure to large amounts of boron during short periods of time can affect the stomach, intestines, liver, kidneys, and brain, and can lead to death. Animal studies indicate that the male reproductive organs, especially the testes, are also affected. Cadmium. Cadmium is a natural element usually found as a mineral combined with other elements. It has many uses, including in batteries, pigments, metal coatings, and plastics. Breathing high levels of cadmium can severely damage the lungs. Consuming high levels severely irritates the stomach, causing vomiting and diarrhea. Long-term exposure to lower levels of cadmium leads to a buildup in the kidneys and possible kidney disease. Other long-term effects are lung damage and fragile bones. Cadmium and its compounds are carcinogenic. Chlordane. Chlordane was used as a pesticide in the United States from 1948 to 1988. Chlordane affects the nervous and digestive systems, and the liver. Headaches, irritability, confusion, weakness, vision problems, vomiting, stomach cramps, diarrhea, and jaundice have occurred in people who breathed air containing high concentrations of chlordane or swallowed small amounts. Large volumes of chlordane taken by mouth can cause convulsions and death. Chromium. Chromium is a naturally occurring element that has several compounds, one of which is chromium hexavalent chromium, which is used for chrome plating and wood preserving. Breathing high levels of chromium can cause irritation to the lining of the nose, nose ulcers, runny nose, and such breathing problems as asthma, cough, shortness of breath, or wheezing. Inhalation can lead to lung cancer, and ingestion can cause stomach tumors. DDT. DDT, a white, crystalline solid with no odor or taste, is a pesticide once widely used to control insects in agriculture and insects that carry such diseases as malaria. Its use in the United States was banned in 1972, because of damage to wildlife. DDT affects the nervous system. People who accidentally swallowed large amounts of DDT became excitable and had tremors and seizures. These effects went away after the exposure stopped. Commercial DDT can also be contaminated by the similar substance DDE. One study showed that women with high amounts of DDE in breast milk had an increased chance of having premature babies. Jet fuels. Jet fuels JP4 and JP7 are flammable, colorless to straw-colored liquid mixtures made according to U.S. Air Force standards for use as aircraft fuels. Inhaling large amounts of JP4 vapor may cause painful breathing and a feeling of suffocation, as well as headache, dizziness, nausea, depression, anxiety, memory loss, and irritability. Jet fuels. JP5 and JP8 are colorless, kerosene-based fuels used in military aircraft. Little is known about the effects of JP5 and JP8 on people's health. Results from a few studies of military personnel suggest that exposure to JP8 can affect the nervous system. Some effects observed include changes in reaction time and neurological function. Lead. Lead is a bluish-gray metal used in the production of batteries, ammunition, metal products, and devices to shield X-rays. The effects of lead are the same whether it enters the body through inhalation or ingestion. Long-term exposure can result in decreased learning, memory, and attention, and weakness in fingers, wrists, or ankles. Lead exposure can cause anemia and damage to kidneys. It can also cause an increase in blood pressure, particularly in middle-aged and older individuals. Exposure to high lead levels can severely damage the brain and kidneys, and cause death. In pregnant women, exposure to high levels of lead may cause miscarriage. High-level exposure in men can damage reproductive organs. Lewisite. Lewisite is an oily, colorless liquid with an odor like geraniums. Inhalation irritates airways, causing burning pain in the nose and sinuses, laryngitis, cough, shortness of breath, nausea, and vomiting. It can also damage airway tissues and lead to accumulation of fluid in the lungs, resulting in death. Contact of the skin with lewisite will result in local pain, swelling, and rash, followed by blistering that might be delayed for hours. Contact with the eyes causes immediate pain, rapid swelling, and serious damage to the cornea and other parts. Malathion. Malathion is a brownish-yellow insecticide that smells like garlic. It interferes with the normal function of the nerves and brain. Exposure to high levels of malathion for a short period of time in air, water, or food may cause difficulty breathing, vomiting, diarrhea, blurred vision, sweating, headaches, dizziness, loss of consciousness, and death. Mercury. Mercury is a shiny, silver-white, odorless metal that combines with other elements to form a variety of compounds. Short-term exposure to high levels of metallic mercury vapors may cause lung damage, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, an increase in blood pressure or heart rate, skin rashes, and eye irritation. Exposure to high levels of metallic or mercury compounds can permanently damage the brain, kidneys, and developing fetus. Effects on brain functioning may result in irritability, shyness, tremors, changes in vision or hearing, and memory problems. Mustard agent. Mustard agent is typically a yellow to brown oily liquid with a slight garlic or mustard odor. It burns skin and causes blisters within a few days of exposure. Contact with the eyes causes them to burn, eyelids to swell, and repeated blinking. Inhalation of mustard agent causes coughing, bronchitis, and long-term respiratory disease. Exposure to large amounts can be fatal. Long-term exposure may lead to cancer of the upper respiratory airways. Nerve agents. Sarin is the most volatile nerve agent, whereas VX, an oily liquid, is the least volatile. Manifestation of nerve agent exposure includes runny nose, chest tightness, pinpoint pupils, excessive salivation, and sweating. Vomiting, involuntary defecation and urination, seizures, paralysis, coma, and death. Fatigue, irritability, nervousness, and memory defects may persist for as long as 6 weeks after recovery from exposure. Pentachlorophenol. Pentachlorophenol was widely used as a pesticide and wood preservative, but since 1984, its purchase and use has been restricted to certified applicators. Exposure to high levels of pentachlorophenol can cause the cells in the body to produce excess heat, leading to a high fever, profuse sweating, and difficulty breathing. Body temperature can increase to dangerous levels, causing injury to various organs and tissues, and even death. Long-term exposure can also cause liver effects and damage to the immune system. It is a probable human carcinogen. Per and polyfluoroalkyl substances. PFAS are man-made chemicals that have been used in industry and consumer products worldwide since the 1950s. They have been used in non-stick cookware, water-repellent clothing, firefighting foams, and products that resist grease, water, and oil. The most commonly studied PFAS are perfluorooctanoic acid and perfluorooctane sulfonic acid. Some, but not all, studies in humans with PFAS exposure have shown that certain PFAS may affect growth, learning, and behavior of children, lower a woman's chance of getting pregnant, interfere with the body's natural hormones, increase cholesterol levels, affect the immune system, and increase the risk of cancer. Scientists are still learning about the health effects of exposures to mixtures of PFAS. Phosgene. Phosgene is a colorless, non-flammable gas that has the odor of freshly cut hay. Exposure to low levels can irritate the eyes and throat, and higher levels can cause the lungs to swell, making it difficult to breathe. This can happen quickly or might not be noticed until the next day. Exposure to high levels can result in severe damage to the lungs that might lead to death. Plutonium. Plutonium is a silvery white radioactive metal. The most common plutonium isotopes are plutonium-238 and plutonium-239. The half-life, the time it takes for half of the plutonium to undergo radioactive decay and change forms, is 87.7 years for plutonium-238 and 24,100 years for plutonium-239. The main health effect from exposure to plutonium is cancer, which may occur years after exposure. The types of cancers most likely to develop are cancers of the lungs, bones, and liver. Polychlorinated biphenyls. Polychlorinated biphenyls have been used as coolants and lubricants in transformers, capacitors, and other electrical equipment because they don't burn easily and are good insulators. The manufacture of PCBs was stopped in the United States in 1977, because of evidence they build up in the environment and damage health. The most commonly observed health effects are skin conditions, and studies in exposed workers have shown changes in blood and urine that may indicate liver damage. Babies born to women who ate PCB-contaminated fish showed abnormal responses in tests of infant behavior, for example, problems with motor skills and a decrease in short-term memory, some of which lasted for several years. Other studies suggest that the immune system was affected in children born to and nursed by mothers exposed to increased levels of PCBs. PCBs have been classified as probably carcinogenic by the EPA and carcinogenic by the International Agency for Research on Cancer. Radon. Radon is an odorless, colorless, naturally occurring radioactive gas formed from the breakdown of uranium and thorium. Radon progeny is the term given to those radioactive atoms with short half-lives into which radon quickly decays. Radon and radon progeny are normally found at higher levels indoors. When radon or radon progeny undergo radioactive decay, some of the decays expel high-energy alpha particles, which are the main source of health concerns. Many scientists believe long-term exposure to elevated levels of radon progeny in air increases the chance of developing lung cancer. Smaller lungs and faster breathing rates may result in higher radiation doses to the lungs of children relative to adults. Strontium. Strontium is a naturally occurring element found in rocks, soil, dust, coal, and oil. It can also exist as several radioactive isotopes. The most common is strontium-90, which has a half-life of 29 years. Breathing or ingesting low levels of radioactive strontium have not been shown to affect health. High levels of radioactive strontium can damage bone marrow and cause anemia, and prevent the blood from clotting properly. Exposure to high levels of radioactive strontium may cause cancer. Trichloroethylene. Trichloroethylene is a colorless, volatile liquid with a sweet odor. One of its main uses is as a solvent to remove grease from metal parts. People who are overexposed to moderate amounts of trichloroethylene may experience headaches, dizziness, and sleepiness. Large amounts of trichloroethylene may cause coma and death. Other effects seen in people exposed to high levels of trichloroethylene include evidence of nervous system effects related to hearing, seeing, and balance, changes in the rhythm of the heartbeat, liver damage, and evidence of kidney damage. Exposure to trichloroethylene may cause scleroderma, and some men may experience a decrease in sex drive, sperm quality, and reproductive hormone levels. There is strong evidence that trichloroethylene can cause kidney cancer and some evidence that it causes liver cancer and malignant lymphoma, a blood cancer. Uranium. Uranium is a naturally occurring radioactive element that is almost as hard as steel and much denser than lead. Natural uranium is used to make enriched uranium, depleted uranium is the leftover product. Enriched uranium is used to make fuel for nuclear power plants. Uses for depleted uranium include as a counterbalance on helicopter rotors and a component of munitions to help them penetrate armored vehicles. Natural uranium and depleted uranium have an identical chemical effect on the body. Kidney damage has been seen in humans and animals after inhaling or ingesting uranium compounds. Health effects of natural and depleted uranium are due to chemical effects and not radiation. Some studies suggest that exposure to depleted uranium can increase the frequency of birth defects, but they do not allow valid conclusions. White phosphorus. White phosphorus is a colorless, white, or yellow, waxy solid with a garlic-like odor that reacts rapidly with oxygen, easily catching fire. White phosphorus is used by the military in various types of ammunition and to produce smoke for concealing troop movements and identifying targets. Breathing white phosphorus for short periods may cause coughing and irritation of the throat and lungs. Breathing it for long periods may cause poor wound healing of the mouth and breakdown of the jawbone. Consuming small amounts of white phosphorus can cause liver, heart, or kidney damage, stomach cramps, or death. Skin contact with burning white phosphorus may cause liver, heart, and kidney damage. Source: Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry.